Welcome viewers, this is Wadidja. As in what did you do, what did you think, what did you enjoy? And we are here for our Omni build comparison video as I get things settled and straight on what's going to be my ultimate universal build for my Excalibur Umbra. I have sort of coined it the Omni build since we've had our Omni Forma introduced to us. Quentin Marino. Welcome, Valentino. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. Oh, did you check out the shorts, man? I dedicated to a good special thank you for those questions, man, and comments, man. Beautiful. I appreciate it a lot. Definitely. Welcome. Good to see you. Matter of fact, let me make sure I've got everything up on my end to check the comments. All right, excellent. Listen, I hope you didn't mind me kind of putting you out there a little bit, like, you know, but I mean, I love to give credit where credit's due, and it was beautiful. Thank you. But yes, looks like the fellow clan member Dragon Ilgo has received their
but I'm sick and my lungs hurt.
Oh, sorry to hear that there. Oh, okay. You know, take care. Do what's necessary. Breathe easy, fellow Tenno. Definitely. Well, you know, thank you for taking the time to share in the broadcast with me, and our other fellow Tenno. Hopefully, they will join us as well. But yeah, do what's necessary to get all that together there. Breath is of our life for sure. But yeah, so that new clan member Dragon Ilgo received their Gemini skin from Minerva. That was their gift for achieving Mastery Rank 5 in the clan. And you know, I like to do that for the clan members, you know, pretty much every 5 ranks.
I'm Darth Vader.
Oh, right. Well, at least you got a classic reference to sort of go with on the ominous feel of it all. But yeah, I mean, you know, Vader did have some breathing things going on there. So yeah, I get you. At least we can bring a little levity to the point. Because oftentimes, I tell you, in life, it's better to laugh than to cry, you know, without a doubt. But, you know, take care with it. But yes, Dragon Ilgo has reached Master Rank 5. And essentially, my clan ranks go up every 5 ranks of Mastery Rank, until you get to the 5th level, where I consider you sovereign, and at the moment they achieve the rank of enlightened.
Just to say, the audio has a little click sound every time when you say sentence, just to let you know.
Interesting. Okay. Huh. Yeah, you know, ever so often I've picked up on things like that with the audio, and I have no... It might just be me moving around, and just the creaking of the headset, it's just being picked up on that. But thank you for making me aware of that. Let me try to do a little adjustment. You might hear some extra creaking. Yeah, the headset's a couple of years old, and I might need to put some WD-40 on it, because just me moving my jaw around, it can kind of make this creaking noise. Let me see if I can adjust it away from my jaw too. Yeah, we'll have to sort of play it by ear, but thank you for alerting me to that.
Damn, the headset sounds like frog.
Hold on, let me pull up chat so I can catch everything here. 1 second here. Here we go. It sounds like a frog. Oh my, okay. Yeah, I kind of heard it a little bit on the audio, but I have been aware of that particular point. It's just a matter of, like, I'm not 100% sure what you do with it, but I'm going to try some WD-40 of some type of lubricant against the various different areas of the headset, and maybe that might help. But hold on 1 second. yeah, hopefully these adjustments I've just made will help out with that. But yeah, like I was, thank you again there, Quentin. And I hope yeah, I believe I am pronouncing your name, name correctly there, Quentin. But yeah, so yeah, Dragon Ilgo made to Enlightenment rank, and their gift for achieving that rank.
I did watch my first 2 anime. First one was Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and the second one is Neon Genesis Evolution.
Oh, that's a great start. That's a great start. That is a great start, without a doubt. Well, welcome to the fold of the anime. So yeah, so like I said, Dragon Ilgo, congratulations to them on achieving their Master Rank 5, and hope they enjoy their Minerva Gemini skin and emote as a reward for their accomplishment. And they're on an excellent journey. So yeah, what we have here for today is we're going to see what we can do with build testing various different versions of testing out 3 different subsumed abilities for Excalibur Umbra here in place of Radial Javelin. So you're going to be working with essentially Xata Whisper, which is going to be in these builds here, and also Wrathful Advance, which are going to be in these builds here, and then also a couple of different versions in here as well as compared against Rore. So I just want to see, like, exactly what the damage is coming in through, like how easy and versatile it is, as well as does everything still play in line with the way things were most preferable for me using Xata Whisper. In comparison to, like I said, all the Exalted Blade, sort of say evolutions we've got here. We work to its capabilities, and of course with the aspects of melee duplicate and comparing that with melee influence. Those are 2 big points. Yeah, I can hear the creaking at various different points when I actually get to moving my jaw a certain way, and I kid you not, I'm trying to figure out how to position that so it doesn't do it. But yeah, so like I said, have some really good versions of builds to work with, because we want to have appropriate damage types as well as damage to deal with the enemies effectively. And this is, like I said, my Omni build, so it's like an anytime, any place deployment of the build, so that I can handle any and all enemies without having to change the situation up. Now, I don't mind doing so, but to me, I like being able to deploy my Warframe anywhere, anytime, and just rock out and do what I need to do, and be, functional, capable, have survivability, and, of course, incorporate all that with my role play. And it's interesting how I've really gotten into role-playing the elements of Xata Whisper with Excalibur Umbra, in the way that I can use the transformation with the infested look to kind of enhance my role play of a way that my other potential author has sort of harnessed the infestation and is able to create weapons out of his body with the pox and with the Nadarok bow, as well as manifest this void ability of Xata Whisper. And I mean, the thing is that what's beautiful about Xata Whisper is that it provides a guaranteed element addition to Chromatic Blade with Exalted Blade, and so when the void energy procs from it is from any attack, it does utilize the status chance of the weapon itself, that the way it's built out. So it's like 135% at with this particular build here. So it's going to proc. If it's over 100%, you're guaranteed to get it. Anything above 100%, if you have other elements within the weapon itself that can proc. But in relationship to Xata's Whisper, that, like I said, you utilize your weapon's ability status chance, and will give you the status for it based off of that separately from everything else on the weapon. So this is a guaranteed proc for my Exalted Blade outside of any other status chance, or or rather elemental damage on the weapon, which is pretty much the only way that you can get more than what you could build out on your Exalted Blade, to also factor in with your Condition Overload, which gives you 80% extra melee damage per status type. So it's huge. It's huge to me. A whole lot different than Rore, for example. The Rore has its benefits, has its aspects of multiplicity on like faction damages and this, that, and the other, and can add to the team. But Rore is very popular. So like if I'm running with a team, it's likely that somebody probably already has Rore. Then also too, you have to worry about being within the affinity range to even get the benefit of Rore. So Rore has its, it has its debatable aspects and qualities, despite how useful it is. And then also too, Rore, when you use Rore, it kind of places your Warframe in somewhat of a stationary position when Rore gets to activating. And so you see the way the Warframe just does this little pose. Like, so if you jump into the air, there's sort of pause doing that. You can use movement along with it, but there's a pause. And of course you can speed that up with things like natural talent, but that's almost a waste to me as far as a mod slot. So like my movement capabilities and how swiftly I can just turn it on and turn it off is, limited with Rore. And plus you're limited to allowing it to go through its whole duration before you could even refresh it. That is completely not the case with Xata's Whisper. I can activate Xata's Whisper on the go at any point in time, still keep moving, never lose my rhythm or pace. Also too, I can reactivate it at any point in time I want. So it's beautiful in that way. I can catch it before the timer runs out. I can let the timer extend. It has a lot of benefits. Then on top of that, the Void Energy will manifest itself to enhance any other weapon that I'm wielding, whether it's the Skijati, the Pox, the Nadaruk, in which case if there's a situation I'm in where I can't use Exalted Blade.
From moving.
Right, exactly. And to me, that's, every moment is precious, depending on the circumstance you're in, and the enemy will take advantage of it, hands down, with no question. So to me, Xata's Whisper, like I said, keeps that mobility, keeps that flow going, and what's good is that Xata's Whisper gives extra void damage to any weapon that I'm wielding, making it even more powerful. And none of the factions like void damage. Like, let me see what it says explicitly. Right, so typically when you have an element on a weapon and you hover over what the element is, it will list out what enemy factions are more susceptible to it or less susceptible to it. Anything that's not listed is pretty much even keel as far as what damage is going to do to the enemy. Void damage, nothing likes it as far as I know of. I can double check my homework, but because all this is going to culminate to a master scripted build video with my Omni, universal anytime place build. And so I just wanted to do some last minute testing against some of these other abilities and some of these other things that are being hyped about, especially with Wrathful Advance combined with melee influence. It's like the be all, then everybody's sweating the point. And I kind of feel it's more to do with the fact that it gives red crits. Everybody's like, red crit. It's like, yeah, I like red crits too, just next to the next person. But like, if the enemy's dead, you don't need a red crit. It's dead. I mean, and if it's killing it just as fast, whether it's giving you a red crit or not doesn't matter to me. I mean, that am I accomplishing the goal? Am I just as thrilled? Is everybody walking home with the prize from the party? For sure. So the thing is that Wrathful Advance is mad cool. It's mad cool, though it's a little bit more limiting in some ways than like Rore, for example, with the fact that, you know, this damage bonus applies to all the weapons similar to, or anything you do similar to Xata Whisper. Whereas Wrath is rather, you know, direct and focused and to just melee. And because of that, you actually get more damage because of its specificity to only melee.
A boss that can be like a player, ATC like a player, and react like a player.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. That would be cool. I mean, yeah, that would be cool. It depends on how complex, you know, DE can, the devs can actually program the AI to react. I mean, to me, they kind of have some element. They kind of come close in some ways with, you know, the acolytes, the way they fight you, the way Umbra would fight you in the quest before you get a hold of Umbra. You know, I feel like they're more in line with what a player would try to do to you. I mean, they can be kind of vicious in the way that they kind of flank you, outmaneuver you. To me, they kind of come close to acolytes. You know, they definitely do, in my opinion. But yeah, so like I said, with Wrathful Advance, it's mad damaging to the enemy because it's so specialized and focused, which, you know, thereby leaves my weapons to be just what they are in the way that they are. I don't get any extra benefit from that aspect, so it kind of limits a little bit to my universal aspect of my build, because I would like whatever I have going on in my build to benefit everything. Because if I can't use my weapon because my abilities got cut off, or I'm not, you know, because acolytes can actually shut down your abilities at various different times. If an enemy is out of range, there's just various different scenarios where using a weapon kind of comes in handy. Or if I have to deliver a difference in damage to the enemy to make sure it's more susceptible to being killed or taken down, that's the reason why I have my weapons as backup to my Exalted Blade. So yeah, it's interesting, you know, as the various different ways you can trick everything out. So like I said, this presentation and you know, build comparison is going to compare these various different factors in some actual combative situations rather than going to the simulacrum. Because the simulacrum, you know, it's cool, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it's good to go to test build your situation, to find out what's up with it, to do some, you know, various different rudimentary preliminary tests. And a lot of people with their build videos or their demonstrations will use the simulacrum and be like, oh, look at all the damage, oh, it's like the enemies are standing still, or even if they are moving. And I've rarely even seen one where they demonstrate things where the enemies are moving or attacking you. It's still rather limited in the complexities and the nuances that can happen in an actual mission. You know, with environmental constraints, enemies spawning in as you kill other enemies. Like, in-game real gameplay is a whole nother bag. You know what I mean? And I'll go to the similar real quick. Throw out a little blessing.
Unique items for the Tenno of distinction.
And it's real cool when you throw out the blessing how your Tenno, how your Warframe's displayed in the centerpiece. That's what's up. Nice little thanks. Appreciate that. Good. Y'all welcome. Cool. But yeah, I always liked it how this does that. This mad dope. So yeah, Teshin's in, folks. We've got this new event too, with the ghouls, where we get 2 new weapons along the way of it, and the drops for it, and different kind of like mission type with it, where you're using, I think it's the Ogress. I think that's what. Let me see. Wait. Make sure I can get the line here. Yeah, the Ogress, right. And you get a free weapon skin of what it originally looked like before they changed the design, which is really cool. But yeah, so let's pop over to...
There's a problem with the new weapons. Sometimes people get 25 handles and no blades, or 2 blades and no handles.
Yeah, that's why I'm not rushing to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get to it before the weekend and do a little broadcast for it as well if everything goes well. Life circumstances right now are like mad funky. That's the reason why I can't really dedicate, or promise certain times when it comes to, broadcasting. Life's journey is a it can be wild. But yeah, it's like, but thing is that it's kind of good to me sometimes not rush into some of these things because like, they got to work out their little bugs, they got little hot fixes, nothing's ever perfect necessarily, but they do a good job trying to get it there, so they might need to work out a few more bugs on that particular point of things. But the simulacrum is good to simulacrum. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I don't think I was before. It's good to test out stuff. You know what I'm saying? To see what's up, get your damage in, test stuff out, to make sure that, just to know and get a gauge for the damage and what you're trying to accomplish. But the thing is that to me, this is not a place to really test the situation out as to like just how capable and functional you are. You can have a false sense of grandeur in the simulacrum. So either way, though, good place to test things out. And let's see here. What is my Huros keeps thinking that there's some enemy around and there's nothing on the map. Either who. So yeah, so let's see here. Let me think. I want to also to pull up. I was going to try to. Here it is. Okay. Wanted to add a little thumbnail to the video. So the thing is like, I was thinking about starting with what I think is going to be the go-to. And kind of compare everything else to that. And to me, like I said, just off a preliminary test, setting up the builds that I have here to test out. Like I said, I really, really like the Wrathful Advance. I do. I really like it. And I mean, teleporting has always been a fan favorite of mine in video games. I kid you not, hands down. As well as wielding a sword or melee, and I could get the best of both worlds with that using Wrathful Advance. It's just that though you can teleport and you can increase your range with various different.
Some of Bionicle lore.
Yes, I have. Nothing much I can really comment on necessarily. Outside of that, it's really cool and how the way they've incorporated everything. But yeah. Like I said, I appreciate the fact that you shared all that with me, and it's awesome that you an aspect of your culture has been incorporated within a very popular piece of, I guess, nostalgia. I mean, Lego, it's huge company, brought that to light. That's awesome. That's very awesome. But yeah, so with Wrathful Advance, having the specialized and dedicated notion towards meleeing and using it for Exalted Blade is phenomenal. It's just that, like I said, my Omni, my universal build of things, I would like to compensate for more situations when I cannot melee, or if I could not get close enough to the enemy to have Wrathful Advance do its thing. But the nice thing about it is you can freely teleport at any point in time, anywhere, and get the benefit perks of Wrathful Advance, and then can persist to attack. But there's a lot of little nuances to that. Like in that case, you'd have to aim at a particular place, teleport to that place, then re-engage with the combat. That's a lot of steps and a lot of moments within time in which things aren't happening that you want them to, where you may want them to happen, as far as putting out damage to the enemy, negotiating your environment. It does offer an extra element of mobility, which is great, despite, I don't know if cumbersome is the right word for it, but having to make sure you initiate or trigger the benefit of its ability with a teleport. And it's not just an aspect of activating it. You're still in your same place. You know, there's a huge element of movement involved with it beyond where you may want to be or maintain your position. But you could teleport within the same space in which you are in with it.
I do have problems with abilities that teleport. I'm not a fan of it as long as it kills enemies.
Right, but see how I've just placed it, the teleportation thing there? I can teleport wherever I want to. I can teleport right within the same place. But, you know, you're still taking that moment in time to lock on into teleport. I now also, too, have to adjust my camera. I have to move away from wherever to actually teleport in some particular same space. Also, too, if you're teleporting to a particular enemy, the hitbox for the teleportation is somewhat narrow to what you see within this white field here in the center reticle. But you can also too increase the range of that with what is it, primed prime was not prime range, but prime reach. So you can improve the range and the distance, or you can improve the hitbox range of the ability with prime reach, as well as it will benefit everything else in regard to the physical blade of the exalted blade. So the physical blade and how close I need to be to make physical contact to get the extra damage benefits of actually making physical contact with the blade, which it will give you greater than the actual wave energy. That benefit would be there. But again, to do that, I would have to actually tie up, you know, I'd have to lose some element within the build of that. And I was thinking I will test that out too during the broadcast, just to see how much is it really giving me that much advantage. And you know, because bear in mind, like you in your builds for these things, and the differences that we'll have here, like for example, yeah, I've got all these different elements here, but then, you know, I have a build here where I just have one element focused with the chromatic blade. You know, it's you do lose out on damage, you do lose out on element types, true, but you're also guaranteeing a higher percentage of a particular element proccing with the ability. Because like when I split up the abilities to say, let's see, let me think. Yeah, let me do it like this. When I use a chromatic blade, and I have a build where I have multiple. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This should be it. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Right. So, on this build here, I'm delivering Toxin plus Corrosive with Archon continuity for any ability that levies out Toxin damage. And that's what I'm doing with the Chromatic Blade build, with a Toxin color scheme for the Chromatic Blade to give me Toxin damage on my Chromatic Blade. And so I'm getting Toxin and Corrosive simultaneously at the same status rate.
Your emissive make electricity and running melee influence.
I do.
It's ridiculously strong.
Right. Hey, Jonathan Kelby. Yeah, welcome to the broadcast. Yes. That's going to be part of the build test tonight. That is going to be part of the build test. A couple of different variations of that, actually. So, yeah, we have builds set up for Wrathful Advance with melee influence, as well as a comparison with melee duplicate, you know, in some different setups of mod combinations to see what's going to be most effective in regard to that with me within my play style. So, because I've worked out some interesting theories with that here. Like, so you see these Whisper builds here, for example, and here's another one here. I mean, not Whisper, excuse me, Wrathful here. I believe this one's another Wrathful. Yeah, Wrathful Element. Another Toxin Wrath with Radiation. Another Toxin Wrath with Magnetic and Wrath. So yeah, I have some different build setups to test on that. And the reason why is because, like I said, in my build testing, there's some particulars that are real important to that, which I will get to, because when it comes to just real quick melee influence here, it's a 20% chance out of everything you're doing that this is going to do what it's going to do. Then on top of that, it's spread out among support AoE attack. Well, if you don't have a lot of enemies grouped up with you, that's not really benefiting you as much as you would think it's going to benefit you, as well as the low percent chance of when it's doing what it's going to do. So I mean, put it this way, DE and the devs have this mod in the status of what it is as far as like its rank amongst other arcanes because of this. Whereas Melee Duplicate is a rare mod, you know, it's top tier as far as their mods are concerned because of what it does in the way of its damage. Okay, so you're getting double attacks on everything you do all the time. Like I said, people aren't necessarily factoring in certain things, and they're sort of gravitating off the hype, in my opinion. And all my preliminary tests, but I'm not discounting its credibility of melee influence. Don't get me twisted. Don't get it twisted. It's just that we'll see in the build test, in my gameplay. It has its limitations. I was seeing that it wasn't proccing all the time. I noticed the 20% aspect of it proccing. I was noticing, like, if the enemies aren't grouping together, how little benefit that it had. Whereas this is giving me benefit all the time. So basically what I'm stating is that your constant flow of damage per second, your DPS, is in my opinion greater with Melee Duplicate, whereas you have to wait 20% of the time of your damage per second for this to do what it's going to do, and then you gotta be reliant on enemies all grouped up. And like I said, when I've seen even people advertising this, like, oh, this is the thing, this is the latest greatest, they're doing simulacrum rune testing with all the enemies grouped up, not fighting you back, standing still, and it's like, well, of course you're going to see that. Of course you're going to see, you know, the hype with that. I mean, like, of course. So, my thing is that, you know, it still doesn't mean it's not worthwhile. It is. But we'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see the damage on the live game testing in combat. We're going to make it happen. But like I said, Melee Duplicate, it's rare for a reason. Like, and I'll show you what I mean. It's like if you go to, can I even access that here? I don't know. Let me see. When you go to I mean, it might show it here. So yeah, so when you go to your mods, right, for your melee mods, you can select name, rank, owned, and then rarity. Melee Crescendo, okay, with the fact that it gives you a combo increase on your combo counter throughout your entire mission. Rare, okay. And then you have Melee Duplicate. You only have 2 rare mods or arcanes in your melee mods. That, well, at least what I have owned here. And like I said, Melee Duplicate is there as a rare mod for a reason. These other things here, yeah, they're good. They're going to do what they're going to do. They're very effective. And then you can go down the list to these other ones, which aren't as, say, capable or I don't necessarily capable is the right word for it. They're all capable, but they're put it like this: the advantage that you may have with it in the game is not quite as, I don't know, for lack of words, as beneficial per se, like depending on what you're doing.
Feel like we're teetering on the edge of something. But
oh yeah. Always.
If you run with Dariga Sentinel, it can help proc influence because of its precept mods. Using Blood Rush / Galvanized Elementalist pretty muck.
Right on. I dig it. What was I going to look for? Yes. I dig it 100%. Thing is that I utilize the Lotus Huros from my Omni build of things and loadout, because it's not just the Warframe or the mods, you know, it's not just the weapons, it's every aspect of your loadout, from your companions to your gear, everything, and you are accounting for that with what you're recommending. The thing is that the benefits I have with the Lotus Huros, with its ability to cloak the Warframe during various different times around the enemies, like I said, I find it to be, I fell in love with on the role play of the Kubrows. All right, so there's that. But to me, I like the detection of the way the Lotus Huros is. To me, they're all a little bit different from the Shade, for example, in the way it can detect, and the fact that even in a way that it will regress, like I will switch over to a Shade, like a Prime Shade, for example, in a way that it will, or here's the Prisma Shade, for example. It doesn't matter. Prisma Shade, Prime Shade, they're all pretty much the same in a way. Here's Shade Prime. It will cloak you when it detects the enemy. And the thing is that, like, if I don't want my Huros attacking stuff, even though it might not give me away, I'll put on the Shade and take off the weapon so that it's not attacking, so I have complete 100% stealth. I rarely do that, but I prefer the Lotus Huros. And the only other pet that I will typically use in my Omni build scenarios, if the Huros and its benefit isn't necessary, because like I said, I like to interplay the non-stealth and stealth aspects of cloaking. +2, once I'm cloaked with my Warframe, if I do not hit a melee attack button or an ability like Wrathful Advance, which will when you trigger it with your abilities, it acts like you've actually used a melee attack. But my /dash, Radial Howl, for example, it will not decloak me when the Huros cloaks, so I can stay stealth and get the stealth benefit of the attacks during that period of time if I wanted to. But the only other pet that I switch to typically would be the Vaska Kavat, because it's even more, to me it's the best aspect as far as trying to prevent death in the game, other than the other Sentinels, in the way that they can revive you, because the Vaska will give part of its own life to revive you. And on top of that, when you're downed and would be considered a death, you know what I'm saying? It's not considered a death. You're not considered downed. You actually just pop back up. The only thing I've noticed where the game will consider that you've actually gone down is like when an Acolyte attacks you. When you go down, the Acolyte will leave, but when you check your stats to see if you had a death, you'll have 0 deaths. If you're within the refresh time for the Vaska's ability to revive you, similar to the rest of the things that can revive you. But to me, the benefit of the Vaska reviving you to me outweighs the other companions. But like you said, as far as like, so when it comes to using a Sentinel, for example, to make sure that, say, melee influence is triggers or reoccurs more often, again, that's another factor that takes away from my Omni build or my universal build to go, okay, what I have, no matter where I go and how I'm deployed, I have something for the occasion. You know, or like, so like I don't necessarily have to switch out my build to go to a stealth mission or a spy mission or whatever mission I'm in to go ahead and decide to utilize some stealth aspect, because 9 out of 10 I'm running with the Huros. Like I said, on certain missions, the only thing I'll switch out is just go, okay, I'm gonna pop over to my Vaska build. You know, because I'm in some arbitration, or I'm in some mission where whatever they're dying, you know, will in the mission, or dying will cause you to have like a lower timer on the refresh, and where basically dying is a problem, or being downed is an issue of where the mission will be compromised. That's the only time I typically use a Vasca. But I like the Vasca. They're mad cool. But that to me is the only benefit. Whereas, like I said, with the Huros, I have multiple aspects of benefits. I mean, not just the aspect of the way they levitate, you know, to put out their damage, but, you know, the stealth capabilities, the fact that I love the concept of the Huros. I mean, they're mad cool to me. But like, I have, you know, different types of, set up because I like the Huros. Here's one with, I call it the helmet Huros. You know, if I want to have the helmet look for an outfit, and you know, I've got, you know, my Drak Huros. You know what I'm saying? I've got my Huros Prime, for example. If I want to go around with a Prime look to my Huros, so I've got a Huros for the occasion. You know, I've got bulkies, I've got females, I've got males, I've got tinies and skinnies. Like I said, I specialized in breeding Huros, so the Huros is my thing, not just in role play, but as well as in its function and utility to provide that stealth element. They're just mad dope. I mean, I really do enjoy them. So, but yeah, I appreciate that tip for other viewers as well about the Duraga Sentinel. But yeah, there are a lot of ways you can trick it out for sure. But again, like I said, it kind of limits my versatility to go with that. But yes, wise Tenno there. Wise Tenno on that. But yeah, so like you were saying in regard to the galvanized aspects, that's huge too. So like I said, that's going to be another aspect of the test within the builds, because, you know, I have builds without the galvanized aspect, and then I have builds to test with the galvanized by itself, as well as with Amalgam, which is excellent for the 85% critical damage and heavy wind-up attack speed, which would benefit a host of things, especially with Excalibur, with the Exalted Blade, in the way that they've modified the heavy attack to give this huge, nasty wave that just mad damage, as well as the fact that the heavy attack with the wave energy from the Exalted Blade will trigger Life Strike. At one point in time, you had to actually make physical contact with the enemy. The wave of the heavy attack would not trigger a Life Strike, or like you were suggesting earlier with the other, like Blood Rush and, you know, multiple combo increase aspects to the Exalted Blade attacks. Now the wave energy increases your melee, your combo counter, putting out more damage, as well as, like, if you need to get health. Like I said, as a universal build, since I began playing this game 10 years ago and found out about Life Strike, because I was a main Excalibur main, and melee was the thing for me. I've always had Life Strike in, always, like, and when I realized you could do things where you can take damage and convert that into energy, you know, with the blade, with Rage, for example, and then you have which gives you 40%, and then Hunter Adrenaline, which gives you 45% of any damage comes in, is converted to energy, any damage on your health. And of course, you can actually go up to, I think, about 100%. If you add in another mod here, I can't remember the name of it. Why isn't it listing it? It's oh, okay. Let me do it this way. Where is it? Yeah. But bottom line is, there's a mod that will combine with the Rage and the Hunter Adrenaline mod to give you even more energy with it. I'm trying to think, is it that, or is it? Or is it over here? Hold on. Let me think. I'm trying to remember what that mod was. Either way, maybe I'm typing in the wrong search for it. Either way, with just Rage or Hunter Adrenaline, that is enough. Because using those two mods together give you enough health and energy back, generally speaking, to keep you topped off on the point of having enough energy and health if you're respecting the way that they work, and you're also too respecting how much energy you are losing and expending.
Chaos is spreading.
Oh gosh, what was the name of that mod, man? I thought for sure there was another one. Oh, you know what I'm thinking? I was thinking about Gladiator Fitness and Quit Thinking. You can combine these two, like, to stop death and get close to 100% on that. That's what I was thinking about. But what you can do, which reinforces what I was saying about these, you can combine Rage and Hunter Adrenaline. There we go. And get 85% energy return on your health damage. You know, if it is 85% of the damage can be converted to energy. If you needed, if I wanted to do that. I found more benefit to not doing that, you know, because that's the whole mod slot taken up. I you know, having efficiency tied into the build helps lower, you know, the cost of activating any of my abilities, which to me, with my universal use of the build, I can use what I need when I need to use it. I'm not compromising the point of using it. And I'm using all the abilities in conjunction with each other, getting all the benefits of them when I need it, how I need it, wherever I need it. Versus sort of, say, being a one-trick pony, or saying, oh, I can't do this or I can't do that, or adding in a whole bunch of other mods like, you know, Equilibrium, which is good, you know, all that's a benefit, you know. I mean, there are a lot of ways you can trick it out, you know what I'm saying? You know, Equilibrium, things like Arcane Energizer, for example, you know what I mean? Like, where is that? For its benefit, it should be, I can just do it by rarity. It's, here we go. Yeah, Arcane Energize. You know, they're all great, you know what I mean? But like I said, I can do that and much more, respecting this sort of cycle that I can keep going perpetually throughout the entire mission. And I mean, I don't have to wait for orbs to drop, or for the game to be sometimey about it, or to go, oh, well, I gotta convert the energy of a health orb to an energy orb, or I gotta convert the energy of an energy orb to a health orb, or, you know. And there's arcanes you can put in, shards you can put in, which can also do that, where it converts or changes the health of energy to the health to energy, or energy to health, and things like that. But again, that's taking up a slot with a shard that I could be utilizing in a different way, or in a way that's beneficial constantly, rather than waiting for the game to decide to give me this based on that, based on this. Look, I want it now, and therefore I can use it anytime, any place, all the time, unless I deal with some acolyte, for example, that might say, you can't use your weapon, you know. Okay, well, everything else is good, so whatever. And +2, if I get out of range of that, I got my weapon back. But that's the reason why, like, I have things in my build like Arcane Nullifier, which will give me 102% chance to resist magnetic status effects, which will then drain all of your energy. And now you got to replace your energy. You got to restart, figure out some way to negotiate that. No. I don't ever have that problem. Okay, but yeah, I'm tying up an arcane slot, but guess what? I will never worry about losing my energy to a magnetic proc or any other situation which would cause it. But that's also too why with my operator, I do take up the Arcane slot here for using Magus Glitch, because you're in situations where you're in a mission and all of a sudden here's something preventing you from transferring, in which case then I can't use my Magus Elevate to return health to my Warframe. Oh, no. I don't need that to happen. Or, you know, what I need to transfer, I need to transfer, period. 100% 2's chance to never have a problem with transference static. To me, that's worth it. Plus, too, I only use my operator in a lot of ways as backup, or you know, to help utilize the passives for energy. You know, that's the reason why I choose Xeneric. You know, energy pulse, extra energy for pickups whenever that happens. But more importantly, the passive is what's up with that. For example, allows abilities to be cast without using energy or shields, but requires 60 seconds to recharge. Trust me, that comes in handy a lot. You know, Wellspring, where I can pop out, provide an energy well that's just now going to give energy to my Warframe or the team, as long as I'm not using a channeled ability, in which case I can then swap over to my weapons and do a little bit of whatever with the weapons while the energy's building up. Or if I'm running around, getting to a particular location, I can shut down the Exalted Blade, and now I've capped back up on my energy. So, you know, because like I said, to keep the Exalted Blade out long, hard, and strong all the time, you know, you want to make sure that you have energy guaranteed at your pace, at your own will, versus waiting for the game to do this, that, or the other, or anything else, in my opinion. And to make sure you have health, because if you're not alive, you're not fighting. So, you know, having elements like Life Strike in to ensure that I continue the cycle of health and energy, not relying on shield gating. Hello, I mean, yeah, I know, right? Not relying on overshields, because that's going to prevent the cycle. And also, too, bear in mind, the overshields is a newer thing. We don't know also, too, what kind of adjustments they're going to make to it. There are situations where overguard isn't going to happen for you because of what's going on with the enemy preventing it or neutralizing it. Shield gating has its benefits, but then you have to do things that within your build to maintain that shield gating aspect. You also too have to be aware of that and have the skill to implement the aspects of the shield gating. Now, I do take advantage of shield gating. I'm aware of it. And matter of fact, like back in the day, I used to always equip in my gear to keep my shields low, to aid in the element of shield gating. I would put in the Decaying Dragon Key. To putting in a Decaying Dragon Key will allow my shields to be at a minimum. See, my shields are only 93 now. So, you know, the aspect of it, you know, taking advantage of the shield gating happens that much sooner. Or, for example, if I'm running against enemies that take a while to get through my shields, or my shield, you know, and my health isn't being damaged to give me energy, I'll put on the Decaying Dragon Key and keep my shields low, so that I'm getting damage more frequently and getting energy and returning health with my other abilities more frequently, and taking advantage of shield gating more frequently. But the thing is that the way they have the enemies set up too now, and dealing with the higher level enemies within the game, having something like a Decaying Dragon Key isn't that beneficial. Like the rate and speed at which my shields can decay or get taken out is fast enough. You know what I'm saying? The breath sort of sake that I might have when my shields are up and I'm not taking damage is good. It's good. So I haven't had a need to use the Decaying Dragon Key technique or tactic in a long time. But like I said, in this explanation, I'm letting you know how I respect all these aspects about shield gating and advantages or the disadvantages of some aspects with my build of providing this continual, perpetual cycle of health and energy. But that's also too the reason why I have an Arcane Shard in here for regeneration, because there's times where because the game has to go, oh, you did XYZ to get health, but yet you're having damage happen all the time. So there can be moments where there's just the split second in between getting health and not have, you know, and getting enough damage where my Warframe gets taken down, where having an aspect of regeneration every second helps a lot. Plus two, there's moments where I'm trying to do something where I'm still being attacked, and just before I can get it off, I don't have that second of health kicked in. Now, where this comes into play greatly, and works even in missions where your health is being drained because life support went out, okay, and I'm not having to worry about swapping in and out of my Warframe with my Tenno to get it health. It's just an added benefit where I can stay in my Warframe without transference and still maintain all function and capability. But bear in mind, I've noticed where the game, I guess maybe it's the server, not sure, programming, I don't know, where your health regeneration, you'll see a tick where it doesn't necessarily kick in, and then you'll see it kick in and you have like double the amount of health, and you're like, oh, okay, whatever's going on, the handshake as to what needs to go on with the servers, maybe, I don't know, didn't register to 7.5 health, so the next time I saw health, I got 15 health. Either way, I find it to be rather very, very beneficial. But then also too, this is the reason why I have this Tauforge charge in as well, to give me an extra kick to the health regeneration. That would be more of a bigger chunk when it happens than if I had two of these in here, with having this Tauforge chart giving health, 3+3 health each time enemies are damaged by Toxin phase, and that's each enemy, each time Toxin is affected by it. I'm getting 3 health with the wave energy from the blade of Exalted Blade. Okay, so from a distance, without using a heavy attack, you know what I'm saying, I'm getting health constantly as I'm fighting, pretty much constantly, with the constant damage. So I'm constantly getting health, constantly getting energy. It's a done deal. It's a done deal.
Lately on my Umbra, I've been running fast deflection, Arcane Aegis for survivability, and Nourish for energy economy / extra damage, and it feel
excellent. Yes, I do not knock that at all. That is a great combination, and bravo, you're using that survivability function utility, which is excellent. And like I said, there's a lot of ways you can trick that out within the game, you know what I'm saying? But again, it's the manner in which I'm combining the elements of function utility, survivability, and versatility in the manner that I'm doing is the reason why I'm doing it this way. But what you described and what others do that I've noticed, just as viable, just as cool. I'm not knocking it. It's just that within the pros and cons of the manner in which I'm applying the situation, I've definitely evaluated those factors. But to not have, say, Xata Whisper in, or to not have Wrathful Advance, for example, or even Rore, having Nourish isn't as beneficial. Now, like I said, and also too, Nourish is very popular in the game, similar as the way Rore is. Like, most often than not, when I'm running groups, somebody's got Nourish, somebody's got Rore. Like, and also too, because of the way I've got this set up, I don't need it. But either way, though, like I said, there's a very viable, not knocking it. Like I said, it's just a matter of how you decide to want to incorporate the point. But because of the way I have this constant flow of energy coming through is the reason why I can have a build like, and I'm going to test that out too, along the way, where I can have a build like, well, not necessarily like this one, but like, for example, I'm going to test this out too. And I did do some preliminary tests where I'll take out fleeting expertise and put in transient fortitude. Yeah, the number you're seeing, 262%, is really, in actuality, it's about 15% more extra, of everything across the board, and abilities, like what it literally translates to. And I mean, like, yeah, you have bigger status chance numbers, you know, everything gets augmented, granted, with more power strength. It is true. It's just that, does this benefit of the extra damage outweigh the fact that I'm going from, what is this here? Well, yeah, well, let's see. I'm going from 10 energy, or something like I'm using, you know, 10 energy for like Wrathful Advance, something that I'm using all the time, or, you know, Radial Blind, 20 energy, Slash Dash, 10 energy. Is that extra, you know, power strength, which is great. Don't get it twisted. It's awesome. Is that worth now having to spend 25 energy every time I want to activate the Exalted Blade? 25 energy every time I activate Wrathful. You know, saying 50 energy every time I need a Radial Howl. 25 every time I Slash Dash. It depends on how you know, it depends. It depends, but I can manage it. I can manage it with the way I've got things set up. But let me tell you, having the liberty to use my abilities without worry with this, it's great. It's absolutely great. So yeah, and then, I mean, like I said, you didn't have also 2 missions where you go in them where you have a smaller energy pool, regardless of how much energy you start out with. They're going to limit you based off of your energy cap, and sometimes they might just set everybody at the same energy cap, in which case you're running around a mission with 50 energy or 100 energy, and it's like, now you're spending what, half of that to do what you need to do, 25-50% of, like I said, anytime, any place, the damage I'm kicking out with this and meeting the power strength goals to make sure that my Chromatic Blade is kicking out the necessary status chance, because you want to be at above 200%, is just right. And that's the reason why I use the Archon shards here to give me the extra power strength that I need to be where I need to be. Like I said, I've tested builds out where I'm peaked power strength, 360 some odd power strength. Like, I mean, it's cool and all, but I'm killing stuff. I'm killing stuff. Same way I'm killing stuff any other time. And I mean, about the only time that might potentially have a benefit is if I'm in some bizarre, long-winded, endless mission type, which I typically don't run. But if I needed to do it, I could build it out like that. I mean, it's not a thing. But again, for the anytime, any place aspect of things, having efficiency in play helps. But the thing is that what's nice with the Wrathful Advance build, okay, we can put in Archon Stretch, which now increases our range for the abilities, which is great, always a benefit. And when you put in Archon Stretch, you get any ability that deals electric damage restores +2 energy over 5 seconds. Doing that, hey, it's all good. I don't need a Transient Fortitude, which then gives me the increase back in my duration, okay, for various different things. But it does not help me when it comes to the drain of activating an ability. That's still just as bad. But as far as the drain per second, I do have a benefit in that in regard to the Exalted Blade. So there's pros and cons, you know. But these are the particular factors that I'm going to be testing out, and you're going to see actually being played out in its dynamic when I run into these missions. But again, these are a lot of stuff that, like, when I listen to people in the build videos or when the recommendations, they're not talking about this kind of stuff, you know. But then again, they might not even be playing like this, so that might be part of the reason. But like I said, there's just a lot of phenomenal little ways that DE and the devs have tricked out this game where you can make it your own and enjoy the power fantasy and rock out to your heart's content. But like I said, what I was thinking about doing is working with the build that I'm thinking of going with first, and then comparing the rest to it. And like I said, my heart is still siding towards my Whisper Toxin build, my Xata Whisper Toxin build. Although, like I said, I'm real hungry about the a Wraith Toxin build, not an electric, but a Wraith. Wrathful Advance, Wrathful Advance Toxin build, so I can take advantage of the health regeneration aspects. So that's going to be what's going to happen next after I run a good mission with what I'm thinking is going to be my preferred. But then we're going to compare it with that. And of course, because we're not using electric at this point, because we will be doing electric, don't get me wrong. Melee influence isn't necessary right now. So we're going to go ahead and compare these with melee duplicate. And so with this Whisper Toxin build, like I said, we're going to have, always make sure I have my Umbra mods in, because like I said, it's a universal build. So, and I'm using Umbra, I just feel silly not having the Tauforge in. Like he's supposed to, he's set up to fight against the sentients, and also to strips immunity. So therefore, anytime I go, it's a benefit. They marry off of each other well. I mean, it's great. So Chromatic Blade build, Fleeting Expertise for the efficiency, Hunter Adrenaline, Hunter Flow. Now, what I'm also going to do is that I'm going to, after I compare certain builds that are comparable to each other, I'm also going to kind of go, okay, well, let's see what they look like with Transient Fortitude in it. Okay, so we'll get a chance to see all that. And I obviously should have extended this episode out a lot longer than just the 2 hours, because I didn't realize certain things would take this long, and even just sort of sharing the explanation. But like I said, for those that are interested and want to know, I'm giving you everything I've gained in knowledge over the last 10 years and all the due diligence of looking all this up and comparing it and building it and testing it out. It's a lot. It's a lot. You know what I'm saying? But you can take this information too and combine it with whatever you prefer to do. But yeah, so like I said, to get as much benefit from Chromatic Blade and Condition Overload getting 80% damage, okay? And there's a give and take to this advantage of having more elements to give you more damage, okay? Because you need to be up above 100% to get a second proc, or guaranteed second proc, of another elemental damage. So, and as you see right here, when I hover over status, it shows you 49.2% of the time I'm going to get per hit Toxin. 29.5% of the chance is split between magnetic and radiation. But when you combine that with the Galvanized Elementalist, now this is based on kills, so after 4 kills I've got 4 stacks. It's not immediate, unfortunately, but after 4 kills I then have 4 times 30% extra status chance, which really game wise technically translates to, it's 120% true, but trust me, did the math. It really just comes out to be like the benefit of 2 60% status chances, which comes out to be about like 18% extra status chance. The way it translates to is stat. But the thing is that extra 18% status chance does add up to give me more of a percentage chance of when the other 2 elements will proc against the enemy. And trust me, that it comes along, it benefits. But bear in mind, this is the status chance on the weapon itself, and it's a weird sort of loose translation when you consider the elements of the Chromatic Blade itself. You know what I'm saying? Where you see 621% status chance. Yeah, that's there, and yeah, it will augment everything else in regard to what the statuses are. But it's weird. You'll see when I play it doesn't necessarily translate to the big number that you think it is. realistically. But yeah, it will proc all these other elements far more frequently than if I did not have Chromatic Blade build. Like my status chance element would be like doo-doo. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, when you see, like if I take the Chromatic Blade out and we go back to this weapon and you look my status chance, 15%. Doo-doo. Okay? So yeah, so like that's what I meant by the literal translation of what all these big numbers are. And but adding more power strength to your build can also will increase that aspect. But again, with having power strength at what it is, 621% power status chance, and like I said, if I put in Transient Fortitude in place of the Fleeting Expertise, okay, I'm now going to the 785%. Ooh, wow, I've got like 100 and something more extra status chance. Well, let's look here what it translates to. I'm at 132.9%, which is significant. And that's the reason why I'm heavily debating not using Transient Fortitude, because of this particular fact of the extra automatic guaranteed status chance for a build like this for this. So yeah, like, because that matter of fact, that reminds me, that is what I wanted to do. That is my preference, actually, not Transient Fortitude. Yeah, I'm glad I went over this. Yeah, so yeah, because that's the critical point for this Galvanized Elementalist build, is to have as much status chance in this to go ahead and because see, now I've gone up from 25% to 36.2%. But again, once Galvanized Elementalist kicks in with an extra 18%, we'll be at like 140 some odd percent chance, where it's like 40 some odd percent, almost 50% more chance where a second element's going to proc off an attack. Big difference. Big difference as far as how much damage is going to be put out and how much condition overload is now going to benefit for the extra melee, 80% melee damage per status effect hitting the enemy. So yeah, but bear in mind, what's interesting is, like I said, when it comes down to it at the end of the day, yeah, that matters. The extra percentage, that extra 10% essentially matters, but it's weird how it's, like I said, it's not as much as you would think you're getting the benefit of with the situation. It's weird. But yeah, so just to see everything in play and to have reference for the differences in this, as and the damage there is. Like I said, we'll start out with what I know is tried and true and does work. And again, like I said, I'm not that low percentage above 100% doesn't make me that happy. But what's weird is, like I said, you're going to see the other elements proc very, very frequently, and then after 4 kills, the Galvanized Elementalist is going to kick in, which is going to bring this up to, like, I think it's 26% is basically what it's going to wind up bringing it up to 26.2%, something like that, because it's adding an extra 18% to the status. So yeah, but so basically with the build, because we have Archon continuity, we have Toxin status, giving a guaranteed proc of corrosive simultaneously every time. So that's 2. Might as well count that as 2 statuses on top of magnetic. 3 on top of radiation. 4 guaranteed status procs, roughly throughout the entirety of the combat, and which is going to, like I said, all that is multiplicative to this 80% damage per status type, per meaning times. And then also too, with the fact that I'm using Xata Whisper, this is going to give a 5th element, okay, of not just the damage of the void energy itself, but it's going to give a 5th damage proc to condition overload. Ooh. Okay, and bear in mind that because of the way that they've changed the benefits of Exalted Blade, and you know, the latest aspects of things, like I'm seeing slash, I'm seeing impact damage, proc statuses. When I use slash status, I'm seeing slash procs. All that's going to come along towards the Exalted Blade and Condition Overload. So like I said, I've sometimes seen not just 5 statuses hit on the enemies, but like I've seen a combined total on the screen of like 7 to 8 status procs. Okay, so and you'll see for yourself. And so it's a trip, you know. So that's what's up with this aspect of testing that we're about to see me do, with the horse melee duplicate giving double the attack on everything. So yeah, it's nasty. Now is it going to show you a whole bunch of red crits? Now you're not going to see red crits. I doubt it. But is the enemy going to die? Yep. And the reason why I'm using magnetic and radiation versus other things, because magnetic is great against tech rod. You know what I'm saying? They don't like it. +2 is nasty against shields. That's what, and also too nasty against overshields. So overguard, like you can destroy that shit with toxin, with magnetic, excuse me. And electric, it doesn't like electric either. But also to void damage, you know, shields and overguard and all that, it doesn't like void either. So void combined with the magnetic, don't have any issues with enemies overguard or anything like that. Radiation is in there for this whole, you know, universal aspect of the build, because it's really good against the murmur. You know what I mean? When you're dealing with the Sanctum Atomica and all that other type of stuff, and the Archimedean trials and like the 2 big places that I would want to go to enjoy the Archimedean type stuff if I'm using my Umbra, would be dealing with radiation or magnetic as a thing you want to have. And then there's elements in the game where you have a mixture of stuff where you want to have both of those anyway. Also too, radiation is great in the fact that it causes enemy to attack anything nearby. Like they'll turn on each other, which is great. And what is it? Right, and then you know there's also too, so they'll attack each other if they get confused by it, and even if an enemy's not affected by it, the other enemies that are affected by it will attack them. Like for example, acolytes, if they don't get confused with the magnetic proc, but other enemies that would be considered their allies will start shooting them if they are. But 9 out of 10, you'd want to think that the enemy would be dead before that even happens. But the thing is that the void damage from Xata Whisper also too has this thing where it will create this field on the enemy where it will attract the damage or bullets and things like that to a particular spot to create more damage on the enemy. So there's some really cool benefits and nuances to the void damage, as well as the radiation procs that can happen. So yeah, let me see here. So I decided to set this up with different looks for to kind of add to the variety of the display. So you know, we'll have some of the builds will have this setup, this look that I set up with my Excalibur Umbra. I like this palette of colors, the way they come together. It's real nice. But yeah, he's set up with the electrical for the chromatic blade. This look, I like this. This has actually all the default colors of Umbra, the gold, the type of gray. I thought this was sexy, you know, the way that comes together. And then I have this set up with my all black with some extra, you know, armor pieces, which I think accentuates things. This extra gear here and stuff like that. So we'll have some different looks to go along with the display of testing out the different builds. So like I said, we're going to be testing out this galvanized build. think this is, yeah, this is what's up. Right. And so from this particular build, I can... So yeah, so what we'll do is when we do the... and I can switch things around and change this up if I want to. But yeah, when we get to Wrathful Advance, we'll go ahead and swap over to this look here. And for the Xata Whisper, we'll go ahead with this look here. And I tend to like, because he's got all the bags and stuff like that, I like this look of the for the Pox, that to use the Protocol Hera thrown weapon skin on that. I think that looks cool. So yeah, we'll work with that. We'll let the weapon show. We'll let the infested weapon manifest itself from his body, like I like to kind of pretend that they're doing. This is the build that I'm sort of using with the weapon here. And typically I switch over with the builds basically to provide a different set of status or different set of damage that my Exalted Blade isn't using, or to compensate for what it may not have in a situation that I might need. So that's the reason why, so, you know, these are set up with the statuses they have. It's just backup. It's just providing a different type of status effect on the enemies other than what I have to make the situation beneficial. The Doughty, to me, is a signature weapon for Umbra, and I love the element of the stealth aspect of his passive, so that's the reason why I always carry that. Part of the roleplay too, but you know, I have a nice ribbon for it as well. It's set up with slash and viral, you know, in case I need to just attack the health of the enemy to kill him faster than not. Shattering Impact is great if you don't have corrosive damage, because within a certain amount of hits, if you have impact damage, armor's gone. Stay gone. Running melee duplicate on that. You know, like I said, the Pox. Running Cascade Impairment. I'm waiting for me to get the Coda Pox before worrying about a Riven mod for this right now. But, you know, like I said, all that's pretty much for backup. Got this Riven here for the Nadaruk. And then, you know, Primary Merciless. And Cascaded Empowered. I think that's what I'm using here for... what did I just take out of that? I hit the wrong button. Okay, there we go. Said the Pox, using the Cascade Empowered for that, as far as the status damage stuff. So like I said, they're back up. None of these things will really be coming into play with the build. Just decided to show you that, but you know, that's the idea, you know, without having to re-go over that later with the other builds. So again, we're going to run with Faithful Heroes with this here. You know, because I'm using this other Excalibur look, I will run with this look of the Heroes. I think that looks great. Goes well with the situation. But yeah, Heroes isn't really the main point of what's up with that anyway. But yeah, so let's go ahead on in and hit hold on, let me just give a brief show real quick. So this is the build we're working with here. Xata Whisper. This is the build for the Exalted Blade. Okay. And so yeah, we'll go ahead and jump right on in with a most difficult that I can just access real quick without going through a whole bunch. Typically the bounty here, right, it's a capture mission.
Don't forget to take off your dragon key before you go slay.
Oh yeah, thank you. I think I did, but yes, thank you very much for making sure that I did. But also too, I wanted to do something else real quick, because part of my role play, because I used to be a motorcyclist, like you see my banner on my channel, like the long scarves and the loincloth hanging down, like that shit would get caught in this motherfucking yank his head off. So like I just for my own I can't pretend that shit ain't gonna happen. So yeah, this works out perfectly. This works out perfectly, and it's real cool. I prefer the other look of the bike just because it reminds me of what I had in real life. But this is dope. But yeah, it works well with the whole loincloth and the robes and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm quite sure I took off that key. And I mean, I can also check by my stats the shields. Yeah, that should be right. Yeah, it's not in there. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is like I said, I can take advantage of the Dragon Decaying key. I mean, like I said, I used to rock out with it, and but yeah, that it might, with hard hit enemies, that might be an issue. Fuck it, we'll go ahead and do the capture. I mean, because we really don't need necessarily a lot of extended elements of the point. And oh shit, am I on private or group? I need this to be. Forgot to switch it on private.
Galvanized will have the Legacyte's trail soon. Ensure her safety.
We'll just stay in it. It's no big deal. Just get what we're gonna get out of it. Oh, that's right. You got to do this Legacyte. You know what? We're going. Never mind.
Grab those Pharaoh glands and let Kalimos have a whiff of.
Yeah, this is too much other than what I'm trying to do, and yeah, we're gonna leave that be. Cause you gotta. That's right. I was thinking about like the regular capture missions where you run in and grab somebody and get the fuck out. Like you gotta wait for the Calmos to run around and do stuff, and yeah, it's more than what's necessary to have to want to deal with right now. And to be honest with you, I want to just go in and just take out some enemies versus dealing with the hell scrubbers and all that shit. A thing. All right. They used to have timers on when these bounties refresh. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's all faint. 1 hour and 20 minutes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's enough time to do the comparison between this on this. It's not the toughest enemies, but you know, whatever. We'll see what we do. But again, it's an aspect of seeing what the damage is looking like, how much. Forgot to put it on private again. Man. My bad. That's the, yeah, that, oh gosh, that is so irritating. And messing with my stats too, my quit rate on missions. Hate that. Okay. Solo, here we go, thank you. We'll get there. At least we check out the cool cinematic.
It is harvest time. Your crop, the tech crop Legacyte, an evolving beast that consumes untold resources during gestation. Harvest enough of them and perhaps we can deplete the tech crop. Kalimos is prowling nearby. She'll guide you to your target.
Now the thing is that what's nice with the build is that with the aspect of what? Huh? I thought this was an exterminate. What? I thought this said exterminate. Why am I dealing with the Calamos thing? Did I not select the right one? Ah, oh, damn it. I was in a habit of... That's right. When I was doing my testing before, I was selecting that tech rot one at the very top because... Hold on. I thought this said exterminate. This says exterminate. What the fuck am I running around talking, dealing with the cat for? Did I press the wrong thing? I shouldn't even be dealing with the cat. I don't know what's going on now. We'll do the Arthur. We'll just do the survival. I'll deal with the damn health stuff bullshit. I don't remember doing an exterminate mission where I had to deal with Calamos. Unless I pressed the wrong button. Oh, whatever.
Zone is hot.
But yeah, see, this is the nice benefit of the Hurrahs. I can come in, I can gain position, I can do whatever it is I'm doing. I can slash dash through them. This is what I meant by this cloaking element. You know, okay, I got to deal with this.
Did I forget to mention that the scrubbers are prone to spore buildup?
Like I said, I can completely just do what I need to do.
Shoot off any buildup, and you shouldn't have a problem.
But see, the other benefit too with the
collecting on that scrubber.
Hey,
you need to shoot
I gotta
them
go
off.
Underground. Oh, you bet. Which way do I go? Which way do I go, George? Here we go. The other benefit to having Transient Fortitude in
Scrubber going critical. Fix it or lose it to the tech rot, which will be the least of your problems.
Is it the Transient Fortitude?
Dropped him.
You've got a minute to get a health scrubber working.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that having an element of efficiency in with my duration to lower my energy cost is excellent, because the thing is that, hold on, let me increase my opacity on this. The thing is that when I'm low on energy and I need to get energy, I can activate abilities with low energy, bottom line. You know what I'm saying? Versus like I said, only needing 10 energy is a whole lot, a lot better than needing 25 energy or whatever. It's just, like I said, you just have more freedom with using your energy, and even when you're compromised at low energy, you can still do what you need to do. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So like I said, it's
hostiles. Contain them before it's a ball of chalk.
I mean, seeing the damage and the way that they're just being taken out, like,
Cut them off.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I've just noticed that it hasn't been as much as a benefit as you would think. Because like I said, it's what does it literally translate to, despite the big juicy numbers that you might see. It's like, well, what's the reality of that? And is that reality really measurable in regard to its benefit over something that's going to provide you a little bit more utility, a little bit more function, or even survivability in the build? And I mean, as you see, it's like, you're seeing void, you're seeing radiation, look, I mean, It's just nasty. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Here's the slash procs. It's a done deal. It's just a done deal. And you can see how I'm able to activate the what is it? Xata's Whisper. Sometimes I call it Xata's Whisper. You know, saying when I'm in the air, when I'm sliding, attacking, like I don't have to wait for anything whatsoever or compromise my movement, as well as the fact that like I don't have to aim for anything. Like that's just the thing with as much as I like the teleportation with what's it called here, Wrathful Advance. You know, you have to be more methodical with what you're doing with it. You just can't activate it, hit and go. Like I can multitask exceptionally well with what I'm doing here, because you know I'm looking at the map, I'm looking at my abilities, I'm you know looking in my peripheral for where things are going to be and where they're not going to be. Like, and then I'm not having to worry about aiming necessarily at what I'm fighting. I'm aiming, trust me, I'm aiming, but I'm not worried about the precision of the aim of my attack. So therefore I can go from one aspect of an attack to another. I can look in one direction and fight in another. It just my versatility with not having to worry about, okay, we're hung up on the environment. With using Xata's Whisper is just very, very fluent. Very fluent. There is no compromise to what I'm doing and how quickly I can do it.
Like this. Don't worry, I'll share.
So yeah. So, you know,
off the charts. You need to hustle.
So yeah, I started looking at something else for a second. But yeah, so because I was sitting there going, what is he talking about? Because he was acting like shit was going to be a problem. And then I looked and I was like, oh no, I got like 40-some-odd%.
Sticky hands and shrieking voices. Stay away.
But yeah, they're not being friendly with it.
Critical. There's no coming back from this. Get out of there.
Down you go.
But yeah, see, my tenor almost had a magnetic proc where he wasn't going to be able to try to get back in. But you know, like I said,
and success.
I think it had a lot to do with my arcanes where I was able to proc the point from not having an issue.
After months subsumed by Tekrot, those hell scrubbers.
Like I said, I'm not that worried about not dying because I'm sort of experimenting and just showing off the point. But yeah, what we'll do is head out at the I guess the 10-minute mark or whatever. But that's the reason why I wanted to kind of just do an exterminate, because then I'm not limited to having to be in the damn mission for a certain period of time.
Game over, man. Game over. Get to extraction.
And I can just focus on putting out damage versus dealing with all this health scrubber bullshit. But yeah, I mean, you're seeing the point. You're seeing the point. And the point of, like, you know, there's just absolutely no issues with putting out the damage. And so now we got the Acolyte. See, that's the other thing that's good with Xata's Whisper, is that I can re-trigger Xata's Whisper when I need to. But see how he just took out my freaking ability?
Get a hell scrubber working.
Till next time, friend. That's your lot.
But yeah, they tried to activate backup at the same time. They sent the Acolyte down at me, The game know how to mess with you. Like, okay, you think you Billy Bad? We got something for you.
Off the charts. You need to hustle.
Yeah. I hear you, Coach Chief. Well, how about you send me some enemies to take out so I can get some,
Yeah, I'm up for a scrap.
Extraction is ready. I can't ask you to fight any longer.
But yeah, so like, yeah, I mean, I'm not getting like, you know, juicy reds, you know what I'm saying? I get it, but they're,
don't go too far off.
Getting some, you know, getting them oranges.
You
But you can see how, like, you know, like I said, when I'm in the zone, I'm hitting my mark on what it is that I'm doing. You're seeing this constant, perpetual energy flow coming through, constant. And it's just beautiful. You know, I don't have to worry about anything outside of just doing what I need to do to keep the cycle flowing and not misstep and get killed doing something. But yeah, for folks that aren't used to playing like that way and they just want to use, you know, like your overguard shields and your shield gate and stuff like that, like I say, that's a viable way to do it as well. Might even be easier for some folks. I don't know. But like I said, this to me is pretty tried and true and works in every situation. It has since the beginning of the game, regardless of the various different things they've done to change things or modify the situation. Matter of fact, it's actually gotten better with the way you can combine the aspects with Archon shards. So yeah, what we want to do now is compare that with a Wrathful Advance version. So yeah, so this is wait a minute. Is that right? Yeah. So, but we need. So like I say, I could do it 1-to-1. Where in regard to the Arcane maintaining the melee duplicate, because in my opinion the melee duplicate is kind of better, more consistent DPS, damage per second wise, than melee influence. But so what we're going to do is, so that when, you know, if you're watching the footage and you want to compare them together, we're going to do this run here with a melee duplicate. Then I'm going to do another run with melee influence. Okay, with the same build here. And okay, so now we don't have, as we did before, fleeting expertise. That's the mod I was thinking about, not Transient Fortitude, fleeting expertise earlier when I was talking about the benefit of the energy efficiency. So, but like I said, even though we don't have that energy efficiency, we have the ability to gain energy per second. Our casting cost is full. There's no we don't have any benefits to reduce casting costs. But our energy drain per second with the Exalted Blade really isn't that bad. It's 1.61 versus 1.05. That's you know, to keep the Exalted Blade out, you know what I'm saying, long and hard, so to speak, you know, that's good to go. So yeah, so we're going to do this Wrathful Advance. Galvanized version of things with melee duplicate. Now, the only thing is that, put it this way, at the end, what I'm gonna do after we do our testing is I want to go ahead and swap this out. Oh, actually, let me think. let's do it this way. 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 We're going to do melee duplicate. We're going to do a toxic Wrathful Advance. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to do a toxic Wrathful Advance build with fleeting expertise. Okay. That way, because what I want to do is that when I do the electric version, I want to take out this Archon shard here and put in, I think I want to do 2 blues. Now, I've tested out adding in extra melee critical damage or extra power strength, but it's something about what I've noticed in the way damage comes in and the able to just have this extra little cushion to react fast enough to do certain things. Like having constant energy coming, health coming through is extremely beneficial. So I'm going to take this out when we do the electric build to put in a second Tauforge Azure shard. I mean, I could do that now, but like I said, it's just I get bigger chunks and bigger benefits to having this versus this, and I like the idea, partially from my own point, of having this marry with the whole Toxin build of things. Like, it just makes sense. As far as that's what I want to do as far as returning health. So what we'll do, he's set up for electric 2. Yeah, so seeing we used him, we'll use him. So let me, I don't mess up. It's too many other things to rearrange. Let's see. Let me do it like this. Read this like that. We can leave that like that's fine. So yeah, what we'll do is do this, and we'll do this. Yeah, and then it's just for my silly aspects of just roleplay for the most part. But so yeah, so we'll go ahead and swap over to a toxic Wrathful Advance. So we're utilizing toxin damage, and still getting the benefit of the extra corrosive damage from toxin. We're also kicking out, so we're at the same level of status types hitting the enemies as we did with the Xata Whisper. Almost. We're not getting the void energy, so we're not getting that extra void damage, nor do we getting the extra 80% on condition overload from that. But Wrathful Advance is going to more than make up for, crit damage. It's just going to more to make up for the damage aspects. But yeah, we'll see how this comes into play, and to see the way I feel like I'm a beginner with using Wrathful Advance. I'm not I don't really consider myself intermediate or advanced, unfortunately. But in my beginnings to the point of being, intermediate maybe, there are more steps you have to take into consideration with activating it and using the ability. But what's nice is you can re-trigger it anytime you want. You don't have to wait for the timer. Okay? So that's great. So yeah, so we're going to try to do this Wrathful here. And we'll do the 1-to-1. And go use the same mission and see what's up.
These foes deserve your respect.
Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
Yeah, I really dig the teleportation, and it's like I did debate too. Like, well, do I decide to swap out Slash Dash for Wrathful Advance rather than Radial Javelin, which is very viable. I just practiced that a little bit. It worked, and I still had the benefit of Radial Javelin in the AoE. But the thing is that what I noticed is that
Remember that
Slash Dash allows for the Wrathful Advance to proc, unlike Radial Javelin. So like Radial Javelin,
spores collecting on that scrubber. You need to shoot them off.
Radial Javelin, though, is good for its AoE and its aspect to you know, increase the combo counter and all that good stuff. It does not get the benefit of Wrathful Advance the way Slash Dash does. And so I was like, oh, okay, well, let me go ahead and maintain the benefit of Wrathful Advance along with the mobility aspects of Slash Dash and Wrathful Advance. Oh, wow, that's going to be cool. So, like I said, like, I'm still doing well with it, I think, but, you know, like, I have to really focus, and like, it's just the flow is different. And like, if I don't nail the whole aspect of the Wrathful Advance attack against the enemy, I have to now go, okay, well, where am I teleporting to? Right? But I'm sure with more familiarity, I would be, you know, far more fluent and have a lot of finesse with it, because, like I said, I love the aspects of teleportation in games. So that would, you know, like I said, I'd work my way with it. And like I said, it's mad cool, mad cool. And I mean, you can use that aspect tactically, offensively, defensively, in a lot of ways, which would be cool. But yeah, the timer on it, like the duration is kind of poo-poo. You know, like,
coming up near you. You've got a minute to get a health scrubber working.
But the thing is that even though like the
Wounded.
Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking around for the health scrubber thing. Even though like I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that.
30 seconds and you're swimming in spore soup.
Okay. What was I trying to say? Right. Even though yeah, even though
breathing easier? I wouldn't get used to it.
I have to trigger the whole melee Wrathful Advance,
or lose it to the tech rot, which will be the least of your problems.
More often than I would say Xata Whisper. I'm getting the benefits of the health return with a heavy melee attack every time that it's triggered.
Having another health scrubber for regurgitation.
You know, or yeah, at least when it's triggered in regard to hitting the enemy like that, it triggers Life Strike. So like, you know, yeah,
was distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share.
Did I kill it?
You've done enough. Marking extraction. I mean, you could do more. A lot more. You've really just done the minimum at this point.
We've got hostiles.
Why did that seem faster than it was last time?
Spore count is approaching terminally unspun levels. Activate another health scrubber.
So yeah, so you know, we're seeing the juicy red crits. I mean, taking out the enemy, no problem.
Look at what you have to deal with. I sound like
like I said, I think it's really cool, you know, the Wrathful Advance, and I'm sure that my finesse of the situation will greatly improve, because like I said, teleportation in games has always been a joy. But like I said, it's interesting. It turns me. I feel like it's turning my Omni build or my universal situation more into a one-trick pony of effectiveness, rather than having, you know, complete versatility in any and everything that I do. But you know, like I said, it's mad cool seeing those red numbers. Yeah, you get hype. You know what I'm saying? You know, but it's more cumbersome. It just is. It's just more cumbersome. And like I said, I'm sure I'll get better with the point. Sure, but like, I honestly didn't feel like I was killing everything that much faster. I'm sure it probably was. I mean, I was getting more damage killing everything, and I mean, maybe that might come into be more of a benefit, like in some endless mission type, where it's like, okay, and I need to take a look at the damage numbers. Like, even though I'm getting red crits, like, well, were the damage numbers that much higher than let me save that recording here. Hold on. Was it that much higher than the others from the other build? I don't know. I need to take a look at, review the footage, you know, and see what's up. So yeah, so that was the comparison between Whisper and that. So let's see what Rore is looking like here. And if we were to do a chromatic Rore build, like I said, in my opinion, it would be good to use it would be good to use test all that out, similar to the way I just did with Toxin on the whole Galvanized as such. Okay. Actually, let's do it like this, because just so that you can have a visual difference between all three, I'll go through the extra step and just change this over for a second. So, like I said, see, let me favorite that. So yeah, like I like the color option that I have. And what's interesting, if you change, there's a lot of different colors which will give you certain stuff. Like, you would think that in the palettes here it would be all cold, but it's not. For some odd reason, this color here gives you Toxin, and I still have the outward color expression that I still want. So, you know, we should be hitting Toxin now. Let's do our bags on that. What is it showing? Yeah, show this. And yeah. And then I'll get that Nadarot See, I like the whole ensemble to be coordinated. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have it hooked up. And then you gotta have the exalted blade fitting apart too, right? So yeah, that's the right one. So yeah, so like I said, so this is what we're doing with Rore. Same build essentially with the rest. So for now we've got Rore. And same thing with the mods. Using duplicate as well. So let's see what we can do. Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay, yeah, we want to put on which one did I have set up for this? Was it a Heroes Prime? I'm trying to remember. I had a Heroes set up. Was it the helmet? Hold up. Yeah, here he is. Yeah. I hooked him up to coordinate with the outfit. Yeah, there we go. Alright. So yeah, we'll go ahead and do that same bounty and see what it says. See what we get. I mean, the only thing I'm not coordinating at the moment is the bike, but that's alright. You don't want to be in full moment anyway. Yeah, I like everything to coordinate as the ensemble. Oh, damn, I forgot. Oh, shit, that's okay. I'll do it next time. I got a nice outfit set up for my 1002 to coordinate with this, but I'll show you that after this. We probably hopefully won't even see the 10.
Just how I like it.
Yeah. So you will see what happens with Rore, and you'll see the aspects of the mobility difference as well.
It's kicking off. Down you go.
You know how mold can grow on your water filter?
And so,
you're
to me, I feel like the damage that I see from Rore is a lot more comparable to what I would typically see with Xata Whisper. But again, I'll have to compare the damage numbers when I can focus on exactly what they're saying in comparison to everything.
Into mutant form. Do something!
Yeah, see that how he'll just stand there and do his roar. It's like, you be getting fucked up. Now you can always do a setup with that with a radial howl or blind to help minimize shit. Oh well, it's that.
My code is working. Hell Scrubber's primed, Tech Rot regurgitating. Watch out for Scaldra. They want those.
And I mean, like I said, people can put natural talent on it, all kinds of other stuff.
I warned you. I totally warned you. And now
is the thing dead?
It wants to have a conversation.
Come on for a scrap.
I thought the thing was dead. It just didn't look like it was dead for a second. So, like, I'm seeing the numbers. You see, like, I'm running out of health, the energy, so, like, I can stand here, block, take some damage, just enough, not too much. And, just by blocking, you can reflect damage back to help minimize the point of how much damage you're taking and reflect health back, or damage back, rather, at the enemies. But, that, of course, will get me a quick charge or quick build up on my health.
We've got hostiles.
If I can position myself and make sure I time it right.
Got a minute to get a health scrubber working.
Only thing is like, sometimes they don't be attacking me. If I'm the Heroes, because I've stopped attacking, the Heroes will cloak me before they put in some extra damage on me to get my health back up. But I mean, it's
another house scrubber. And
it's not
you are
really a it's not really a problem. Oh, come on. God.
Don't go too
Awkward ass position.
Scratch one.
But you know, the thing about Rore is that
Zone is hot. Watch yourselves.
it is, you know, even though I have to do this little pause to get him to it's, you know, it's not, like I said, best way I can interpret it is cumbersome with
Getting toxic out
the
there. Hurry.
Wrathful Advance. Oh fuck. Came right behind me just as I went into the Rore. Where is it? Where is it? Okay.
Out of time. Get to the scrubber. While Scaldra is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share. Good. Head directly to extraction. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Time to distract.
Right. Who wants some?
I thought he was saying it was time to distract.
Stay down. There's enough. You pranit.
Yeah, using the radio howl to give a little bit of a cushion for that when he goes into the Rore is beneficial. I mean, like, because anything that's got caught with the radio blind, like as soon as you go to attack it, you know, you're kicking out more damage on it because it's got the stunned, got what the status is considered, but it's like having a stealth status when you attack an enemy, get more damage.
Four levels critical. There's no coming back from this. Get out of there.
Watch yourself. It's dangerous out. Takes care of that.
Huh? Oh. Oh wait. How's that active? You like that? Yeah, like I don't have any problem with Rore, because like I said, Rore, similar to Xata Whisper, works well with the other ability, other weapons, amplifying them if I need to use them. What hit me? What hit me? What hit me? Was it the Acolyte? Whatever. Anyway, I didn't even see anything hit me. Hit the Warframe. Like, what was that about? That was weird. But like I said, again with Rore, it's going through the animation of it, the fact that it's not, like I said, it's not as fluent as Xata Whisper.
Fix it or
as far
lose
as
it to
its
the tech
use.
rock, which will be the least of your problems.
Doesn't last as long.
Off the charts.
I can't reset it or refresh it whenever I want.
Gotcha.
Under attack. Now I believe that I think in general, depending on how you use it, I think it is kind of kicking out a little bit more damage.
Keep your eyes out for another hell scrubber.
Or bonus to it. And then also too, like it will benefit the group if there is a group aspect to it. Dimension.
Extraction is ready. I can't ask you to fight any longer. But if you wanted to fight
like you said, I'll compare the damage numbers and see what's up.
A man waving hand.
Hey, Bendito! Welcome, Valentino. Yeah. How you doing?
No coming back
hey, did you happen to notice that short there giving you some big props, man? Oh, yeah. Good to see you in chat. Thank you for coming through.
Those hell scrubbers still work.
But yeah, I always like to give credit when credit's due, and like I said, really appreciated the questions, and oh man, this is great. But yeah, doing this comparison here, we're on the third one here. We did Xata Whisper, then we did Xata's Whisper, excuse me, and then we did Wrathful Advance, and now we just tested out Rore. The same mission, essentially with the same nature of the build being a toxic chromatic build with melee duplicate. So, and I mean, like I said, to me, as far as fluid of gameplay and versatility, Xata Whisper still holds my vote. As far as kind of cool, finesse-wise, I mean, plus still Xata Whisper also works well with my role-play of things, but the Wrathful Advance is mad cool. It's got a high big cool factor in my opinion, and it's mad crazy damage. It's more focused on on melee centric damage, period. Like, you don't have a lot of versatility to, you know, what it's going to do, and you have to be more deliberate also too. But yeah, this next time we choose that outfit, I need to switch over to this outfit here I got hooked up for to go with that whole set. Everybody got coordinate, you know what I'm saying? But so I don't know what's up. Let's see. What do we want to do next here? So, right. And what I wanted to do real quick is see the difference with Transient Fortitude in with that. So we're going to do Transient Fortitude next with this toxic build here for the Toxic Wraith and everything. But like I said, it's manageable, and you're going to see a difference as far as damage and what have you. But it can get uncomfortable. It can get uncomfortable with trying to manage the power, and just as far as having the same kind of liberty of just doing whatever you want to do when you want to do it. And as well as having that kind of comfort zone when, you know, your energy's low, and still be able to do something, you know, as far as an ability is concerned. You're just not as hungry, of course, for energy, or the management of it. So yeah, so we'll go in. Man, I wish we had an exterminate, man. These survivals is cool, but it's like it's just so set. Ugh. Anyway, but you know, we can keep it consistent as far as what we're seeing from the enemies, the enemy level, the enemy types, in regard to what the numbers are showing, and you know, just how effective it is. But, you know, we're going to see a definite difference as far as like the damage numbers and how, you know, but you're going to also see a difference in the ability to manage the point, or just like but yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I've noticed it's manageable.
Did I
it's
forget
just
to mention that the scrubbers are,
you know,
prone to spore buildup that can spontaneously form a creature that'll absolutely bump your therapist up attacks bracket?
I just noticed the bonus for this mission here, so I need to destroy Scaldra backpacks. Maybe that's the reason why, like, sometimes I don't notice the extraction coming up sooner than later. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to it. Woo! It's nasty damage.
Dropped him.
I gotta keep an eye on stuff. Makes Trophus of them. Yeah, look at my energy drain. Like, this is crazy. Look like somebody's affected by magnetic. What the heck is he? And see, once the damage is coming in, we're good as far as like having the energy where we want it to be.
Spore count is approaching terminally unfun levels.
They put some
Activate
nasty
another health
damage up,
scrubber.
which is good, and that way I can keep my energy up.
Another health scrubber, and wherever you are.
Ugh.
You promise.
Running out of time. Get to the scrubber.
Calm yourself, bro.
Zone is hot. Watch yourself.
Getting all that flat all up in my ear like that. So yeah, I mean, like, I honestly don't feel like I'm killing things that much faster than what I was doing before, but I mean, you would want to think that the extra aspect of damage is going to benefit. Huh? Shit.
Scratch one.
Maybe in a higher level of like an endless type mission, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, you know, maybe I'm just not having, you know, maybe I need to have even more power in there to put out more damage. Like, it's just a lot of ways you can trick it out, but to me, it doesn't seem like it's that much more beneficial. But it is. I mean, I know it is. It's just a matter of like how much more is it's worth it.
While Scaldra is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share. Extraction's open. But it wouldn't be very much fun if you left now.
Your turn.
Game over.
I noticed the short's face with tears of joy. Thanks for that subtle shout out.
Oh, yes.
Comments on the latest shorts and really liking how other 10 ORC.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, me too. It's been real cool. It's definitely been cool. Definitely. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't mind it, a little extra tension. But you know, it was noteworthy, man. It was, you know, I always like to give credit where credit's due. It's great to have, you know, that feedback on things and, you know, recognition as well. So, you know, definitely want to share the recognition back is to you too, to any, you know.
Spores collecting on
yes,
that
thank
scrubber.
you.
You need to shoot them off.
Okay, we're trying to make our way to the exit. But yeah, we might see how the benefit of the health regeneration kick in once. Yeah, so yeah, I might make it to the exit before that, but you can see the health regeneration trying to fight it. Like I said, just an extra bit of a buffer. Whereas you're not feeling so panicked that, you know, like, oh no, I gotta transfer, gotta bring health back to the
short you did covering the utility and such. It was great to read through the comments.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Nice to have that insight on everyone's.
Yeah, definitely it was. I mean, I love the feedback from everybody. I mean, definitely gives a different, you know, different points of view. Everybody gets to chime in. Like, and I mean, like I can't remember which one it was, but like one or two people like made some comments, and like I guess they just didn't, I don't know, like my tone, or I don't know, because it's really not getting tone or context sometimes with the comments, and they were like, are you being snarky or whatever? I'm like, no, I just said bravo. Like, no, props to you for doing what you do, how you do it. Like, you don't need gear, you don't need this, you don't need that. Great. Like not everybody can play like that, but if you do, you know, kudos. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they were also too used to people maybe actually saying bravo to what they were kind of bragging about. Like, and it's okay to brag because you're able to play the game like that. That's great, and that's how you prefer. But, you know, sometimes having gear, having other backups, you know, not everybody's just starting to play the game going to get it that way to be able to play it that way. So, you know, this is there for other individuals who might benefit for it or might relate to the purpose of it. But, you know, it's all good. You know, like I said, it was really cool to get everybody's feedback, like you were saying, and to share their experience in it, because that's what it's about, in my opinion, is sharing in that experience. So I'm trying to think. So like I said, that was to me, this is my preference, to have all three of these kicking out damage like that. But Because like even though I have these set up here to test out, like to me I was seeing everything proc very well with this setup. Like, you know, and of course I've got more of a status chance with this extra power damage. So yeah, what we're going to do is go ahead and test out hold on. We'll test out the extra power damage. We'll work our way backward, like, because we just did Rore with the extra power damage. We'll go ahead and do Xata's Whisper. No, not Xata's Whisper. Right, Wrathful Advance. Toxin Wrathful Advance is what we're going to do. Right, with extra damage. I mean, we're extra power strength, excuse me. Right. Galvanized Elementalist, the galvanized joint. We're still sticking with the Toxin for the moment. Right. And right. So we'll do it like that. And keep things coordinated. Yeah, I'm digging this jacket with this pants look right here. This is kind of dope. This will fit together using the Templar neck on this because, you know, it goes well and keeps the sexy going. But the problem without using, I prefer not to have a hood at all. But like, you know, there's always something that, you know what I'm saying, that you might have to worry about sometimes with these outfits. Damn it. Hold on. But the neck glitches through on this jacket like something terrible. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at his neck. Look at that. What is that? What is that? So yeah, hopefully they do a pass on this so you can rock it without wearing a hood. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but nevertheless, though, with the hood down, I still get the you know, the look of my my drifter. But you know, and it goes well with the whole outfit. It works very well. It's just that if I do a cinematic, if he's in this outfit and does a cinematic, it's going to take the hood off. Like the New Year's Eve kiss.
I forgot the drifter neck clipping still exists, lol.
Yeah, in certain outfits it does. It hurts my feelings. But that's what I put out in my tips when it comes to, you know, this cinematic. Because I was hoping to have, and I'm going to see what's up. Because matter of fact, it'd be good to show the point if it looks funky. Be like, DE, fix this, please. This is the new shit. This new content. Come on now, do a pass on this, fill it out, do whatever it is you need to do graphically to make this shit, you know, look good. Let's see, because when you do, so I'm gonna leave this outfit so when we get the next New Year's Eve kiss through, you know, it will show this current outfit, and because yeah, it's like I think when it comes to this cinematic, that neck gonna glitch through. The neck's gonna glitch through, but it might not, because what I did notice is that, let's see, is that, yeah. So if I change the animation, and see in the cinematic, he's gonna be standing still, right? He's not gonna be in that stance. Hold on. That Drifter Noble stance. And so if you take the stance off, you're less likely to see the neck glitching, I think, if I remember correctly. I said less likely, but yeah. So I think when that cinematic comes up, like, it depends. There you go. This is what I was talking about. So you come out of the thing, because he's standing in a relaxed position, we're good. We're good. Except for when he starts to turn his neck. And so we might be all right in that cinematic because it's going to show the right side more so than the left. But yeah, we'll see in a little while, because everything's going to be turning over on the calendar for our loop soon. And we have the lovely Eleanor's birthday here as well. So let me see something. Yeah, let me do something real quick. And oops. Oops, hold up. Let me I want to record this because I had an idea to do something. Let me turn off my camera, cause I got an idea. I put it like this. I got a little surprise. See if it'll come together well. Hold on. Yeah, that was interesting. Like, I was thinking that conversation with Eleanor was going to be go a little bit better than the way it went, because like the first question that you could have given her just seemed so friendly and benign. Like it didn't have any something to it, you know, like like it was just happy birthday, have a good day. And it was like, I thought that, so is it hard to blow out your birthday candles with that tongue of yours getting in the way? And I thought that would be more playful, more cute. And I mean, it kind of came up flat. And I don't know, maybe either both of them would have not gotten the glittering text the way you do when you get a bonus of something, like for example with Arthur, you know, I got Glimmering Test, you know, which is like, yay, big bonus. But with Eleanor, it just fell flat. Like, she was like, oh, thank you for, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Right. She says, thanks for reminding me that I haven't had a birthday cake in years. Truly thoughtful. I don't know. It just seemed like I missed the mark. But like I said, the first thing you could say would seem just so benign. Anyway, let me get back on track here. All right, so we're going to go ahead with our Toxic Wrathful Advance, Transient Fortitude, extra power damage. We're going to see just how much more damage we're going to get. Is it that much more beneficial over having the efficiency with this whole galvanized multiple status type hitting with melee duplicates? And then, you know, yeah. So that's what's up. Okay. Now I was hoping to have a little bit more of a celebratory point to Eleanor on that. Sometimes she can be a tough cookie to crack, to figure out what's up. Let's see. I don't know if we'll be able to complete this fast enough to get back full circle on things, but
these foes deserve your respect. Honor them with quick deaths, and I with your victory.
Said 11 minutes. If we can get back into this before the time updates, we'll still be alright. Let's see.
Good night.
Did I forget to mention that the scrubbers are prone to spore buildup that can spontaneously form a creature that'll absolutely bump your therapist up attacks bracket? Shoot off any buildup and you shouldn't have a problem!
We're under attack!
See, like I said, I'm not that used to activating. It's like it was. You tell by the way I was pausing, like I'm trying to activate this shit, and it wasn't targeting the enemy the way I thought it was going to. But you know, I could just simply teleport, although I'm not getting the benefit of the actual attack.
Code injected!
Ouch.
Hell Scrubbers emerging. Ooh,
where is that?
Excalibur just noticed what we're up to, and they are pissed. Intimidation is off the charts. You need to hustle.
Yeah, it's going to be curious to play back the footage to see what's up, because like I'm seeing red numbers, but like,
Leave it out.
how much more damage is there?
Almost done with going through all the hex romances. I think it'll be the last one after the loot reset if I've counted correctly in facts.
Oh wow, cool. Yeah, I wanna after I finish this whole series with trying to, you know, just resolved myself on what's going to be my Omni Universal build because of, you know, of all the different changes that they've had to Exalted Blade and you know, the aspects of how it affects everything else. I want to go back to the role play elements that I was enjoying with
reactivating code.
The chem chats, you know what I'm saying? Because I still haven't played everything out with you know, the new proto frames, you know, Flare, Kaya, you know, Minerva, and Vladimir. So I want to see how that plays out for me. You know, hopefully I can make the right decisions and, you know, have what may be a positive end to things.
Hell Scrubber activated, contamination dropping.
Stay down.
Yeah, like I said, I like Wrathful Advance. Yes, it's beautiful to see all the red, juicy red crits and stuff, but like I said, it's a different bag.
Down you go.
But the fact that, like I said, keeping slash dash allows me to definitely utilize Wrathful Advance, its damage bonuses.
Getting toxic out there. Hurry!
I just have to be far more deliberate in everything I'm doing.
Is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new...
Yeah, see, like I said, it's...
Like this. Don't worry, I'll share.
And I'm more prone to get caught in a situation where, like, I'm not focusing on what I need to be focusing on.
Game over.
But, like I said, that's because I'm still kind of a noob when it comes to using the whole Wrathful Advance thing.
Scrubber, overwhelmed. Spores coalescing into mutant form. Do something! Spore level's critical. There's no coming back from this. Get out of there!
Get down.
But I noticed, like, if I do my setup with the radio blind, hold up my block, that helps a lot versus just trying to do it willy-nilly or you know, activating Wrathful Advance in the midst of fighting. But yeah, I mean, you can see how, like, for whatever reason, like, energy maintenance is definitely not where I would like to have it.
Them off.
Head directly to extraction. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Okay, we can get out now. Which way do I fucking go? That like I can go this way.
Roger. Standing down.
I have to go underground some kind of way. Is this the right way to go? Ugh. What's up with this map?
That's your right, you crannies.
There we go.
Head directly.
Yeah, I think we can get back in
extraction.
time to
Do
get
not
back
pass
to
go. Do not collect
the
200
Xata
hollers.
Whisper version of all this here and get back into this mission so we deal with the same enemy type and level, you know, to keep the comparison as equivalent as possible.
Watch yourself. It's dangerous out.
Alright.
So we learn the importance of clarity and purpose.
You know, like I said, the transient fortitude aspects, I mean, yeah, I just, like I said, I've kind of dealt with the weight of the deliberation on that in the past, but I still think it's just a bit more. So yeah, so we'll switch over to this look. We'll pop over to our bags. And yeah, we got the sword looking right. Got the right bow. Oh yeah, that's happening. We'll give ourselves a different look on the Kubrow. Oh yeah, and we need okay, so we're going to Whisper Toxin, Transient Fortitude. We're going to stick with the Galvanized and all this. Okay, good. Alright, we should be back in time for it. What do we got? Go. Ha! 1 minute to spare. Alright. Good. Good.
Your enemies have grown fierce.
But yeah, this has definitely gone over more than I thought it was going to take. I mean, but you know, it's alright. It's alright. I mean, it's good to be thorough in the point of, you know, just sharing the information and, you know, having the good food for thought.
You're done.
Yeah, like I said, Xata's Whisper is just so much more fluent
that the scrubbers
and
are
versatile.
prone to score buildup that can spontaneously form a creature
You know,
that'll
activating
absolutely
the
bump your
ability,
tax bracket.
staying on the move,
Shoot off any buildup and you
being
shouldn't
able to
have a
refresh it at
problem.
any point in time.
Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout ahead.
I'm about to run out of energy already. There we go. Oh shit, didn't catch it fast enough. That could be the problem, you know, if you're not focused in on how you need to handle that one. That was my bad. Not like as soon as I saw the energy coming up, I should have went for a strike to get health back. I shouldn't have waited for it to build up.
I'm still experimenting with buffs, but I've been running Nourish alongside Rore on my Rhino specifically for melee use.
Right on. Yeah, that's a good combo for sure. Many people enjoy that. Like I said, I would have been fine. I just should have not waited to have put in my attack there on that. But like I said, you can see how the energy is just ramps up the way, you know,
Contamination is off the charts.
as long as I'm paying attention, I'm good.
Contact.
But see, I just feel like, I mean, I guess too, my time spent with Xata's Whisper is greater. But like I said, just the aspect of being able to multitask the point of everything going on, I can just be far more fluent rather than having to be like, am I aiming at the right place to do a teleport? You know, where's my Rhino? You know, not my Rhino, but where's my Rore aspect in relationship to everything? You know, I gotta wait for my Rore to run out before I need to activate it, so I have to keep an eye on Rore the whole time, or there's going to be a problem. But yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what the damage source is coming from, but it's something that's like is attacking the Warframe in such a way, like I'm like, what the like his health was just oozing away. But again,
30 seconds and you're swimming in sport.
Having the regeneration in, like, just gives just that slight bit of cushion.
Contact.
You know, I can activate my Xata's Whisper in the slide. Like, I don't know. And I'm trying to see, like, it's a little difficult too to sort of monitor, like, okay, well, how you know, just how little is Xata's Whisper compared to the other ones putting out on damage? Because see, Rore, when you're looking at the damage numbers on the screen, right, you're going to see Rore amplifying any of the damage there. It's not, you're not going to see a separate damage number for it, right? So, but with Xata's Whisper, I mean, you're getting a separate damage type, so you're not actually seeing how it's benefiting the other damage numbers first. You know, the way you would see Rore do it, or even what's it called?
Scaldra is distracted. I'm taking the opportunity.
Okay, that confused the fuck out of me. What the hell has this happened here? Like, I couldn't see my character for a second, and then all of a sudden my character died. I don't know what happened here. But the point I'm trying to make is that you don't see.
If you wanted to fight longer, I wouldn't say no.
Xata's Whisper. Excuse me. Let me get my thoughts together here. Wrathful Advance does something that Rore does. It's just going to amplify all the current damage you see. And what that's doing is, I feel like it gives you a false impression as to just how capable
Scrubber going critical. Fix it or lose
Xata's Whisper is in adding damage to everything. Because, you know, you then have to go, okay, well, how much, you got to sit back and then add how much Xata's Whisper is actually doing to add to the damage of everything. Unlike what you'd have to do to figure out or compensate for, like,
there's no coming back from this. Get out of there.
Target is down.
With Rore and Wrathful Advance. With Rore and Wrathful Advance, you're sitting there seeing the benefit of it right off the bat with the damage numbers. With Xata's Whisper, you have to you have to stand back and go, okay, what's all the void proc damage added to all the other damage to let me know exactly how much more damage I'm getting. So it on the surface doesn't seem to be as impressive. But I swear to you, I'm not having any more difficulty killing everything than I did before. And matter of fact, it's adding in a damage type that all factions don't like. And it's sort of like when you're dealing with enemies that are going to be negating certain damage types, when you got enemies that are, damage mitigating,
off the charts.
I don't know. Like I said, to me, there's just a lot of benefits to Xata's Whisper. And I mean, you got to think to yourself, like, why would they give you Zaku with Xata's Whisper if, as an ability and one that you could also subsume that wouldn't have its strong benefit or equivalent benefit in the game? I don't know. Like I said, it's really, am I dealing out less damage in some kind of way that's not as effective? I mean, it doesn't appear to be. But like I said, gotta play the footage back. Maybe try to do some rough math on what I'm seeing. Say what? Yeah, when I take out a Hell Scrubber, when I take out an enemy, I don't know. I started kind of getting a little confused about what was going on there. Like, to me, as far as my ability to survive and multitask is that much better. Like, I feel more comfortable having a conversation using it than having to worry about, the timer for Rore, when it's going to run out, what kind of stationary position am I going to be in, or even when I jump in the air to activate Rore, how they're just this big ass target to be fucked up.
Down you go.
But see, like, knowing the acolyte is coming. What hit me? What hit me? Like, that's straight booty. Like, what hit me? What hit me? That makes no sense. That made no sense whatsoever. I saw the accolade across the screen from me, and it looked like something hit me from the character from behind. I'll have to slow the footage down on that. Hold up. Let me record what just happened, because I gotta figure out what the heck that was. That made absolutely no sense. So
what goodies for us?
So from what I gathered, Xata kinda is like a gamble with what damage numbers you get, and Rore gives you an expected estimate on what damage.
I don't know necessarily about that. I mean, I think it's more, from what I understand, you might be right. Not going to say you're not right, but from what I've gathered, and as far as researching the answer and stuff like that, like, it's just Rore adds to your damage differently than Xata's Whisper or Wrathful Advance. The way it factors in with like damage mods and faction mods is different. It's just different. The fact that it gives a group benefit to the entire team that's in affinity range is another part of that difference. And, so therefore Wrathful Advance, because it doesn't give a team benefit, is going to give you more of a direct benefit because it's a specialty towards melee. And you're going to get big numbers from it. Using Xata's Whisper as opposed to Rore or Wrathful Advance, because Xata's Whisper gives you a completely distinct, different damage type, which is effective against all of the factions Then on top of that, it's not limited to any ability. You can use it again on weapons. You can use it on abilities. It's going to create a completely new damage type to add to whatever you have, more so than amplify it. You're getting an additional element to everything, you know, killing stuff in a completely different way. And then, like I said, if you're using the whole condition overload thing with Exalted Blade, you're now able to add an additional 80% extra damage to your melee attacks, which you could not normally do, because it's going to be looking at everything, the void damage as a completely separate damage type with its own status prop. So you're not limited the way you are with other statuses attached to your weapon. So, and that's the thing, people, it's a difference in its calculation as to how it's benefiting you. And the thing is that one way you can, without doing all the math and this, that, and the other, just pay attention. Like, all the enemies dying as quickly. Yes. In my opinion, from what I'm doing. You know, like, and the thing is too, a lot of people don't like Xata's Whisper because of the fashion frame element aspects. Like, you know, because it gives this infested look over everything. So they don't like how it messes with their fashion frame, you know. Yeah, how is that? Bitch ass. Alright, so yeah, we got him that time. So, you know, Xata's Whisper has had, you know, a little controversy, especially, I mean, yeah, because of the fashion frame element. But it's like you're moving around so much and everything's going on, like, unless you standing still, you're not likely to see the fashion frame discomfort if that's what it is for you. But for me, it works well with my role play and how my other potential author has sort of harnessed the
do something about that
the infestation in a way where he can control how much he is invested looking and or infested, so to speak. Which to me ties well with the whole proto frame concept too. You know, I like to show the weapons coming out of them instead of just showing them on his back. You know, like I said, it just, except for of course the Skid Jotty, you can't. It's not an infested weapon, so that doesn't fit with the roleplay.
To extraction. Do not pass go. Do not
but,
collect.
You know, like I said, to each their own.
Keep an eye out.
But yeah, like as you can see, I can manage the power elements that, as far as what Transient Fortitude, you know, is doing, adding to the power strength, but not having any benefit to the power reduction in casting speed. And there's a, you know, it's a little bit more of a drain per second
Mind. Pick us up
as well.
while you're out.
Like the amount of time you gotta go through fucking running back and forth between these scrubbers, man. I swear, it's like you could be killing enemies to get your health. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, taking out that thing like this was great. Now, the thing with the Transient Fortitude is that one nice thing is it is giving me a
engaging.
Game over, man. Game over. Get to extraction.
More
Dropped him.
status chance.
Over to you.
But I'm not really seeing that to be an issue, like at what it was before, as far as seeing, you know, all the statuses proc that I want to see procced. I wasn't seeing it. I'm not really seeing that much of a difference. But again, having the footage to be able to replay it back, to really do that comparison. But yeah, a lot of folks don't like this infested look, but to me that's just bad. It's dope. It's dope. I think it looks a little bit better without the Umbra parts and pieces and stuff, because a lot of times the infested look doesn't go over additional add-ons to the outfit. Like, because the Umbra parts are part of the outfit, it does. But like with the backpack, the shoulder pads, the knee pads, like the extra pieces you put on to the Warframe, the infested look that comes over from the Xata Whisper doesn't go over that stuff. But I kind of like a more plain look, especially with the, or plain so to speak, with the level of detail that's there with the proto-frame skin. And so with just the proto-frame skin and say just the Umbra shoulder armor that I put on, like it to me it gives it a whole cool, like, infested stealth looking vibe, like some shit that you'd see coming out of, like, I don't know, Resident Evil or some freaky version of Metal Gear or something weird. Like it's just cool. It's just cool. But like I said, I think Xata's Whisper is highly underrated, highly, in comparison to Wrathful Advance and Rore. It's just that Wrathful Advance is very, very focused and specific to melee. So therefore, you're going to see a bigger difference in the numbers than anything else. And you know, Rore is a group, has group benefits, so you're going to see a difference with that. Whereas Xata's Whisper has a very unique aspect to it and what it's doing. So let's go ahead and switch on over to our electric test. Because I'll be honest with you, like, running that, because I was debating like whether or not I wanted to do just an amalgam set. Like, okay, let's not have the galvanized element. Let's test out some critical damage and heavy windup speed. But like I said, working with a status type build, I'm going to want to have the extra status chance. That's just my opinion. And also too, it's giving me the extra status damage. And though they have the critical damage is nice, and I've seen the benefit of that. Matter of fact, I used to use this quite often before I used the galvanized. Yeah, you see bigger crit numbers on the damage for sure. You definitely do. Matter of fact, sometimes I'll see some red every once in a while. But like, and the wind-up speed is very beneficial. So like I said, I was curious as to whether or not to test the point. Because of things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then, you know, but that's in response to wanting to have, you know, to give up the galvanized. Now I could test, I have a setup where I could test the amalgam and the galvanized together, but now I'm losing a status type, in which case, like I said, having magnetic fight against the overguard has been quite invaluable. It's a whole lot less time. Now the thing is I could go ahead and combine that with the pox, and like if I come across something with overguard, just chuck out a couple of pox at it, let that work on it while I'm killing. I could do that. That takes a little bit more time, is a little bit more cumbersome. Again, I like having these things as backup, but not necessarily feeling like I have to rely on it because I can't handle some particular thing as efficiently. So the radiation is good against dealing with Santa Anatomica, the Murmur stuff. It's good against a lot of stuff. I mean, outside of the fact that you do have the 0.5 less damage against Origin, but whatever. They ain't no problem any damn way. Not really. But when you start dealing with the Murmur, yeah, they can be a pain. You know, the Ascensions can be a pain. But either way, with the radiation, because it's going to create the confusion, I've noticed is that that's a great element to deal with reducing aggro. But, you know, but it depends on whether stuff is live enough to even have it to affect them. You know. Either way, it can have its advantage, especially if you're dealing with a single target that hasn't died yet, and you know everything else is thinking that it's the enemy, and they start shooting it. You know. But Amalgam Organ, like I said, I could go this way where I'm getting the benefit of both the Galvanized and the Amalgam Organ Shatter, along with the Condition Overload. But then now I'm switching if I feel like I have to. Because at first what I was doing was I was what did I just do? Yeah, I wasn't switching over to the magnetic to deal with the overguard. I was just keeping radiation in. And I mean, like I said, I was handling it. It was cool because I could use the pox if needed. Let me just do a test run on this just to see what's up real quick before we switch over to the electric. Because like I said, when we do the electric, I'm gonna change out one of the Archon shards. And I do want to see this real quick. With the Galvanized, this and this together on that. But because I'll be honest with you, I like the benefits of the heavy attack efficiency. Because that's good. Because, you know, if you don't have a Tenokai benefit occurring, you're going to take energy from your Warframe when you use your heavy attack. And then, you know, I have heavy wind-up attack speed on top of this. These two together with doing the heavy attack with the heavy attack energy wave benefits now to Exalted Blade, as well as using it for my Life Strike. Those two come together really well. Now, like I said, I'm now going to potentially, you know, even though I'm going to be doing 85% more critical damage, I now also too have one less status type giving me 80% extra status damage. And I also too will have to deal with anything that has overguard on it. You know, depending on how, you know, how I'm feeling about the situation, I might have to pepper it with some magnetic gas just to help out the situation. I don't know. To me, even without doing that, times where I've run across stuff with overguard, I'm just hitting it a couple of more times. But when I deal with those little pesky corpus, I forget what they're called. I forgot what they're called. They run around and they run away from you. If you kill them, you get the little keys. I forgot what they're called, but they got this ridiculous amount of ridiculous amount of shields, and I think even not overguard, but just shields. Like sometimes that can be a pain, but it's not like I can't kill them. It's just can take longer than necessary. But with magnetic, you know, you can just chew right through it. You know, if you have a viral slash situation going on, that can help too. That's the reason why I have the Natrarch set up like that. So let me just see, and then of course my Skijati. So let me just see what this is going to look like. Let me switch over like this. I like the way these just, you know, like I said, they just pop out like he's just manifested him from his body on top of the whole Xata Whisper thing. So, like, Yeah. Yeah, see, I've never quite tested this out like this. Because, see, typically I would do something like this, where I'm adding in as much status chance as I can, where I'm at 159.9, like almost 160% status chance. But see, with this here, like I said, it's going to give me an extra 18% to this. I mean, yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's going to boil down to be an extra 18% once I get 4 kills. So that's going to be, what, 4 or 5? Yeah, 150.9 versus the... So it's like, basically I'm just getting 9% less, roughly, on my math, with this here versus the other. But then I'm also, too, getting an additional 80% status damage. To me... Whoops. Wrong one. To me, this has a greater benefit with that. So, but again, like I said, the only drawback is I'm not getting that extra 80 on the melee damage for the additional status type on the weapon, but then I'm getting an extra 85 on critical damage. So yeah, this should be interesting to see. This should be interesting to see as to what this will look like. And Right, we're good. Yeah. Now, I know that same mission isn't available though. It's now a capture mission at that enemy level. And this is now an exterminate. Okay, well, just to test what I'm talking about before we switch over to the electric aspects of things on the build testing, we'll run this capture, and then just to test it on the same enemy level, so we see what the damage numbers are looking like. The other thing I was thinking, like, is like, well, if the overguard becomes that much of an issue, I can always just use the magnetic and put the radiation on my pox. If I'm dealing with the murmur, a particular murmur that...
Follow Kalimos.
Time to ride.
Oh, this is that Kalimos shit. Oh god, this is so drawn out. If I'm dealing with the murmur, and I feel like I need some extra magnetic damage to deal with whatever their bullshit is.
Kalimos will have the Legocytes trail soon. Ensure her safety.
I don't know.
Pharaoh glands. Reeking, saturated with hormones, and a sure sign a Legocyte is nearby. Kalimos wants a sniff. I've heard her. Rally to her side while she recovers.
Cheerio.
Yeah, like, I kid you not, I miss having the quickness of the, you know, the faster heavy attack, as well as the efficiency of it. Because it's like, well, if I don't have a Tanokai going on at some particular time to reduce, you know, to not have like energy drain when I do an attack, it's really not that big of a deal. What's going on with this thing?
Pop them off.
How's that? Come on, Clam. Like I said, just waiting for this cat to do what it's supposed to do. What the fuck?
Kalimo's found the Legasite. Harvest it.
Where is it? But yeah, the fact that I can just in a slide go into the Zatu's, like it's just so versatile.
It's trying to run. Stop it. Escape is failure.
Huh? Where is it?
Moving on.
It has been broken. Harvest it.
Where is it?
Don't go too far off.
Can't my channel? Okay, I was about to say. Oh, I didn't.
Kalimo's is ready to hunt again.
Well, where's my exit? 50 stationary items.
The tech rot is relentless. Its stamina unending. We must match its
where the
resolve.
fuck are the stationary items underground? Most of them are up top. Most of the stationary items are up top. Like, yo. Alright. Oh, maybe some of them are down here.
That's your lot.
Yeah, see, that was something with Overguard. I almost didn't realize that it was anything there to kill.
There'll be tears before bedtime.
She hurts.
Where is it?
You must protect her or she cannot help you.
Did I kill it? And my eyes are watering. Can't see.
Target is down.
Alright. But yeah, like,
It is done.
even though I'm
extraction now, or if you have it in you, ask Kalimo.
even though I don't have the magnetic in,
quickly
and I'm doing what I was doing prior to this update, and even like in the beginning of the update before they came out with these new changes for the Exalted Blade and everything. Like,
Another stirs.
I don't know, man. I'm not really having any issues.
As this one developed.
So we'll take out this this thing here, Legasite, and then head on out. And then I'll take a look at this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can't see. What the heck's going on? Well, where is it? Yo, what is up with this?
Quarter. Hurry, harvest now. End this generation.
See you when you're ready.
Alright,
Do
let's
not
dip.
mourn for the Legasite. It is but one appendage of the sprawling tech rod mass.
Hold on, let me save that footage. Oh, shit. Cause I don't know, like I wouldn't have any issues. But then again, it's kind of a different mission than the survival. I was dealing with the tech rot more so than Scaldra. That was another thing that was different.
A formidable effort. Do you think you can do more next
But oh no, that felt good though. I mean, just as far as being effective, and you know, having that extra speed to the melee damage, I mean, or the heavy melee attack, as well as the efficiency. I'm trying. I want to test this against the Scaldra though. Write out a whole bunch of bullshit. Okay, here we go. Alright, so this was like, alright, so it's a little hard, more difficult enemy, which is no big deal, but I want to see what this is like against the Scaldra real quick. Because like I said, Tech Rot and the Scaldra, they two different monkey beasts here. Hold on for a second, let me get a little snackage here.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Another one sniffed out.
But yeah, I still feel like I prefer my extra energy efficiency. But the thing is, it's like running with this like this. Like I almost want to think that maybe like if I can handle it, you know what I'm saying? Which I mean, because like I've got flow, you know, Archon flow, which gives me more energy to play with. What the heck? Oh. Eleanor must be controlling that. But yeah, like I said, just the...
This sector is home to a Scaldra high security cache. If Fervon charges will get you inside, but you gotta be quick. They're rigged to self-destruct.
And then, you know, too, like, even though I'm not kicking out more elements, I'm now having more of a chance for what is there to always show up a proc. Versus it sort of taking turns along the way of things.
Opportunity to get into the cache is closing. Find Fervon charges.
And see, I actually
contain them before it's a ball of chalk.
though these bounties, I mean, not use Elveron charges. Huh? Elveron charge? What the fuck is goddamn Elveron charge? Elveron charge. What's an Elveron charge? I'm looking at this bounty bonus shit. And I don't know what Elveron charge. And could this thing be any further away?
Watch yourself. It's dangerous out. There'll be tears before bedtime.
Charges for that bonus chest.
Oh! Oh, I'm looking at the wrong... Oh, okay. All right, thank you. My eyes were getting all crossed up. Okay, so that's not about the bonus, the bounty for me to, what I get to do to get out of here. It's just for this damn bonus shit. Got you. All right, thank you for helping me clarify that. I don't think I'm gonna get this shit. I mean, because you kind of do get to make the enemies a little bit tough. Oh, there it is. Shit, there ain't enough time to get back. Not doing that like that. Yep. Oh well, whatever.
What?
Oh
man.
Yeah,
I was sure you'd be able to break into that cache.
Yeah. Fucking tell me about this shit all late, and then having this shit 5 miles away and shit. Sure you did. So like I said, I mean, it's gonna be interesting playing back this footage, but like, oh, it's dead. But like I say, it is way more comfortable having the efficiency in. Way more comfortable. Like, you know, way more comfortable. What I think what I'll do is do, just to see what's up, put the efficiency back in. We're going to wind up reducing our status chance. I mean, like I said, having less power in is going to reduce everything by a certain percentage, but it's like, but how much does it really reduce shit? Is the reduction really that big of a deal? Per se.
Don't win.
Because, I mean, like I said, there's ways for me to handle the point. You know, I can just build up some extra energy by just taking a little bit more damage. But, you know, I need to watch it. You know.
We're under attack.
Yeah, that's basically what I want to do right there. That's how you see me reflecting the damage back at them. But they acting funny. But yeah, they can tell, like, you know, the AI is smarter than you. Like, it's omnipotent. It knows, like, oh, if I just stop attacking your bitch ass, you run out of energy. What? I got shot in the ass. I know I did. I got shot in the ass. I think the acolyte shot him in the ass. But yeah, like, yeah, the AI sit back and go, well, you know, we can win by a war of attrition or some shit. They just make you fucking exhaust your shit. Or I have to pause and interrupt my fighting to take more damage. And like I said, those things are good and they're helpful. They're used for strategies when you need to, versus like, oh, okay, I gotta kind of rely on that. Or you know, like I said, I really like having the liberty of using my abilities whenever I want to.
They're down.
What the heck is this? Down here.
Contact. Check 5s and 20s.
Am I doing damage to this thing? Oh, Eleanor mind controlled it. I'm sitting there going, why am I not doing damage to this thing? And it's just, she mind controlled the damn thing. Okay.
Jaffa. Moving on.
That's the last of them.
Yeah, see, I can definitely see I'm getting bigger numbers. Because of that extra critical damage. But yeah, this is what I was talking about as far as the Xata Whisper and the Infested. Look how, with all the extra like prime parts, or for Umbra, that's what they call it anyway, the Umbra loincloth and everything, and then any other type of attachments. The shoulder piece works, just because it's singular on the right arm. But yeah, everything else just will have the Infested look all over face, where it kind of has that aspect of it showing and not showing. I think that's dope. But right, so I want to see real quick I want to see this, but just without the transit fortitude, because was it 132.9 on the status with transient fortitude. Versus the fleeting expertise. Yeah, that brings me back to that 108 again. But again, like, yeah, fairly significant. But hold on, let me see something. Like I said, if you hover over your status, it will let you know how it's splitting it up. So yeah, 67.6 with 40.6% chance. That's really not that bad. Let me see something. What was it? That's what I mean. Like it's like when you see numbers like that, it's like, is it really worth sweating it? Yeah, see, look, 83.1% chance, and then 49.8. As far as status. Now, like I said, power strength is going to benefit a lot of other things too. But so is having the efficiency to use your abilities whenever you want to, how often you want to. Versus feeling compromised. Right, so we're looking at a 20% drop essentially. Yeah, a little bit like 20% drop almost on the toxin, and like 9% on the radiation. It's awkward. But of course, this is without having the galvanized elements. It's 120%, kicking in. So, yeah, hold on. Is it recording? Are we still broadcasting? Yeah, okay, cool. I just saw this weird message pop up, which was a little disturbing. So yeah, so like I said, with the as far as it being effective, it's still effective in my opinion. So it's just a matter of like, well, what do you feel comfortable with is what it comes down to. Wait a minute, make sure I have this set right. Shoot. Hold on. See, like I said, I want to test it with the transit, with the fleeting expertise. Did I put that fleeting expertise back in? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay. All right. Okay. But yeah, it's interesting. And see, with the void energy, when I run across stuff with overguard, and it's going to help me against that stuff too. Like, even though I don't have the magnetic to give extra damage against it, or you know, or electricity even, you know.
Enemy in the area.
We've gone past.
Yeah, it's like it's just so much more comfortable in the way of just, you know, using abilities and you know, which to me frees me up to be a little bit more focused on where the enemy is, negotiating with the enemy, how I might want to decide to.
This sector is home to a Scaldra high security cache. If fervent charges will get you inside, but you gotta be quick. They're rigged to self-destruct.
Yeah, well, how far away is it going to be this time? But yeah, having a leap attack and hitting your melee attack, man, like, it definitely puts out more damage too. Eleanor, you confusing me with the enemies. You confusing.
Well, it was quick at least.
You don't crack that cache soon, it's gonna deadlock permanently. Clock's ticking. Look for fervent charges.
You know, because I'm pretty much running and gunning, so to speak. I'm not wasting a whole lot of time on them. You know.
Do not even start.
Okay, where's this goddamn shit at? Okay, here's one. Now it's nice if you can come across the other one on the way to the thing.
Boom.
Ah, here it is. But yeah, they show up just like any other loot. So if you just run around to wherever the loot things try to show themselves, you're kind of good. Yeah, this will help make this mission a little bit more difficult too, which is good.
You looted the clubhouse. Guess what? Their heaviest hitters are now on the way.
Oh yeah, nice you want to let me know that after the fact. Isn't that cute?
Stormfall unit. My children, as you prepare to descend from on high, take a moment to read the Prayer to Soul, which you can of course find on your Credo card.
But yeah, the
are not dying in a state of sin today.
We're under attack. They're down.
I got a message for Scaldra. Hovenia isn't your town, and their purge squad is all dead. I mean, they will be when you're all done. Keep it up.
Yeah, like I said, I really like the comfort of the Transient Fortitude more so than whatever extra the power strength might be doing for me. How the hell do I get to where I gotta go to?
Another light snuffed out.
It's a bit of a maze.
Yeah, I'm up for a scrap.
Is there a unit ready? Good. Deploy.
That extra efficiency too on the heavy attack, like it's not compromised as the one I want to use. What the fuck? Whoa, whoa, whoa! He all up in my grill, bro.
Death is just a journey, friend.
Like sniffing. Yeah, I'm gonna compare the numbers on this because it's like I'm not really having that much of a difficulty with them, but I'll be honest with you, just overall, from previous, experiences dealing with the Overguard and various different enemies, like having that radiation along with the magnetic together with the void of the Zaku's Whisper was pretty strong.
Hostiles! Contain them before it's
but
a ball of chalk.
Having this extra critical damage and was it attack speed, or I gotta double check what the other substat of that was. But it's all about speed for either attack or it's the heavy efficiency and something like that. I gotta double check it. I like it. I can feel it. Just can't. So yeah, so here's the enemy with the Overguard.
Down you go.
And it's dead before I could really see what was going on with it. Just what was up. Where is what's hitting? Oh, there it is. This is what I mean, like with the whole melee.
Check 5 to 20.
What is it? Yeah, melee influence. I think that's the name of it. Where you're going to get the AOE every 20% of the chance, or if you have to, mod a companion to get more of a chance for it. Like, if you got all these enemies spread out like this and they're not in a group, I'm not sure how that's going to really benefit you as much as, say, melee duplicate giving you 2 hits for everything you do. I mean, pretty much. But yeah, having that extra speed, it's under her control. Shit. It really is nice on the heavy attack windup, especially considering how beneficial it is now that they gave you the benefits for the Exalted Blade heavy attack, and the fact that it's going to give me health return too. Big chunks from Life Strike. But yeah.
No.
Shine. Like I said, that was just way more comfortable. It's just way more comfortable with the way I have things modded out and set up for energy and health.
Strike to win.
Just having far more freedom to do whatever, whenever. So yeah, I mean, it like I said, looks good on paper with the extra power strength, true, but it's not that much of a difference overall for me from what I'm seeing. Like I said, save the game footage. I'll review it, and you know we have this on film live, so we get to check that as well. So, all right, like I said, we want to check this electric aspect of things out now, and right, let's see, what's this? Okay, so like I said, I like to go with this. I got this set up with the original Umbra color pattern. The Dex actually, the Dex color packer has to me the closest example to the Umbra, the standard Umbra or default Umbra colors. So like, these here within that work real well. And the closest I could find for the type of gold that Umbra has is this one from the Prime Lacquer. So that's what's up with that. You just can't color some of the or have all of the attachment accents, all the metal work basically throughout the entire outfit the same, because when you go attachments and you want to make, what is it? Yeah, no, that's not it. Right. Like if you want to make the rest of the metal on the proto frame outfit match, it's going to change his ass color, which is that didn't sound right. But yeah, it's going to change the outfit's the rear end of his outfit if you wanted to add the rest of the metal to match the rest of the Umbra accessories, which sucks. But whatever, it still looks good the way it is. And so, like I said, so yeah, we got its own look for the bow, its own unique look for the epox. He's rocking his own color for the Doughty and for his Exalted Blade. So now, for our Huros here, we're going to do, we got the some colors to coordinate with the default Umbra with the gold and what have you. And it took a little bit of like figuring out what was up with that, but like the Alchemy Black was good for the Huros as far as getting the right kind of gray or whatever. And like the Origin Black worked for another, and then the gold for the armor was what is this? Am I overlooking it? Oh, yeah. Corrupted gold is what seemed to match the closest to the default gold for the Umbra. And yeah, so either way, what we're going to do here is we're working with this Archon stretch for range for a I don't know. This was like a Whisper Electric. Like, I mean, I have a lot of things set up to test. I don't know if I will if I'll test them all. I mean, because it's interesting. Yeah, I could go with a Whisper Electric build, and you know, either use the melee duplicate or the melee influence. With this Amalgam and Galvanized setup. But see, like, to me, it just does not, like, it's like why over the Toxin? Like, why? Like, it's though it's an option, it's like I said, in my head, I'm just like, why? Like, to me, it's more to the point to go with the Wrathful aspect. The Wrathful Advance. Be about the only reason I can really kind of validate the point of the electricity over Toxin. Especially seeing that, like, with Toxin damage, you know, with Archon continuity, we're getting corrosive damage on top of it, guaranteed. Like, you know, now, you know, it's nice to get the +2 energy restore over 2 seconds, but you know what? I'm not even sure if that applies to Excalibur. I mean, with the Exalted Blade. Hold on, let me go see something. I'm not even sure if that applies because I've got a channeling ability. And most of the time when you have channeling abilities, it does not give you anything. It doesn't give you a bonus to, you know, any type of regeneration on a channeling ability for anything that restores energy over time. Because you have an energy drain over time. But I'm going to take a look at something real quick at the Amalgam. I don't think it's going to give me energy. Yeah, we'll find out in a second. All right, so we are with 617. So if I put some electric on it, they should give me some energy back.
Scratch one.
Oh shit! Oh shit! It gave me energy back. I wasn't sure about that the whole time. Like, I tested it and noticed, like, oh snap! Like, I wasn't really worried about energy. But like, hold up. Oh, you know, did one of the energy things come flying at me? Hold up, let me stand back here. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it was something that it was an energy orb that he absorbed or something. Hold up. 592.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think it was going to give me energy. See, I just caught an orb. I'm trying to oh shit! I hit the wrong button. I don't think that it's doing what I would like it to do. Because I have a channeled ability.
Good night.
Hold up. So I could probably take that Archon stretch. And you know, in the similar from like hitting the Wrathful Advance is like super butter easy. Yeah, I'm not seeing the energy. Do I have... Am I missing something? .6% chance to give him some electrical damage. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything on this. Restore plus electrical damage. +2 energy. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. Try one more time. Yeah, he absorbed a energy orb. I saw that. I saw it at the bottom of the screen register. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. I don't think it's giving me what I would like to get from it. So we're going to swap that out for something else that's going to be a little bit more useful. Like I like the idea of it in there. It looked pretty, but I don't think it's doing anything for me. Alright. Well, like I said, I feel more comfortable with transient, excuse me, fleeting expertise over what it seems, what benefits it seems like. Transient Fortitude does. Okay, so because I mean another thing too, like Wrathful Advance, like you're constantly having to refresh it, because I mean it's just your time limit on it. It goes real quick. All right, so what we're going to do is test out the melee duplicate against the melee influence and see what it looks like. That's what this is going to be about. And what I also too want to do is like I said, doing some testing. I tried the, an extra like 2 Tauforge violet shards for some like 37% extra critical damage. It was nice. Oh, cool. I mean, I don't know if I, felt like I needed it, but. And then I tried also to adding 2 more the Tauforge Crimson, like giving like this mad crazy power strength build, just a little test, just to see what was up for preparing for this live broadcast. And it was like, I feel like I'm giving up too much of everything else. But I did notice, like with the electric build, not having just this extra little something to the health regeneration wasn't as comfortable as I'd like. So my thing is to go ahead and try 2 of the Tauforge Azure shards. I've yet to really see what this looks like. So, we'll see what's up. Let's see what's up. So that's going to give me what? 15 health per second? Like I said, it's just a matter of just having just a little extra cushion when I'm trying to react to a particular situation or recognize that something's not quite right, or to just give me that little bit of whatever in between when I'm actually doing what I need to do, when some massive amount of damage is coming through that, isn't comfortable, to say the least. Alright. Let's do this. But I don't know why. Like, I really do like the look of this. I'm saying the default aspect of the Umbra colors. They come together really nicely. Got me thinking. So yeah, let's see what's up with the Tech Rock, because this is actually a slightly, more difficult. And this is another thing about Wrathful Advance I was a little concerned about. The whole exploding enemy on death thing. Like, if you're teleporting into them and they blowing up in your face, like, I don't know if Wrathful Advance can work. I mean, it still can work, but you now have to really kind of finesse the situation, finagle. Like, you have to teleport, activate the benefit of it, hit them from a distance. Like, it's a lot to sort of negotiate. But again, like, melee influence, though it is talked about quite a bit, like, if you're not dealing with some mob of enemies for the benefit of its AoE, how much really is it doing you? Good, you're doing you, like, over something like melee duplicate, which is going to duplicate all of your attacks.
Stay down. There's a love.
Scout your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods.
Eyes on!
Supply cache flipped into
Yeah,
self-destruct.
it like,
Get worksy. A
it
few
runs out so quick.
But know this. Open that thing and the tech rot will get riled up crazy.
We wanted to get riled up. Keep testing it out. I don't even... We're gonna find it. Am I even in the right there? There it is.
Fam, tech rot's well mad. Situations like that proper mental.
But yeah, I mean, with the Wrathful Advance, I mean, stuff stayed dead. But, you know, like, the benefit I can see with having to activate Wrathful Advance as often as I have to is that, you know, I'm getting the benefit of a life strike each time, right? And then I'm also getting, like, the benefit of the Exalted Blades attack.
Enemy in the area.
As well. And like I said, I'm still a beginner in my opinion with using Wrathful Advance. So, you know, I know that I will develop a better finesse and feel for it. I mean, because like I said, I have thoroughly enjoyed teleportation abilities in games. Love it.
Take him to 0.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Crazy Bleod.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, it's really cool. But like I said, it's kind of a... Like I said, the versatility, the way I'm used to it, isn't necessarily there. But I'll be honest with you, the versatility, I rarely ever have to use. And a lot of times I might use it just because I have it, not because I need to. And again, like, you know, if I deal with a situation where it's like, oh, okay, getting too close is not what's up, then I can just, teleport as I did right there, just to a specific location, and then do my attack from a distance.
Gotcha.
You know, that works. I mean, like I said, it's just an extra step. And I mean, I would like to hope that as I get used to it, I'll have a little bit more finesse. I'll have, you know, a faster dynamic with it, the way I have with Zaku's Whisper. But I mean, but Zaku's Whisper doesn't necessarily require, you know, a finesse. You know what I'm saying? You hit it and go. You run and go. You don't have to stop. You use it. You know, it's that's it. You know what I mean? And so, and I don't, you know, do I like finesse? Do I like having some particular sort of savvy about how I'm using the ability? Sure, but do I need to? No. Especially when you're dealing with Warframe and you have 15 kajillion type things coming at you, all kinds of which way. And see, I try to target this asshole with Wrathful Advance is like retarded. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's scurrying around so goddamn much. Like, yeah, you know, to try to defend and fight on the fly while trying to target with Wrathful Advance, it's going to take me a second to get good with it, in my opinion, or confident, I would think. You know, and in certain situations, I can see where like being able to even do it on a fly probably won't be possible. You're just gonna have to target something or strategically target away, potentially, rather than at the enemy to activate the benefit of it. That's my guess. But do I like it? Yeah, I like it. Yeah. It's cool as shit. Like I said, I love fucking teleporting in games. You kidding me? But yeah, I mean, combining it with the slash dash on top of it, it's what's up, because I can slash dash to a particular enemy. And it, you know, and also too, I have double aspects of immunity too with this. Because, you know, there is immunity damage when you use Wrathful Advance. And then you have also to the immunity damage against health with slash dash. I'm also too using you know, slash dash also to a benefit from Wrathful Advance, you know.
Takes care of that.
So yeah, it's nasty. It's a nasty combo. I mean, and like I said, I got used to not having the Radial Javelin AoE a long time ago. I got over using that. I mean, especially when they nerfed it back in the day. And though they did improve its function and utility since then, it's kind of, you know, there are situations where I know it can help or be handy. Like, you know, if you have some mad crazy range build and power strength build, and you need to keep the board on lock, stun lock, that'll work for Radial Blind as well as a Radial Javelin. You Radial Blind, Radial Javelin, Radial Blind, Radial Javelin. Like back in the day, like how I got the Rift Sigil, the way you had to get it. You couldn't get it the way you can get it now. Go just buy it. Nah, It was this event thing that we had to do, and like, bro, the enemies were mad crazy difficult. I got it on my channel. Matter of fact, the video footage of it, where I had to just keep stun locking everybody while everybody went around killing everything. I just kept every enemy on stun lock, plain and simple, so they couldn't do anything. And yeah, Radial Javelin and Radial Blind were nice with that, but in general, you know, because of the animation of it, the way you gotta kind of stop and go down, like, it's kind of cool. The animation looks cool, but you know, as far as keeping a constant flow and fast pace to the dynamic I've gotten used to, I don't need it. I'm swinging the sword around, wiping, I'm all over it. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so now what we want to do is that from that, what we want to go ahead and do is test it against what the damage numbers in the situation is like with melee influence. You know, so again, this is what we're looking at with this. And so, you know, now we'll get to see what this AoE electric thing is going to do in comparison to melee. All your melee attacks consistently throughout the entire, you know, match being duplicated. Like, I just don't see how that DPS is going to be the same. Because DPS, it stands for damage per second. How is something that's going to proc 20% of the time for AoE benefits more so than anything else really going to top something that's duplicating the attacks all the time? I don't know. I always feel like, to me, melee influence, though though it's good and works well in the capacity that's being used with as far as Excalibur or Umbra, it's probably you probably see better aspects or benefits from it with something else. But like something like this here, where you got all the enemies all clustered together like this, sure.
Got a solid move.
If it procs, you'll see it. You know, you'll see the benefit.
It'll clock you and start a countdown. Bust into the cache before it's smoked. See? Yo! Supply cache clocked you. A fervent charge or two will melt that lock proper.
You know, but yeah, definitely with you seeing them clustered together, I can see this being pretty good. It's just hard for me to imagine how the damage per second is going to be better though. But yeah, like I said, most of the footage I've seen where people are bragging about melee influence, it's simulacrum situations, which ain't real world scenario. It's just not. I'm sorry, it's not. Yeah, it might look impressive, but you know, it's not real. And
tech rot's well, man. Situations proper mental.
You know, I've seen it in some live game footage too, but like it was a rather interesting setup, shall we say, where I really didn't see the benefit of it that much, just because of the way the gameplay was set up. Like you just couldn't see the AoE benefits to it because the enemies weren't that clustered around each other. You know, they were kind of like in a wide open field space. You know, I don't know. You can see for yourself. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you really noticing, you know, this so-called, this is the best thing, this is the new meta, like, okay, according to who? Okay, and like, does that really stack up against
Watch yourselves.
Everything else? Truly, like, or is you know, or is this an aspect of hype that we're now generating? Because it sounds good. I don't know. But no, is it doing the damage? Yeah. Am I seeing some spread way over in some other area that I'm not even attacking in? Oh yeah, I see that. I see that. And that's nice to see. Seeing some bombastic numbers. And like I said, you know, I'm still going to keep these things in consideration, because it's like, okay, well, maybe I'm not going to see the true benefit of this unless I'm in some kind of godforsaken endurance match, you know, in which case that caught him all kinds of wrong. But I've one hit acolytes before too, you know, with my other stuff. But it's just a matter of how you hit him. But it might not have mattered how I hit him with this. I don't know. I had it all set up and ready to go. So yeah, I see the appeal to this. I really do. Especially when
not even start.
You know, you're really just taking out one or two enemies, like I would normally take out like maybe 2, you know, sometimes 3 enemies at the same time. You know, it depends on what how they land, how they're set up. You know, if everybody's together in a certain way. See, I saw electric damage way off in the distance over there. Didn't see nothing that time. Saw some electrical damage off in the distance that time. That was from just a wave passing through stuff. And see, like I said, the energy wave from the Exalted Blade, you don't want to confuse that with some extended aspect of AoE. Okay.
Yeah, I'm up for a scrap. Pop them off.
So yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Daddy like it. Daddy like it a lot. He likes it a lot.
You exist to strike. You strike to win. The left.
Now, like, let's see.
Finally, I get to go for coffee without getting
Tactical solutions are available to discreet buyers.
Chill out in the bar for a little bit. Let me see. What else did I was thinking about wanting to test though? Because right, cause it, like I said, I really like the feel of this extra heavy, the heavy attack wind-up speed, because that goes along with, if I'm not mistaken, that also helps with the Wrathful Advance. And this giving the heavy attack efficiency, all those come together nice. But like I said, there is this option that I was testing earlier that I think it'd probably be good if I tested as well. Because, you know, there's this one too, if I just use the critical damage, but like, I don't think it's a good idea to sacrifice the extra status that you get off of 4 kills and the 80% status damage. I don't think that's a good trade-off. Now, that's okay when we here for a build like this. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was like, okay, well, I am really, hold on, I need to kind of do this real quick. So if I was doing Toxin with this, what? I thought, yeah. What? Why does it give me so much magnetic damage? Anyway, that's weird. Why does it? I'm surprised it's showing it like that. Like I'm thinking that I would, because this guy got, there it is. Now it's showing up right. That was weird. With a build like this, if I was like, oh, okay, I really like the Amalgam organ shatter, I could just go ahead and go, okay, well, I can take out some toxin. Now I'm going to reduce my status chance, but I could do it. But I don't like to do that with this one because I want my toxin to be higher than the magnetic, and I want to have the status. So it's always an aspect of give and take. It's always an aspect of give and take. But back to this here. Let's try this real quick with just to separate them so that you know, tell the difference. We'll go with this look here. We'll put this back on, what was that? What color was that? Shit. That eminence. Light and shadows? Was that it? Oh. Hold on. Nope. Heck on it. Was it an eminence? Nope. Ah, what was the color group? Oh, I know. This one still has it. Storm. That's right. Think of electricity, storm. Yeah, this is the color I like to give me electricity on that. Right. Okay. So I want to test it out with this extra status type, boosting, hopefully giving us some extra damage on that. And like I said, we'll go through a little the same sort of series of thing. We'll do the duplicate, we'll do the affliction, so you can see the difference with what's up. Like I said, I kind of feel like it's like, don't believe the hype, man. Like, and I mean, I don't know. After the experimentation earlier with the extra, the extra power strength damage, like I said, I just don't feel like it's necessary to rehearse that test again for everything else when, like I said, for me, it just feels far more comfortable to have this efficiency. Now, I mean, you all can try it out for yourself if you want to see what degree of extra power strength does for it. But, you know, you can see from the previous test that we've done up until now how much more or not it does, and also, too, how the energy pool is affected. This is off of how I'm playing it, grant you, but yeah, it just doesn't feel worth it. I don't know. That's okay. I'm sort of rearranging the way I had things preset, but it was okay. It's not big. No big deal. That's what my son said. No big deal. All right, and hook up. Yeah, hook that up. And I wish you can't access your Tenno stuff really. Just that. Oh, you know what? Hold up. Actually, it'd probably be better if I did just do this properly because there's too much to have to swap around that I would want to keep the way I like it. Nope, that's not that. Heroes Prime, is that how I have it listed? Yeah, here it is. Okay. Right, so is this one? Yeah. Right, now, yeah, this is the one. This is the one we want to do. It's this plus those two. Right. Right. Okay, so we're already set up with him on that. Right, yeah, I've got a Vasca look for that too, which is nice. I also did the Vasca that looks like it'd be a sibling to Calamos. Got some nice colors going on that, if I wanted to play around with that. But like I said, for this build testing, I'm working with the Kubrows, because that's what I typically would run with. And I want this one. And
right you are.
Oh, that neck. Oh, that neck. I didn't put the hood back on. Oh. That's painful. Oh, yeah. Alright, now I think everything is squared away. So we're going to do an electric Wrathful Advance.
Is Sunika Kubrow viable nowadays? I don't see many talk about them.
Yeah, no, the Sunika, yeah, no, they're good. They're good. I mean, to me, if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to remember. The Sunika, that's the one that gets big, isn't it? It matches the size. Yeah. Dude, the Sunika is great. Especially in the fact that they grow to the size of whatever enemy they attack. That shit is just freaking fabulous.
The damage-focused Kubrow, I think.
Exactly, yeah, they are. They're hunters, bro. Also too, they're good in capture missions. Like they will direct. They will chart. They're far more aggressive in attacking and going after a particular target. They're great after like capture missions, like your standard capture missions where you have to chase after an enemy. Snuka's just on them, and they'll pin them down, and they'll just grow to the size of the enemy. Like back in the day, the Juggernaut. I forgot what enemy it was. I think it was a Juggernaut. Like it was an assassination mission. It was an infested assassination mission. I can't remember which one, but it was this big ass infested enemy, and the Sunika got as big as the fucking infested enemy. Like shit is just phenomenal to watch. I like the Sunukas. I mean, but like I said, I'm kind of sold on the Hurosses and their function outside of just being aggressive like that. But of course I have I had to get a Lotus. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. A Sunika. Type that in. Yeah. So yeah, I was able to get a Lotus Sunika print. Like I said, I wound up I called around, asked for, but I was going to breed this Sunika to try to be something, be as tall as it could get at least. But yeah, this is a skinny Lotus Sunika, but it's got the Lotus fur pattern. You can see this right there, but like it's its default. But yeah, I wouldn't have mind like a normal body type or the bulky, you know what I'm saying? But then again, like I said, I don't really run with the Sunukas that much, so it was okay. That what I got, you know, I got what I got. But yeah, so, you know, you can kind of see the Lotus print a little bit on this one here. But yeah, I knew it was a clan member of mine that really liked the skinny Kubrows. He said, you know, because I think it reminded him of one of his pets back in the day. But yeah, this thing right here will get as big as everything else in the game, any enemy it decides to attack, which is just bad cool. So yeah, I mean, no shame in the game. I mean, it's here to be had the way you like it, how you like it. So if a Sunika is your thing to do it. I like him. Like I said, it's not much. Yeah, there are some things I would say I like less than others in Warframe. But the Sunika, if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, is definitely high up on the list as far as cool things. Because I mean, it's the only pet that will transform in any kind of way like that. All right, hold on. Let me remind myself of what we got going on here. We're adding in the extra status damage type to have 1, 2, 3. Because, well, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 had 3. Right. Yeah. On the duplicate. Right. Okay. I don't know.
There's a term for those big Kubrows, not sure if it's still used, but if someone says Omega Kubrow, it's a bulky and tall Kubrow.
Ah! I haven't heard the Omega reference, but yeah. Omega makes sense. The bulkies, as tall as you can get them. If you see the ears hitting the incubator, then it's as tall as it's going to get.
Zone is hot.
So yeah, people sweat the bulkies. I mean, like I said, I like them too, but I fell in love with the normal body type of the Kubrows, because of the.
If it had the Lotus pattern on too, they
right.
The price on them.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean that's the trophy right there. Lotus, fur print, bulky, you know, and of course, you know, gigantic or the tall.
You get near, it will start
so that
self-destruct. Need to be
quick man,
to get the goods.
I thought this was plugged in. My headset's not plugged in. Yeah, I might have to switch headsets. I thought it was plugged in. Daggone it.
Moving on.
But yeah, you know, like most things in life, you know, the biggest baddest is the greatest. You know, they all do the same damage. Oh, thank you. Got distracted and dead. Yeah, like I said, good to see you, JC. Welcome. I'm build testing various different things, you know, trying to see which ones I like and what seems to be most effective and which ones, you know, it's just sort of like, well, they're equally effective. It's just a matter of, you know, what's your preference. But yeah, we were sitting here talking about the Kubrows and how, you know, the Lotus Kubrows are the fur pattern with the, in a bulky size are the ones the to have. But because of the image in the Howl of the Kubrow quest of the, it's a gigantic, or it's the tallest normal size Kubrow you can get. And I say normal because it's not the skinny, it's not the bulky. I'm not paying attention. It's not the bulky. It's the it's got a normal build, thus the name normal build. Normal. It's like, you know, I've also too heard it referenced as athletic and not normal. But the thing is that the athletic or normal is the only breed of Kubrow that has two different body types, or dimorphic body type as it's called, you know, that separates the males from the females. The athletic or normal body type, you know, has a more masculine look to it, whereas the females have this fluffy fur around the feet, around the tail, around the neck, but you know, I like the look of the males a lot, you know, more so than the bulkies. And like I said, it had a lot to do with the image that's in the Howl of the Kubrow. It just looked really fucking cool. But of course, you know, I got the bulkies too. You know what I'm saying? I had to breed them for that, and you know, I got the Lotus bulkies too for the Huros anyway. Like, I have some bulkies in some of the other breeds, but I might not have a Lotus print in it. Like, a while back, when it was like a little extra plat, I did go through like the market, you know, checking some people with some decent prices for a Lotus print for every breed of the Kubrow. So I have a Lotus print for every breed, but they might not be a Lotus. Oh, that was mutual assured destruction there. Okay. Oh, hold on, press the wrong button. Yeah, I haven't seen that happen like that. Okay. I don't know what it hit me with. Accolade hit me with something. But it died first, so, you know, we got the goods. Oh yeah! Like, you know, see, I'm not having any issue taking out swarms of enemies without influence, and so it'd be interesting to see what Alien Influence does it with this. But you know, just because I don't have the efficiency or the wind up speed on the heavy attack, it's still manageable. It's still manageable. You know, no problem. And see, seems like I'm not running across any issues too with these enemies exploding and teleporting into them.
Cut them off.
So
we've got hostiles.
that's just the thing about the melee influence. Like I said, if you're not dealing with a horde of enemies, like, is it really doing you that much good?
Quit in time, fam. Bring it home.
Okay, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, that's a good example of how Slash Dash takes advantage of the Wrathful Advance. yeah, it's just a different degree of setup with the Wrathful Advance. Like I said, I'm still kind of new to it, whereas I don't have the finesse that I would like to see with it, that I can see that I could have. Where I'm far more fluent with, you know, its situation and when it can happen, when to use it, when not, you know, how to position myself with it rather than necessarily hitting the enemy with it. And the way I have my button keys set up, I seem to actually tend to hit slash dash instead of Wrathful Advance with the way that I'm using my controller, which isn't good. Like I said, it just takes a different aspect of getting used to. And also trying to get used to how fast it doesn't, you know, it doesn't last very long. But, you know, I got the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it. What was that? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's cool. It's cool. So yeah, we'll do the melee affliction and see what the numbers look like that are different. And I mean, if you're, like I said, I'm almost thinking that I might need to just pop into like an endless mission for a second. Like some normal endless, I don't know. Not necessarily normal, but I don't know, might do a group mission, because solo survival missions, endless missions are shitty. They, like, the air support charges that come out from the drops from the enemies is piss fucking poor. Like, I feel like Warframe has set it up like that a little bit on purpose to get people to have more group play. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but seems a little suspect. Melee of influence. That was I saying afflictions? I don't know. Whatever. Melee influence is what I was talking about. I hope I was saying the right thing. All right. Now. All right. Hey, let me change the look up a little bit, because I want to try to not have it so confusing looking at the footage that it's a different, well, that's not it, a different build. At least, or there's a reason why you're going to see difference in the numbers. Like I said, the only thing difference with this is that it's just a different Arcane, you know. Melee Duke versus melee influence now. So, but still, let's just change it up a little bit. Hold on. Let's do it like this. Yeah, there. Do this. Go to my storm. Do that. But yeah, doing that, I still keep my same colors. It's just, it's now electric. Yeah, but yeah, this is what I mean by the normal build of the Huros. You know, the way I have the colors here looks a lot like what they have in the quests for the Howl of Kubrow, except for, of course, I got the Lotus print. But this is what I mean, like, there are times I would just turn on the game or I log in or whatever, but then for a minute I just pop over and I just like looking at this image right here. This shit is just cool as shit to me. 1 second. But yeah, it was just because of this image is why I fell in love with the normal or athletic Huros build, and that's a male. Let me see. But like, where's my? Okay, there it is. So let me see real quick. Excuse me. See, this is a tiny bulky. They're cute. They're just absolutely adorable. I think they're the cutest. When you get a tiny bulky, oh, they're adorable. They're just adorable. They're the cutest out of all the Huroses. So like this one here, this was my first bulky that I got. Lotus print. Huros. Right. And let's see. That's a skinny. That's another bulky. Here we go. This is a normal or athletic Huros female.
The bulky ones are the best looking ones.
Right on. Most people love them. I mean, I like them too. Don't get me wrong. It's just like I said, normal build for me is as far as my preference to run with. But I really like the bulkies. But there is nothing cuter than a tiny bulky. But this is a female normal build. Okay. I think. Hold on. Let me see. I'm trying to remember. Did I got all the different skins on them too. Yeah, yeah.
Got a tiny bulky called Chronos. He's not
Awesome.
Chronos in height, but he can dream face with tears of joy.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. All right. So yeah, this is a little bulky. I think they might can get a tinier than this. I'm not sure, but this was the smallest Lotus bulky that I had, and they're just so cute. And then this is but these are Huroses, mind you. So right, this here, like I said. This golden print, they thought that this was like super expensive shit. I mean, to me, it just all depends. Especially back in the day when you didn't have that many colors. But yeah, this is as big as the bulkies can get. But like I said, they, people just can't get enough of the bulkies, man. I mean, it's just wild how enamored people are with them, which is cool. You know what I'm saying? Everybody each their own. Like I said, I like them too. Don't get me wrong. I do. I really do. Is this bulky smaller than this other bulky? I don't think so. Now, like I said, I mean, I say the least ones I'm fond of is the skinnies. I'm not that fond of the skinny ones.
Kubrow imprint marketplace I remember was crazy years back.
Huge. Yeah, mad crazy. Yeah, this is a cool pattern on this one here. I think this is natural, or is it? Oh, what does it naturally look like? Yeah, these are natural colors on this Huros. I think that's really pretty. It's a Lotus, bulky, real pretty. Especially with the blue. To me, that's like a Lotus blue. You know what I'm saying? That shit's badass. But at least in my opinion, everybody likes what they like. But yeah, like I said, I always specialized in breeding Huroses. I always try my best to get a natural white Huros. You know, this was back in the day before we had white color palette, you know. But, you know, what's nice is we can actually leave them as little pups and walk around and play with them. So I got a pup in there just to have it roam around and look cute. But yeah, they're cool. They're cool. This was, I think, my first. This is my first Kubrow. I named it after my clan. I think this was my first Kubrow that I got when I did the quest, if I'm not mistaken. And then I was like, oh, what other kind of Kubrows do they have? Oh, what? They got this. Or was it Olympus? No, I don't think it was Olympus. Anyway, Kubrows are mad dude. No, this was my first. This was my first Kubrow. Sunika this was my first one. That's right. I named it Zeus Apollo. That's right. But yep, big Kubrow fan. All right, where were we? Battery died. This headset is not as good, but it's newer, but not as good. Let me know if there's any audio issues for anybody, please, and I'll do what I can to adjust the point. Okay, everything else is squared away, so we're going here. But we need electric wrath. Right. And we want to do amalgam and galvanized. Check.
Audio is good, thumbs up.
Awesome, thank you. Awesome. Wait a minute, that's not right. Yeah, we were testing it. Yeah, here we go. Right. So we're doing the triplicate statuses, electric, magnetic, and radiation. That's what we're looking like on the percentages. And that's before galvanized elementals kick in. So yeah, let's test out this melee influence and see what it's going to do against the duplicate with just that. Like I said, I almost feel like I need to just go ahead and after I test out, because I'm trying to think if I needed to do another test with the Rore. And we can do a test with Rore with melee influence. So, with electric, I don't think I did that yet. Now, that was a good example of seeing it in action, because I know that typically using an attack like that wouldn't have wiped out all the enemies surrounding it in that little cluster. I'm like, I know it's something over here. But I tend to feel like I'm a lot more deliberate about what I'm trying to do when I'm using Wrathful Advance versus attack, go. Like, I think even if I gain more finesse with using it, I'm still gonna be more methodical about what I'm doing rather than just attacking.
Start a countdown. Bust into the cache before it's smoked. See?
Yeah. But yeah, that's a good example of seeing it working.
Here we go.
The influence working. There's another good example of it.
Supply cache flipped into self-destruct. Get worksy, fewer fervor charges should pop it. But know this, open that thing and the tech rot will get riled up crazy.
Let's see if I can't find this and make the mission a little bit more difficult. Let's clusterfuck. Alright, there's one of them. It's just two or one. I don't know where it might be.
Enemy in the area.
I don't know if I'm gonna get this one. Too much space. Come on, what am I running into? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, what is, am I glitched? Yo, what the fuck is going on? I can't go through this door. Okay, this makes no sense. I can't go through there. It won't let me through. It absolutely would not let me through. I was stuck. Yep. Oh well.
Eyes on.
Damn, cuz. You missed it.
Why is this thing taking so long to die?
Down you go.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when this influence works, it works. You know what I'm saying? When it, you know, and especially if you're in if you have a mob or you're dealing with a group of enemies and it works, I mean, it works. Like it's just crazy how phenomenal it is. But if you don't have a group of enemies to contend with and it's not doing anything, that's a lot of damage per second when it ain't doing nothing for you. Nothing. And see, in a situation like this,
can I please get a hand up?
Okay, he killed him in this weird ragdoll way. I thought I had him for a second. I should have kept up my previous strategy the way I was doing before. Yeah. And I mean, I hit it. I got an attack. I think I had Wrathful Influence activated when I did. But that's the thing. It's like I gotta do some kind of teleportation thing to make it work. I gotta make sure I'm able to either target the enemy or And something's funky with this mission. I'm running across these. I can't go through this door. Look at this. It might not be me. It might be something up with this, the way this map loaded in. And if that's the case, this is going to be a problem trying to get out.
Watch yourself.
I might have to just quit out the mission. Hold on, let me try the old classic /unstuck. Maybe that might fix it. Nope. Nope. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to try this again. D. Let me just do that again because I don't know if there's something going on with that mission or not, but things weren't looking right.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
But yeah, if the enemy so much as moves a fraction of an inch, in between when you target them and you go to act the ability for Wrathful Advance, you will not hit them. It'll just be like bloop, bloop. And see, like something like that twitching around. Like I said, the only other way to kind of get around that would be to put in, say, prime reach, to give you a bigger target window. And I mean, that, I don't know, that mod slot, that's a lot to invest for that particular point. You know, you'd want to just feel like you could get better with the use of Wrathful Advance rather than to have to take up a mag slot to give you a better hit window. But you know, if there are other benefits to it, though. You know,
before it's smoked. See?
Like I said, when I see the influence, the melee influence work, it works. When I'm not seeing it, it's just like.
But know this: open that thing and the tech rot will get riled out crazy.
Someone check this.
All right, we should be able to get it this time, which will increase the difficulty of the enemies. That'll be nice for the build testing.
Cheerio.
Ah. Get hung up on the curves. Why?
Techrod's proper pissed off. Hitters coming out of every nook and crook.
Now the other thing I noticed too is like if I slash dash and then go into the Wrathful Advance, that's kind of a decent thing to do too. Because he bridges the gap. He's, you know, at that point he's in the face of whatever you're trying to deal with, and it's a lot harder to miss that hitbox.
Line them up and cut them down. Half
But yeah, see a situation like that where it got triggered, perfect. Being able to blend that with the slash dash too. Yeah. What? And see it triggered there too. Except for I didn't have Wrathful Advance triggered. I mean, hands down, when I see it work,
Zone is hot.
It works. I mean, you cannot be denied. But then it's just, like I said, it's what about all the rest of the time? So it's like, what have you done for me lately? Okay. I'll just stay put for a second. Oh, really? Okay. What? Come on, quit playing. And I've noticed that some of the enemies with overguard or certain shields of some sort can throw off the targeting of the Wrathful Advance too. Like it just constantly go, no, 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 no. And I'm like, bullshit, I'm targeting it. I know I'm targeting it. But again, I'm still sort of new with it. I mean, you know, I don't have the experience I have with it as far as other things, but...
Engaging.
Who was him? Not necessary. These little shit bombs.
Down you go.
Really? I still ain't hit that damn thing? Come on, man. Come on now. What's over here? Something below me? Oh, come on. These little explode things are just silly. Trap.
You proper sent the tech rock back to the Stone Age. Now bring it home, fam.
Yeah, definitely effective. I think to really kind of see just how much more effective it is or it isn't, I really need a somewhat more of an intense endurance thing. or rather endless. But like I said, I typically don't run stuff like that. I mean, I will every so often, but I mean, about 20 minutes is generally the most I tend to give it.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
Now, what I wanted to see is, I think, Rore, maybe? I don't know. Whoops. Right. Like I said, I thought about just that, but I don't think it's worth it to lose. You don't want to compromise things, but so much. Even though certain things may not give you as much of a benefit towards a point versus another, at a certain point, you still want to reach a level that's noteworthy. Similar to how, like, having 200% or more power strength is like the minimum. Roughly, it's like 180 or 190. So I forgot exactly what it was technically, but having above 200 power strength on your build for any type of condition overload is that threshold that you want to meet. Anything above that is bonus. It's kind of similar thing with the status chance. 100% is where you want to reach. Anything above that, you definitely want something so that you're triggering the benefit of a second status or happening or more. In which case, like with this, it's split up between 29.5% between radiation and magnetic. It's the way it's going to come down. But yeah, so I think I'm good with that. So what we want to see, I think, is Rore, but we'll do this one. And well, no, yeah. But we're going to be doing Rore Electric is what we're doing this time. So with Rore Electric, yeah. Okay. And I didn't put my animation set back on. I don't know. And all right. Yeah, so I'll test this out with just the Galvanized and these three statuses, and then I will test it again with this build with the critical damage, extra critical damage. So this, so earlier I did a Rore Toxin, and now this is a Rore Electric. And we do have Transient Fortitude, but like I said, I prefer just having the comfort of extra energy with fleeting expertise. What was it? Was I running Transient Fortitude earlier? I didn't even notice that. No, I wasn't. Hold on. No, I had fleeting expertise. That's right. Okay. Just making sure. All right. I was like, if that was the case, like, I just need to put it out of my head that I'm not using it, because it worked. And we determined earlier that this is not, it's not benefiting me the way I would want it to, because of the channeling aspect of the Exalted Blade. It's just not, it's not a benefiting point. All right. Ship. And ship. All right. Rore, here we go. I got pouches all over. Pouches for everybody. All right.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
Zone is hot. Watch yourselves. You pranit. Dropped him.
Scourge your supply cache in the area. You get near, it will start ticking. Self-destruct. Need to be quick to get the goods. Supply cache clocked you. A fervent charge or two will melt that lock proper.
Hostiles! Contain them before it's a ball of chalk. Got him. Enemy in the area.
Supplies destroyed. Pick up the pace next time, yeah?
Zone is hot.
Line them up and cut them down. They're half done.
Leave it out. Down! Need an assist!
I think you are muted, man. Radio silence over here.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I went to chewing on some of my snacks and I muted it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I was just saying that it depends on what you find most beneficial as far as whether or not you're going to go with melee and Wrathful Advance or Rore versus Xata's Whisper, because they all have advantages in my opinion. It's just a matter of, and disadvantages, so to speak. It's just a matter of what you find most beneficial and what works best for you and your gameplay style, and what, you know, or role play, all those things combined as far as what you might want to do. But like, I've died fighting the acolytes with Wrathful Advance, with Xata's Whisper and Rore, like, and I mean after I've already hit the enemy, okay, and I mean, could I have had more damage on my build? Yeah. Would I have survived? You don't know that, because you can't really speak on the shoulda, coulda, woulda with it, and also too, it depends on what acolyte is spawned and what the acolyte is doing. Because I've noticed, like I said, I've gotten full-fledged hits that will kill certain acolytes with one shot, and then I'll hit another acolyte with this, what looks to be the same thing, and they're still half alive. They're not, you know, I don't know what's up with the acolytes to that degree. I mean, I know what's up with them as far as their abilities and which ones they are, but like, why one of them one particular time is acting a certain way and didn't die versus another time when the same one did, I couldn't tell you why. Maybe I didn't hit it the same way. I don't know. Yeah, I do know sometimes, like, if I'm angled the wrong way, they would literally shoot him up the ass. Or, his back is to him, and he's done. That's having your back exposed is definitely a huge weak point for Excalibur, for sure. I'd say any of the Warframes. And the Acolytes love to get behind you, like some old freaks. You know, you ain't gotta be a freak to like. Anyway, never mind. I'll leave that alone. Anyway, so let's go here. Let's see. So we did Rore. We did it with Duplicate. Did it with Influence. Yeah, I mean, like I said, to each their own. I'd say at the moment, Rore's kind of third on the list as far as what I like. Now, I did say that I wanted to try just this Amalgam Organ Shatter and see what was up. I don't know. I just feel like that really isn't doing much for the scene. But we'll see. We'll see real quick. We'll see. Wait a minute. Just want to make sure everything's set right. Okay, so we got still working on Rore. We are going to try just Amalgam Organ Shatter because I've yet to do this tonight. So I'm gonna do one on the Amalgam Organ Shatter and just see what's up. I just, like I said, I don't see this being the thing. And I'll go ahead and put on the Influence. I mean, like I said, damage per second just seems to be kind of poo-poo. But when it works, it works. It doesn't seem to be much better in the way of how that works with its AoE combined with electricity.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the ten.
Could melee Doughty be good on the Exalted? You are on mute again.
Damn it. Thank you. Man, sorry. Like I said, trying to snack and not have everybody hear me chewing. Thank you. What I was trying to say is that when we go to this here for the melee Doughty, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. You know, you need to have, what was it, impact, right? Puncture, that's what it is, puncture on the weapon, which is fine. But the thing is that technically, the way it used to be with Exalted Blade on Excalibur, if you had the Chromatic Blade, as you can see listed here, there is no puncture or impact to be had on this weapon.
Yeah, I forgot it was for puncture.
Right, it's for puncture, but you can play the footage back, and you'll see as we go forward to the footage, you're going to see a puncture status and slash status and impact status with Exalted Blade. Depending on the combo that I do with the weapon, you're going to see the damage types you see listed right here of slash, impact, and puncture. And I think that that's a bug. I don't think it's supposed to be doing that. I really don't. Now, it makes sense that you see slash on your slash dash. That makes sense, because slash dash is not the Chromatic Blade. But if you have Chromatic Blade out and slash dash, you'll get the slash proc as whatever status procs or elements you have on your Chromatic Blade. That makes sense. But to see slash, impact, and puncture on any attack with the Exalted Blade, regardless of what you do, does not make sense. Even with the point of the rework. Because there's nothing that I heard them state that that's supposed to be the case. So I think we're getting some extra benefits out of the Exalted Blade that they're not mentioning. And because, Excalibur is what he is, poster boy, you know what I'm saying? For Warframe, and they need to have the poster boy have some love, because, really, everybody's constantly saying, there's a better frame, there's a better frame. Why are you using Excalibur? And it's just like, yo, come on, bro. Like, we can all enjoy the game the way we want to enjoy the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's other frames, true, but Excalibur is the only frame who is the sword. Sure, other frames can wield a sword, but Excalibur Umbra is the sword. It's sort of like Kara is the whip. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, Ivara is the bow. So if that's your thing and you dig it, then let somebody have fun and trick it out however they may want. But like I said, we'll go ahead on in here with the mission, and you're going to see puncture from the Exalted Blade. The only problem is that I think if you use the Doughty, it would benefit you with a Chromatic Blade build, because we got some kind of weird bug thing going on. Now, whether or not that's something you can rely on consistently, I don't think so. Also, too, I don't see the procs for puncture, slash, and impact reliably. I don't know what's causing it. My theory is that it's potentially some combos that I'm putting out, that's allowing it. I'm not sure. I was going to check something real quick. I was going to see if they list. They do. Okay, so no. This is. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I was going to see if it listed whether it gives you impact, slash, or puncture on the melee combos, and they don't. Oh, here we do. But you can see how these different combos are going to give you extra damage, which is just phenomenal. So, but See, this one here, aiming at downed enemy, you get slash. Okay, that's fine. But none of these other combos are listing the fact that, you know, he should be getting some kind of puncture. I wish that could pause it while I'm playing this. See, cause see, like I said, I'm just trying a couple of different combos, see if I can purposely do it. Where you see the puncture, there was slash with that attack, and again, there is nothing indicating with the fact that I have. See, there it is, puncture. That was off of a heavy attack. It was a heavy melee attack that was giving me puncture and slash. Why is that the case? That should not be the case with a chromatic blade build. You know, I think what it is that in order for the heavy attack for chromatic blade or the exalted blade period to give you the benefits of a normal heavy attack from a weapon. You know, basically the heavy attack for exalted blade is now giving benefits from the wave damage.
Got a solid move.
Somewhere along the way, I got this feeling like it's
if you get close, it'll clock you and
the only way to kind of do what they needed to do to improve the situation for Exalted Blade was to make it think that it's a normal melee weapon outside the context of Chromatic Blade when you do a heavy melee attack. Any other time, it's going to act like a normal chromatic blade and not giving you any other damage type unless you do a heavy attack. You do a heavy attack all day, you're going to get mad benefits that are abnormal from a typical chromatic blade, you know, blade build the way we used to know it. You're going to get life strike return from the energy wave. You're going to get this big wave of energy and hit from the enemies, damn near like an AoE. Okay, you know, like I said, it's going to trigger aspects of mods of life strike. You're going to get, you know, the wave is also all waves from it are going to trigger the melee counter. You know,
zone is hot. Watch yourself.
So yeah, it may not be a mistake as much more as like, well, this is a happy accident, we'll leave it because this is the easiest way we can allow the weapon to do what we'd like it to do. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm guessing. That's it. But nevertheless, I was correct earlier when I said that I'm not even activating Rore. When I said that it looked like it was tied to a combo as the reason why I was seeing what I was seeing, and you know the heavy attack is listed in the combo, so you know I wasn't too far off. Okay, let's get this in before Dingleberry shows up, breathing all heavy. You can't see me. Oh, what? How you see me? How you see me? Close to what a hurrah. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit.
Situation's about to be proper mental.
Yo, he came straight over to my Warframe like I was not cloaked. That's phony baloney. I didn't know that you can't be cloaked. What? Come on, that's the first time I've seen that, I think. Because I used to do that, man. Stalker used to show up. I let the Huros cloak me, get in a good position, and steal his ass. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if I've noticed that to be the case lately with the acolytes.
Take him to 0.
They're down.
Freaky acolyte shenanigans back at it again.
Yeah, freaky deaky. Yeah, coming all up behind you. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to look you in the face the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I gotta have a little respect. You know what I'm saying? He's calling me by name, goddamn. But I'm just saying, did they? They got some freaky stuff going on. You know. But I mean, so I hope you saw what I saw too. Like the acolyte came straight over to my Warframe, and it was, you know, I was still close. I mean, they might have something up with the acolytes where they're just to try to make them this lethal threat in OP.
Dropped him.
No amount of cloaking will ever conceal you.
Tasty.
But yeah, you put out a heavy attack, you're getting all kinds of just bonus damage that you would never used to get from the Exalted Blade. So yeah, I mean, if you set up a heavy melee attack build, you know what I'm saying, efficiency, speed to the heavy melee attack, and the heavy melee attack was your bread and butter throughout the whole mission, yeah, you could put the melee Doughty in it, and that would be effective. I mean, I'm not gonna sneeze at it or say that wouldn't be fun or what you might want to do, because if it works and it's effective and you enjoy it on top of that, knock yourself, I mean, rock out. Yeah, I mean, nothing feels much more different with this than the other things that I was doing.
Check 5s and 20s.
But I like the energy, the health that comes through with this, of course. I mean, what? Were those things following him too? Or was it just coincidence that they were going in that direction?
Even start.
Yeah, the efficiency is good too. Yeah. That's interesting, man. Those two Archon shards, the Azure ones, man, they really are working well. They give me that extra second to be like, oh, I'm at 100th health. I need to put out a heavy melee attack against a light strike or transfer. It gives you that extra second. For me, it seems like at the moment, for the most part, to decide which I might want to do or which more advantageous.
Eyes on.
What? I didn't even see him hit me.
Get a shift on.
I swear it just looked like he was running over to me and all of a sudden I fell over. I didn't see him swing the weapon, didn't see him like shoot anything. He was just walking, and all of a sudden I'm dead. What the fuck was that? The shenanigans again, huh? Acolyte shenanigans.
Danger close! Fire!
Ain't nobody gonna mess with the Hex now. Not Scaldra, not Tekrot. You feel me? Now extract
I'm
yourself.
not gonna feel you, Quincy. But I understand what you mean. I understand what you're talking about. But I'm not gonna feel you.
Another Umbra main. Moai.
Hey, not Nile. Ah, are you an Umbra main? Is that what you're referencing? Or I am an Umbra main, definitely. I've been an Excalibur main since 2015, Umbra main since 2018 when it came out. But all right, excellent. Welcome. Yeah, yes. Hey, Rose! Fellow Tenor Rose, Desi in the house. What's happening? Got some good people joining through. Good. Good to see you all. Yeah, like I said, with the Exalted reworks and everything, and wanting to sort of perfect my universal build. I call it my Omni build, where, you know, with the Omni former, I got a lot of build diversity, but I like to have things set up where you know, I can go into any mission of any type, doesn't matter, without switching anything, and I can be successful and capable. So I'm just sort of re-examining a few things with, you know, between Xata's Whisper, Wrathful Advance, and Rore, as well as comparing, you know, Arcane Duplicate with, Melee Duplicate with Melee Influence, with several different build combinations, depending on what the circumstance is. And like with, you know, so working with like Toxin and Electric is really the two elements that I'm sort of comparing to with in regard to Chromatic Blade, depending on what works best and depending on how I'm using it. Because, you know, with Toxin and Chromatic Blade, with Condition Overload, with Archon Continuity, you're getting Toxin and Corrosive together. Guaranteed corrosive damage. On top of whatever else you have on your Exalted Blade. So, you know, and then when you had, you know, dealing with electricity, you get the benefit of, you know, the melee influence. But the thing is that what I've been noticing is that the damage per second is kind of doo-doo, you know, throughout the whole mission. Because DPS, it stands for damage per second. So if you're waiting for 20% chance, and you can increase that as people have, you know, expressed about your Sentinel, you know, modding it out a certain way. I think it was, which one was it? The D. It starts with a D. I'm trying to remember. You mod it out, whereas you're getting more procs from, the Dirga, from the, you know, with the electric pulse and its coils and things like that. It's very well suited for electrical abilities and happenings. So bottom line is that just as is, And with me using and preferring to use the Lotus Huros as my companion, or the Vaska Kavat, you know, because of its revive, it just instantly pops you up and you're not really dying for certain missions. The damage per second when it comes to melee influence isn't that great to me. Now, when it works, it's phenomenal. I haven't really messed around with all the arcanes, but as far as what I have enjoyed, there's nothing quite like what this does in its AoE effect. But then if you don't have a lot of enemies around you for an AoE...
You can put Shade with Umbra, so Exalted Blade counts as an ability, not weapon, so you'll stay invisible while killing.
Correct. If you're using Slash Dash or Exalted Blade, or using any ability that does not act like a melee attack, but an ability like Wrathful Advance, when you go ahead and use it, it's going to act like you've used an ability and decloak you. But you can Slash Dash around, you can Radial Howl, but even using Exalted Blade, that's considered a melee attack. Or firing your weapon, for example. That's another thing, too, that would decloak you. But yeah, so if I had Radial Javelin in here, like, yeah. So, if you're cloaked and you're Radial Javelin, that...
Great build for Dante, finally. It's all over the place, but it's chaos.
Oh, really? Okay, are you running any missions tonight? Because I was thinking about doing a couple of more. If anybody wanted to jump in, we could do one. Because I was going to run at least an endless mission. But I'm talking about doing some tough stuff. Because I'm trying to build test this, to stress test it a bit. But I wouldn't mind.
I can join in.
Okay, cool. Stress test your Dante. But yeah, because I was thinking about at least doing an endless mission, at least 20 minutes of a survival, or maybe even a little bit more, you know, of a high level, something to just sort of stress test at least one of what I feel might be a preference for myself. But to the point with being cloaked by a shade,
secondary encumber, I believe, combined with Mecha Set and the Armor Shred book mod, AOE effect shred.
Very nice. Okay. Like doing some homework over there. I see, fellow Tenno. But yeah, the Shade or the Huros, if you use Radial Javelin, Radial Blind, or Slash Dash, you will stay invisible the entire time. And it's great. With having the Exalted Blade out, you just can't hit the melee attack of the Exalted Blade. So like, pull the Exalted Blade out.
I'm not able to get on right now, but I'll have to send you a friend request later on.
Please do. Thank you. Definitely, please do. But yeah, if you pull out the Exalted Blade, allow the Shade or the Huros to cloak you, you can Radial Javelin, Radial Blind, and Slash Dash all day long. You know, until, of course, you decloak because there's no more enemies. But, yeah, but the thing is, like I said, the damage per second between melee influence versus melee duplicate is night and day. I mean, melee duplicate, you're getting damage per second all the time. But but with certain burst damage that will happen with this, it's nothing that can compare to it if there's enough enemies around for it to do something to. You know. So I don't know. I'm not leaning on it, although it's impressive. Yeah, seeing all the you know, well, when you use the Wrathful Advance.
Nikana Prime or Siam.
Yeah, I mean, you could, you know, use your regular melee weapons. I prefer the Skijati. I like the fact that you can go invisible with it. It's great. I like the damage of it. I like the look of it. Signature weapon for Umbra. Got a pretty decent ribbon for it. I mean, I don't have any problems out of the Skijati. But then again, like I said, it's backup. It's backup. That's it. You know, it's you know, just in case I can't, you know, use my Exalted Blade or because something's deactivated it like an acolyte would do, you know, or I ran out of energy and I need to put out some damage for a second to get my health back, yeah, I'll use a Skidjati, little viral slash setup here, Shatter and Impic to take out the, you know, the armor, melee duplicate, but, you know, of course, Life Strike, make sure I get some health, stay alive. But that's what's up. You know, I got a couple other builds up there too, depending if, you know, I may decide to use it. But yeah, the damage per second of the duplicate just can't be beat at the moment. But the AOE aspect of this can't be beat either when it happens, if there's enough enemies to benefit from that. But yeah, so we tested this, we tested this. Yeah, I think. Yeah, there's not much more I can really say about it. I like the idea of this one with the Amalgam Shatter, the critical damage, heavy wind-up speed, the Galvanized Elementalist. This is really, you know, plus the radiation for the heavy attack efficiency, as well as the confusion of radiation and its damage types against enemies, giving an extra melee type for condition overload. But, you know, you're not getting much extra benefit out of condition overload in a way, because like if I'm using an electric build for whatever, it could be Rore, it could be Wrathful Advance, it could be whatever, you're still only getting what, two status types. If you're using Rore or Wrathful Advance, there's only 2 status types to benefit condition overload. I don't know, something else in there might do better. Which feels awkward talking about a Chromatic Blade build. But I've heard several people talk about, you know, how they run the Chromatic Blade build and they only have 1 or 2 elements on it. You know, I'm used to, you know, getting off, you know, at least 3, 4, 5 elemental damages on it. That tends to be my preference. So, yeah. I'm not sure. So we did Toxin Wrath, Electric Wrath. Did I do Whisper Electric? No, I did not. Okay, let me try this one real quick. Let me try this. I didn't do Whisper Electric. Let me see. Right. So, with Whisper Electric, right. Same scenario on this part of the build. Now, see, I could do this electric viral magnetic, which is interesting. Because the thing is like something like this versus something like this. Yeah, okay, I'm going to have a higher crit multiplier, and yeah, this will bring me up eventually. 18% 6. Yeah, it's going to bring me pretty much the equivalent of the status chance of the other after 4 kills. But it's also still going to give me an extra 80% status damage on each one of those statuses. Is that going to bring me up to another 2,000 on damage for everything? Probably. You know, but do I have the benefit of all the other damage types of say viral on top of the electric, and I could change this out to radiation, you know, it wouldn't matter. But I don't know. I don't think so. And in something like this, for the Whisper Electric. Now, grant you the Whisper Electric, as far as Xata's Whisper, it's going to give the void damage along with all these other things, but proccing on its own using the status chance of the weapon, but it's independent of any of the other statuses. So like when I look at the status here, it's showing radiation and magnetic at 29.5% and electricity at 49.2%. The void damage from Xata's Whisper is 100%, period. It doesn't split itself up amongst what's going on with the weapon. But the thing is that condition overload is going to take benefit of it, of everything, of all the statuses affecting the target. So, and give 80% melee damage for each status. So to me, this kind of, I don't know, I just really like the idea of it. Although in practice, earlier we were running through the missions, this performed just as well as this. So go figure. I don't know. So yeah, let me try to do this. We'll leave the melee influence in for a second. We will, but I put it like this. Yeah. We'll do it like this. Let's.
Got an open slot. Grinning face.
Yeah, did you want to join in on the mission? And Rose, if you wanted to jump in, that's fine too. It's all good. Because, you know, I'm just getting some numbers that, you know, for things as far as comparison and getting a feel to see what's up. So
yeah, I'll hop in.
All right, cool.
Would love to.
All right, wonderful. Now, you can send me a friend request if you like, Niall, or Wadidja, you know, #018 is what you'd want to look for. I think it's lowercase, even though it says it's like capital WADIDJA, #018. I think it's lowercase w, if I remember what someone said. But just try it either way.
Trying to get my Lotus Kubrow all up to speed, getting it like my other Kubrow. The grind is real.
Right? You mean as far as the mod capacity and what have you?
The mods and all, yeah.
Right. Yeah, you want to definitely, I mean, if you can, I'd say go use the Omni form for these things, and that way you have build diversity. But it's really not a lot of different mods that we have for the Kubrows and the pets and things like that. So, you know, you don't have to go that route. But I mean, the thing is that if you do use the Omni, doesn't matter, you know, the sky's the limit on far as how you might want to build it.
Friend requests smiling face with smiling eyes.
Let me check. All right. Didn't get a A flag.
The bond mods are usually different polarity, so Omni definitely comes in handy. I've recently delved into the robot hounds. I think they've got some good abilities with some of the mods.
That they do. There's some mad builds you can come up with the hounds. Accept all. Gotcha, Nile. Welcome, fellow Tenno. Alright, so we're going to do... Alright, I'm going to invite... Why can't I just invite? Let's join session. I want to invite them. Hold on, listen. Oh, no. Got the wrong name. Let's do it like this. Put you like that, and do this like this. And I think should be able to access it. Like this. There we go. And then we'll do this like this. And that should bring you all to the back room for a second.
You are in solo mode.
Thank you. Alright.
You can't invite because you have solo selected, I believe.
Yes, thank you again. Yes, we're rectifying that situation right now. Thank you. Alright, we got Rose in the house with Dante. We have Nile in the house. Let's see. What was everybody looking like today? Oh, very nice. Very nice. You got the new bandana. All right. Looking good. Hit that 360. Yeah. Let's see. We got Nile in the house.
I forgot about the bandana. Confused me during the new war the other day.
Right? Oh wow, look at that. We got some coordination going on there. Got the Umbra. All right. Looking good. I think it's the Dexdacra skin. Nice. I like the color scheme on that burgundy, that deep blood red. That's nice. That comes together real well. Wow. Very nice. Coosville. Let's see here. I think would be the best way.
Nice fashions all around.
Yes, definitely. Everybody's got some great taste. I mean, I tell you.
Thanks, Red Heart.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I was thinking about going with this one next anyway, because I'm trying to separate the looks a little bit when I switch over to a different build aspect, just so that, not that everyone's going to be different for each demonstration, but at least, okay, the look is different as we rotate through the different options for the build, so be a little easier to be like, oh, okay, I know I'm looking at a different build now. Yeah. And yeah. Okay, so now what we going to do here? We wanted to go with the Galvanized.
Looks like a sort of arid type outfit for Arthur.
Yeah, I like the, right, like a desert type. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I like the creams and the off-whites and the sort of red browns. I like the way that all comes together. And like some orange in there, some like a little bit of green. It's just that I couldn't quite get the green that I wanted to with all this and keep it kind of consistent the way I was hoping to do. But yeah, right on. A desert type, combative, military type look works. It works. I mean, you can go, with or without, Sandanas and things like that. Matter of fact, I haven't done that with this one. Yeah, this Chrona Sandana works real nice with the Umbra robes as far as its material to match with it. But I'm gonna run this like this for a second. And yeah, the protocol bags, these are nice that you get from, I think it's the Quest, or got them. I can't remember how I get them now. Either way, I am going to go ahead and test this electric right, we're going to do an electric whisper. Is what we want to do.
Those shoulder pads are the best for Arthur Fire.
Yeah, they're nice. They're nice. They're real nice. I mean, depends if you don't mind the special effect coming out the shoulder. That's okay. I like it. It's cool. Although this is nice too. These shoulders are nice for it too, especially when you have the I like the subtle detail of like when you had the Umbra armor on, how does the Umbra armor come into the regular armor as well? And this works very nicely. The rings around it, everything kind of complements.
Anything to look good on the Protoss for myself.
Yeah, it's tough because they're already so adorned. They're so, so it's tough. It's very tough. But this shoulder pad, you're right, is really nice for Arthur because it also too covers up his insignia on his arm completely, so you really make it your own in that regard. But yeah, it's tough to, to really to complement the proto frames because they're so intricate. But they're the most intricate skin in the whole game. I mean, like they come with their own attachments essentially that you can color and individualize. So yeah, let's go ahead with this galvanized using a focus radion and magnetic rush. We're going to be using the Xata's Whisper with an electric build. I've never tried this, but that's to go ahead and get and see how that's going to work with melee influence. That's what's up. So yeah, so if you all are ready to do the dance, if you have a preference on survival, let me know. But we can go ahead and do a tech rot survival, or we can, do one of the other steel path survivals. If you want to get some what do you call it? Some relics. If you want to open up some relics, we can do that. For the Void Fissures. Now the difficulty level isn't as high as what we can get in 1999, and me preferably I would want to have as high as I can go. But like I said, it's still, if I get some numbers, I get some numbers, to see how this is looking. But yeah, if you want to do the 99, that's cool. But yeah, because there's nothing else.
I don't got any preferences.
All right, cool.
We can do 250 plus relics, then I'll bring my Sevagoth.
What? 250 relics? Where you see that? I don't think we have any missions like that. Yeah, the highest steel path goes is like these Kuva at 160. I mean, we'd have to stay in it for a while for the enemy level to get that high. So, yeah.
250 plus LVL, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah. So, yeah, so we need to stick with 1999. Oh, hold on. 1999.
Don't go too far.
Can't be half-stepping, you know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. I had everybody looking the part. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Yeah, so this is an exterminate. Oh, we lost Rose.
I need a new PC.
It's all good. Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad you're able to still enjoy it to what degree you can.
Blame Tech Rot.
Yeah, Tech Rot. Damn you, Tech Rot. Tech Rot. Square defense. So this Sculpture survival isn't too far off. I don't know. Yeah. Well, hey, do y'all mind if we do this exterminate? Because, I mean, I have been doing this. And, I mean, just to sort of keep the consistency with what I'm comparing everything to. Would you mind running this antivirus bounty? It's a 225 to 230 level enemy. And, I mean, all this stuff is good stuff to get out of this mission, too.
We can do exterminate.
All right, cool. There we go. We'll rock on the exterminate.
I do need more antivirus.
Bet. Cool. Floating. She's floating. Rising. How you looking there now? You feeling good about making the start? Yeah, whenever anybody's ready, they can queue it up. It's all good. All right, we about to boogie.
He's just floating there, menacingly.
I know, yeah, floating.
Accept your death.
Fear the Dante.
Trust in your trade.
Fear the Dante. No, the Dante.
Fear the show loading Dante.
Right.
Yeah, don't mind if I do.
Slow loading Dante, I mean.
Yeah, no, oh, was that you? Okay, Rose is in. We're good. All right. And away we go. There's nothing down there.
Scourge your supply cache.
But yeah, we getting those buffs from Dante. Good gosh.
Self-destruct.
Yeah, you know, I didn't really think about that. Like, how this is going to throw the numbers off.
Supply cache clocked you. A fervent charge or two will melt that lot proper.
I wasn't thinking about the buffs from Dante on the damage end. changing the situation. I was just thinking about the overguard stuff that he can typically do.
Halfway there. On the job, no quit.
I can hang back.
Oh no, you're fine. Do your thing. Do your thing. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Hitters coming out of every nook and crook. I say, let them come.
Yeah, maybe we should do the survival. It's interesting the numbers I'm seeing. Yeah, I mean,
you proper said the
nothing bad.
Back to the Stone Age. Now bring it home, fam.
About the numbers, I mean, all right, got the off the joint going on. Did you use the Gemini emote, Nile, or did you change your Excalibur look? That looks like a different one altogether. I need to take a look at that. Actually, get away from the online thing.
Gemini.
All right, cool. I'm about to check it out.
People just don't want to buy furniture in a lockdown.
Great. All the more custom for my side of the trade.
Ah, right. Nice. Cool. Uh-huh. That still taking it all in. Cool. Nice touch with the dragon, with the Nakana skin, because it's got the that red. Which one is that? Is that the it's got the red. What do you call that thing? Sigatra. Because it kind of looks a lot like, you know, Arthur's the red bandana that, or I don't know, scarf, whatever you want to call it, the wrap that he has from, you know, his good friend that passed away, and reason why he joined the military. He has that around his skana.
That's the Nakana Prime Shigatra.
Right. See this red here thing? Yeah. The lore behind that is that he got that from the dear childhood friend of his that he followed to join the military, and when they passed away, he decided to keep it. Let me see. Do I have? What did you say? In the Nakana Prime. Do I have? That sounds familiar. I guess I don't have that one. Huh. I'm gonna have to wait for that one to come around again, because I would like to think that might come around with the Prime Resurgence. Yeah, I don't think I have that one. No. Nope. 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 I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for it. I'll look that one up to see which Resurgence pack it comes with, as to when they might have that.
Equip Nikana Prime grinning face. I think it's only exclusive to the Nikana Prime itself. And it will be automatically be there.
Oh, well then that makes sense. Okay. That would make sense.
Gentle reminder everyone.
Yes.
Letty's rats are not test subjects. They know what terminal velocity is and do not enjoy it. Who be throwing the...
Right. Yes. Now I remember about the Nikana Prime. Yeah. It's just been a minute since I looked at it. Yeah, that is not separate. That's a very nice piece that's attached to it, which, like I said, depending on how you want to roleplay the situation, ties in well with Arthur's backstory. But yeah, I wanted to try to test this out here again.
Remember how the city was first time we came?
Yeah.
Like I said, if we could run a survival together, and if we're kind of spread out a little bit, I can still do what I want to try to do, if that works for everybody. We could do, yeah, this Skuldra survival. I don't need to be in there all night, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll stick to just Overguard. I keep inputting the combos wrong anyways for Dante lol.
Well, no, continue to do what you do, practice how you do, you know, I mean, like I said, the map's big enough, you know, I mean, you can stick with Nile, I mean, like I said, as long as I can sort of determine what exactly this build's doing, it's all good. And we group up later, you know what I'm saying? If anything goes down, I'll be there in a jiffy.
The book buff, that's the thing. It's usually accidental XD.
Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. But yeah, I'll if anybody wants to object on it, just hit cancel. If y'all good to want to do it, we can hit a go with it.
Dante combos used to confuse me Two-Face with Tears of Joy.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's certain Warframes that take some getting used to. Dante, Comey, I'm trying to think. Who else can I think of that's sort of a little funky with trying to figure out how to use their abilities?
I need a better name for my Kubrow.
Well, you can rename them, but it costs a little bit of platinum to do it, though.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors death.
Let's see. Fred. No, Fred works. Fred works. There's nothing wrong with Fred.
I slapped them with the name Fred, but it doesn't fit.
Don't go too far off.
Okay. Fred's funny, though. That works. I mean, in a good way.
Remember that chili con carne I left in the fridge for 2 months? Let the hell scrubbers sit too long, and they'll spawn the same sort of thing, but, you know, with a crap ton of predatory hardware. Shoot off any buildup before it converts you to past tense. Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout a head.
You don't need to activate that soon.
Hell scrubber activated, contamination dropping.
Let it drop down a bit. This is interesting. This is the first time I've ever played Xata Whisper with electric. Well, see, I'm not really sure. Okay, well, I'm not within affinity range, so I shouldn't be affected by whatever else is going on.
Code injected.
But yeah, I'm seeing the melee influence proccing a good bit more than normal than I was seeing earlier. Oh, there's somebody running around with me too. Oh, that's Nile. Okay. I don't know if... Am I seeing some of Nile's damage too? I can't tell.
Jaffa. Moving on.
What the heck is all that? Does somebody have a... somebody's fighting an enemy? Somebody fighting special enemies?
Time you hit the showers.
Contain them before it's a ball of chalk.
Not my lich.
Ah, okay.
You pranis.
Was there something to pick up from any of that, or was it just to fight him? Interesting. Well, that was my first time seeing him.
Another house scrubber, and wherever you are.
Yeah, like, this is interesting to have Xata Whisper with electric. Like, I'm not sure if I'm actually seeing that much of a difference in the way of damage. I mean, of course, I'm getting the AoE every so often with the,
It's kicking off.
I can't complain.
Scrubber going critical. Fix it or lose it to the tech rot, which will be the least of your problems.
Got him.
I warned you. I totally warned you.
Fred!
And
The Fred is
now
down!
it wants to have a conversation.
Fred! I got you, Fred!
Down you go.
Butter dog! I got you!
Ta-ta.
While Scaldra is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share.
And it's interesting, even like I'm taking advantage of the point of the Galvanized and the Amalgam mod. Like, I don't know, you can levy out equal damage for, say, another wave. It's really kind of a toss-up as to what you might decide to want to prefer. Where is it? Is he by me? Over here. Yo, is he scaling because of everybody in here? He's gonna take that much damage? Good gosh.
Check 5s and 20s.
Back up.
I got called away at the worst time.
Uh-oh. Oh, but you're still in the mission then, okay. Yeah, like that. I mean, I'm gonna take note of the footage to see what's up, but like, it's doing more damage. But again, it's like the damage per second is a different bag.
Stay down. There's enough.
I keep seeing somebody following me with 20.
They're down.
The NPC version.
Traction is ready. I can't ask you to fight any longer. But if you wanted to fight longer, I wouldn't say no.
So are these scaling these acolytes?
Dropped him.
Yeah, I swear the damage they taking is crazy.
Everything's hot.
Cha-ching!
Nah, I was down. It doesn't show that.
Time for a break. Got him.
That's weird.
Lately on my Umbra I've been running fast deflection, Arcane Aegis for survivability and Nourish for energy economy / extra damage and it feel.
Yeah, that's
a better name for my Kubrow. I slapped them with the name Fred but it doesn't fit. Not my lich. I got called away at the worst time.
Oh man, the voice in chat seems to be a little confused at the moment. But yeah, no, running the Excalibur with that kind of setup, I'm not. Hopefully, it's not repeating itself. Good safe bet. Good safe bet to go that route, 100%. But yeah, if you all wanted to head to the exit, I could switch out to try a different combination on the build. I got the good idea of what's up with this. It is weird how you'd want to see the effects of this arcane influence, in my opinion, more often than I do see them. But when you do see them, it's just crazy what's going on with it. Clearing away. Oh. Rose is already chilling.
Keep an eye out.
Wow, the golden owls around and flying around are nice. Yeah, I mean, Fred's cool. I don't know. What are you thinking about? You have any brainstorms about what you might want to go with? You're not gonna name it. I don't know. Might want to reserve a mirror. I don't know. All your pets are named Amir. Earth. I don't know. I wonder if it's a little thing in the lore about Amir having a pet or something that he likes. Calls it by name. Actually, hold on.
Oh God, endless army of Amir.
Right. Let me see. Oh my gosh, I can't believe what time it is. It's crazy.
Unfortunately, I've lost my Amir account. I need to make a new one.
What? What happened? How could you lose it? I did being a little naughty. What happened? Yeah, let me see what's up with this.
Broke my phone.
You broke your phone? Oh, that's unfortunate. But breaking your phone...
was the only account I didn't have on other devices.
But just because you have it on a device doesn't mean that you lost it. That's with YouTube, I think. Yeah. Tied to probably an email account with the same name or something. But just because you broke a device, it shouldn't...
I can't remember the email.
Oh, well, that's not a problem. Just, you could just be like, just let them know you forget what this or that and the other. It'll send it to you. If I'm not mistaken. If you try to log in, you'll be like, oh, I forgot my username. You can forget your username and your password for everything. And as long as you can, do what you need to do to validate it, the recovery of the account, you'll be fine. Yeah. And I mean, at least that's how I understand it to be. I could be mistaken somewhere along the way, but you should be all right. But yeah, I'm gonna test out this duplicate on it, and see what we get.
It does that with password. You need the email. At least I didn't have anything on that one, so I can easily get another and not lose it.
I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, but I mean, it was so clean. You know what I mean? As far as being, Amir Beckett, like I think if you get another account, you'd have to be like Amir Beckett 1 or Amir Beckett 2 or something like that. Like, man, there's got to be a way. Like, oh man, like, did you ever email anybody from that account or something, or did anybody help you set up? Like, you would think there would be some kind of.
I have my ways.
Yeah. Figure out something, man. So hopefully something to come through on how to hook that back up. Yeah, if you all would...
I didn't. It was a fresh account, that's the thing. Wow. I didn't do much with it.
Wow. Yeah, if y'all want to run that one again, we don't have to stay there long.
Next time you're live, the Amir will be back.
All right, looking forward to it. Yeah, if y'all want to run that one again, that's cool. Oh, shoot, hold on. I forgot to switch up this a little bit so that don't get confused.
Give me a quick second.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. You're good. Oops. Get rid of that. Alright, we're good. That'll work.
Right you are.
But that won't work. That's okay. That's right, I need the melee arcane adapter. I don't know. see. Yeah, that was a funny coincidence. I got melee Doughty. Oh no, take your time. You take your time. That's funny. I got melee Doughty. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. Oh yeah, well, that's good. That's good. Take a washroom break when you need it. That's all right. Arcane Catalyst. For 2 arcanes.
And Fred is up to speed.
All right, good to hear it. Good to hear it. Oh yeah, I meant to check something here. How do you do that? Power override, shields, overpower, casting abilities, increase ability strength by 2%, and efficiency by -1. Upon gaining 7 combo, multiply all native attacks, fire off waves. Okay, we'll take that. Oh, okay. Quincy's birthday. Oh, okay.
Oh, to emote was a night wave.
Oh, to emote was a night wave. That almost sounds like a poem.
Accept your death, and you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
I've been messing with role-playing and lore for my 10/0/Drifter via stories.
Ah, good. That's what it's there for.
Eyes on. You know how mold
Live the
can
dream,
grow on
live
your
the
water
dream.
filter if you don't clean it enough? Well, shoot any buildup off the hell scrubbers unless you want to get unsubscribed from life. Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout a head.
Okay.
Scrubber going critical. Fix it or lose it to the tech rot, which will be the least of your problems.
They're on to us!
What's the matter, tech rot? Got a little tummy ache? Hell Scrubber, coming up. Oop, Scaldra noticed too. They're coming for you.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, I don't know. Like I said, seeing the melee duplicate do what it's going to do more frequently than melee influence is nice. I mean, because it makes you feel like the damage per second is a little bit more efficient. But I mean, overall, as far as like it's one thing killing everything better or faster than another, sort of yes, sort of no.
I wouldn't get used to it. Another hell scrubber for regurgitation. Disgusting.
Well, that overguard stays with you. Like, I'm not even in affinity range and I still got, like, unlimited overguard. Good God.
Scratch one.
Run around and get overguard and give you a false sense of confidence.
Check 5s and 20s. Jaffa. Moving on.
Yeah, I can't really complain one way or the other about this.
It's kicking off.
While Scaldra is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share.
Yeah, we can head out.
Extraction is ready. I
kind of got the data that I needed to get.
But
unless you all wanted to stay a little longer.
Wanted to fight longer, I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, me too there on you.
I do. Cheerio.
Heavy is the crown he wears. Uh-oh, what's all that noise?
I said shoot the pus off that... Oh.
Oh.
Too late.
Never mind, I thought it was like a coda or a... or something like that. Thought I had handshaking. Oh, there it is.
And
As you conquer the foe,
Contamination is off the
so
charts.
you conquer
You need to
yourself.
hustle.
Oh, Rose, what happened to you? I thought you was with us. Oh no, Rose.
Got stuck fighting Acolyte.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I guess it would be tough to try to chat with that. I'm gonna slide to the back room for a minute here, and I'll send you an invite. Because I think I kind of got all the data I need. Because I kid you not, this broadcast has definitely gone on a lot longer than I thought. I'll invite you back here in a second there. Now I'll let when I go to this back room here, I'll invite both you and Rose. Rose. No. There we go. Come on back and chill. Are you all able to access your inventory when you're in the back room? Or your arsenal when you're in somebody else's back room? I was kind of curious about that.
Me and the rando were all the way at the start fighting it low.
Oh no.
Failed to join pensive face.
Failed. Uh-oh. Let's see. Try that again. This person.
I need invite again too.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I just got set up where, you know, YouTube was like, well, I can receive members now on the channel, and I thought there was supposed to be a way to do something with that, about that. I don't want to speak about it until I can figure out that I can actually do it. But I'm so for sure that I could do something kind of cool. But I'm not seeing how to do it. It don't make no sense. Oh well, I will have to look into that again. That doesn't make any sense. Alright. Anyway. But yeah, as far as the build goes, like I said, I think I've kind of gone through everything that I was looking to try to do. And, you know, I'll deliberate on the point of it. But, I mean, at the moment, like I said, it's like if I go to, this is my go-to. Now this was interesting, trying out these two Tauforge swords. Like, I can't complain at all in the way that they were operating. And it kind of got me wondering. But yeah, like, yeah, before I make too many comments, like I said, I just need to just digest the point, think a little bit more about it. Now, I'll have some more comments because, like I said, I want to try to do maybe a small. I have to make it a small. I have to. There can't be a question about it. Broadcast before the end of the weekend's out to try to take advantage of this ghoul situation and the drops, and hopefully there's some kind of remedy for what's going on. I think what's up is that as long as you get the blueprint for it, that's what's important, because though I think in the third week of the event, they're going to allow people to get part drops. You won't be able to get the blueprint. Something like that. So we'll see. But yeah, like in my next little short broadcast, I'll put up an announcement on the channel and talk about doing so. But yeah, I mean, I might want to do, like, you know, like I said, when I take a look at the data on here, just looking at the comparison of the builds, what I might do is even one more broadcast in regard to all this build stuff, and just call it like an endurance run, or I just stay in survival as far as for maybe like half hour, like maybe more close to an hour, and see how it does. Like, just have two builds, maybe stay in there 45 minutes each between two of my favorite choices, which is probably going to be like a Toxin, and a Whisper, Xata Toxin build. And I mean, like I said, I like the Wrath situation. I don't know.
Did you know the book mods that you put on Dante give your team those buffs if
Yes.
you give them the book buff, apparently?
Yep, definitely. I was aware of that. Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, I'm trying to debate on it. Like I said, I see why there's hype about this, the melee influence. At the same time, when it comes to wrathful influence, wrathful. Gosh, I'm tired. Advance. There we go. It don't matter what you got in it. It's going to red crit. But I think if you're trying to maximize the potential of the melee influence with maybe the Daijin, not Daijin, the Diriga, then it probably may work a little bit better or proc more frequently. But it seems like I said, I'll slow down the footage and take a look at it. It seems like melee duplicate does bear up to the namesake of it being rare, as far as providing more damage per second consistently, I think. But the community's still in an uproar over melee influence. I don't know. I mean, you all can determine too, as far as like watching the footage and what all was going down. It's like, well, did you notice the melee influence like taking stuff out much faster than the duplicate? Did you notice it proccing in a manner that would say, benefit a DPS build, damage per second build, or, if you have a burst damage build, well, that's kind of different. Yes, definitely, it does burst damage. Great burst damage from time to time. But and this was interesting too. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I gotta definitely review the footage.
Check out my Exalted Blade build, please.
Yes, please. Yeah, please. I think you can add it to the chat, right? I think you can add it to the chat, and I can check it out through there. So I think it shows here. Yeah, man, you can see that's that Excalibur main right there, 29.1. That's what's up.
There you go.
Okay. All right, 1 second. I was going to take a look at ABC. Yeah. Yep, 8.9 plus 29.1. That's all right. That's nice. That's nice. Big. Okay. So this is the Exalted Blade. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, you're doing a combo build. Combo. Okay. Cool. Yeah, all that's strong. All that's strong. Right. Right on. Oh, that is one thing I did want to try before I got off. I could run one more if you all wanted to do one more, or I could run it solo, whichever. But I wanted to try out that Prime Reach. But yeah, I had thought a lot about these types of builds, you know, doing the
I feel like I missed a memo or something because my friend is trying to main Umbra now as well, lol.
Right. Well, no, it's because of the Exalted Blade and the rework that they've done with it. And I mean, plus 2 Excalibur's been the poster boy. Umbra, you know, they go hand in hand, Excalibur, Umbra, since, you know, Warframe's beginnings. And to me, the prejudice against Excalibur or Umbra has always been that, you know, people's, oh, there's the frame that can do this better. There's the frame that could do that better. And now Excalibur Umbra is on the forefront yet again, as you know.
I understand it. I just stick out with Dante, lol.
Oh no! It's no sticking out. Do your thing. That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? You know, you no need to join in on it if it's not your thing. You know, I mean, yeah, do what you do. You know. And I mean, plus 2, with you playing Dante, I mean, they're going to appreciate you. You know, I mean, because of the buffs that Dante provide, they're invaluable. They're invaluable. But yeah, this is all strong. 40% status chance per combo multiplier. Ooh, that's nasty. Yeah, that's a very worthwhile build. Very worthwhile build. Yeah, I had debated about doing something like that for one of mine too. It's just that, like, cause like, let's see.
Because of the Exalted Arcane update, Umbra got hella buff.
Yeah. Yep. That's why everybody's in on it. So you're not working with a condition overload. I mean, a chromatic blade build at all. You're going straight up combo count and working off of these. Oh, you're doing electricity. Oh, you are doing electricity. Is this a chromatic blade build?
Wait.
Is it? I think this is a chromatic blade build, isn't it? Or it might not be. You are using community. No. It can't be a chromatic blade build because then I wouldn't see impact and puncture and slash. So you're using a straight up regular. That's cool. No, I mean, like I said, That's
Chat.
in game chat. Oh, okay. Oh, I wonder why it shows up that way. Okay. Cool. Very nice. Yeah, it's good to see you weaving in a bit of, survivability and all that in there. This is good. Working off a Fierce Javelin. You have an interesting combination of things in here. Very nice. Yeah. No, I mean, it looks like you'd be safe, secure, snug as a bug. Yeah, I did experiment with the Molt Augment too. But again, it's like you gotta get 250 kills to get to the point of its full potential. But once you're there, it's great. It's great. But yeah, that's cool. Right on. Power drift. Nice. Well done, fella gentleman. Yeah. That will keep you snug as a bug in a rug. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's weird how it wants to show your stats like this when it's a chromatic blade build. It's showing your stats like this. But yeah, like I said, I had considered going this route too. But like, hey, are you able to take your build for your chromatic blade again, like a snapshot of it again, maybe? Because like I'm trying to see how it's figuring what you're doing here with it. I mean, I can replicate the point of it though. But it's strange. That it would show up like that. See, Weeping Runes, Blood Rush. Let's see. Prime Reach, Galvanized, Eleanor. Well, I tell you, I've used Life Strike for so many years. I don't know what that feels like to run Excalibur or Umbra without having that safety net. And the fact that as soon as you do a heavy strike now, with the wave energy, you get health back. Like, y'all better than me, I'm telling you, to be able to run your build without that. But it's interesting you have Prime Reach on. Like I said, Prime Reach is good, but the fact that we can still build our combo counter now off of the wave energy, I don't know. Do you find that to be still, really beneficial to you there, Niall? Status chance. I mean, what's interesting is Weeping Wounds would work regardless. 40% status chance per combo multiplier. Critical chance stacks with combo. So it's interesting. You don't have anything in your build to extend your combo counter. That's weird why it keeps showing like that. Huh. All right, well, thanks for trying.
Yeah,
thanks
the
for
more reach, the more enemies you kill, the more faster your combo builds up.
But as far as I understand, reach prime reach doesn't make your wave any bigger to your weapon attacks. It basically makes your hitbox bigger all the way around. So, but which does benefit attacks where the weapon would make actual contact and not the wave. But since the update, we do not need since the update, we do not need to hit anyone with the actual weapon itself. The wave will continue to build our combo count. But yeah, I noticed that, like, for me, when I've done these types of builds, I like to have something in it as far as combo duration, so I'm not constantly trying to build it up each time. But you know, the fact that we can generate our combo from our wave is what's up. Yeah, William. What was I thinking about earlier? Daggone it. I was talking about doing something before I ended the broadcast, and now it slipped my mind. Thinking about this type of a build here. Yeah, this is really interesting build. I haven't quite tried anything quite like this. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's all about how you apply your strategy, skill, and tactics to have it all come together. Is what's going to make it, you know, it's going to drive it home and have it work for you. But it's no reason why it wouldn't. I mean, this isn't exactly what you have, but you know, just as far as like the main parts of the mods, you know, this you have another example, another 90% status there with that. Prime Fury, Shock and Touch. Yeah, that's good. And this is what you're running on the build there. Coosville. Oh, man, what was I going to do? I wanted to test this. No real point to test that. Had it. Yeah. There's this. Man, I feel like I'm missing something that I was going to do. I was going to put something like, because I want to change this. Man, what was I going to do? Yeah, like I said, I'll have to review the footage and see what's up. But, you know, I said it earlier that I was thinking about running another mission. And I don't know, do I need to back up my footage so I can hear what I said? Hold on for a minute.
I can show you something really cool about this build in Simulacrum.
Okay, go ahead and invite. Or do you want me to take us up to the, I can take us up to, I guess, I think we can go up to a relay. Wouldn't that work, I think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm upset that the sigil option for Drifter only has one color option instead of the usual two.
Yeah, that's how they do you. Yeah, it's some certain little things sometimes aren't necessarily as consistent as you'd like it to be. Hang on.
Totally didn't spend all that time fighting with that.
My mic was muted. My bad. Yes, I just realized that. Thank you. Yes, I was about to say that it's a trip that things aren't always consistent, and we'll be spending hours trying to get something to look a particular way, and you know, various different lighting in the game isn't always consistent across all the outfits, or you know, or the different tile sets. You know, so yeah, I mean, you know, they do their homework to try to get things together and to make and have things look well, and you know, they're always improving the point of it, so it'll come together. Your profile didn't show that looked like a different Tenno outfit. So were you about to show there now?
I can't get my Scaldra Drifter to work with that.
Oh, with the outfit?
Can you spawn max LVL Heavy Gunner Eximus Steel Path grinning face with big eyes?
I think that the most that I can spawn would be level 215. I think that's the highest that
the sigil.
They're letting me do that. What was he saying? He said spawn max level heavy gunner Eximus Steel Path.
Food.
Okay. Let's see. Max level heavy gunner, Eximus. Okay. Eximus, heavy gunner. How many did you want?
I was trying to copy a sigil design from one of my frames, but I can't. Curse you, duh.
Yeah. I tell you, I've been there myself. Okay. Oh, hold up. You said 20? Hold on. It's just let me do 9. I should be able to do 20. I don't delete it. X level heavy gunner, Xmas steel pad.
I'm sorry, corrupted heavy gunner Eximus, my bad.
Corrupted heavy gunner Eximus. Okay. Okay, here we go. I got 20 now. There we go. Yeah, they're level 215. Here, let me...
Fred knew.
Fred, no. Oh, wow, nice. Nice. So you did the radio javelin into your combo. Yeah, because I think the radio javelin increases your combo count per hit.
Fred kept running at them.
Oh, right. As far as your hurrahs, yeah. Sometimes I have to take off the pet when I'm trying to do certain things because they get a little rambunctious. You're like, heal. But yeah, it looked like you used your the radio javelins aspect of a increase in the combo count. Oh, I can't use that feature. But I did notice you... Wait a minute, or did you say you have Nourish on your Subsumed? Or something? I don't think this is going to show anything like that. Rore. Ah, right. Okay. Got you. Right on. Cool. That will do it. Wait a minute, let's see. That's what it was. I wanted to test. Didn't I whisper electric? Did I do that yet? Yeah, I did. I tried whisper electric. Yeah, I tried whisper electric. I already tried. Never mind. I already tried it. Yeah, I think I've gone through the gambit of what I wanted to try. So yeah, it's just a matter of just going ahead and just, relaxing, soaking up the the thought of various different things and taking it from there. But wait a minute, did I? Yeah, I did. I did Whisper Electric with the, didn't I? Hey, actually, let's run, let me run one more on the survival, like we were kind of doing before. You know, we run, and I mean, I'll run off on my own for a little bit, because just to have the extra footage, but I feel like I may have not did a...
Sure.
Okay, cool. I want to do this one with the melee influence. Did I do that? I don't think I did that one. Although it would make sense if I did. But let me just check on what's up with that one more time real quick.
Off on a jolly, are we?
I'm gonna hop off for the night.
Okay, Rose. Thank you for coming through. Thank you very much. It was great running a mission again with you. You know, enjoying the jibber jabber, and we got to meet Fred this evening. But yeah, doing well with your Dante. Doing some. I mean, the buffs were coming through excellently. I'll tell you that much. They were really nice. Man, it was something I wanted to do, and I hope that I can figure out what to do with it. It involves some membership stuff.
Motivation to do more writing, so gonna mess with that.
Oh, really? Nice. Okay, good. It's always great when you have some inspiration for writing, for sure. All right, excellent. We'll definitely enjoy.
Cracked if built right.
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of characters in the game that you know, you do your homework on it, stuff's off the chain, but Dante is a little bit more niche in the point of how Dante is just broken and just all the way around can do stuff in a way that has all kinds of survivability, function, utility, group play, just a whole lot. That's beneficial to everybody. But yeah, I guess now if you want
the mod builds, but it how?
I could link the mod builds, but I don't know how. Oh, right. You go to your the arsenal, if I'm not mistaken, and then you go to your build, and then go over to this little symbol right here to the far right, and it says link config in chat, and that's what you do, I think. Let me move my camera.
Ooh, okay.
You see what I'm talking about? Okay. Mirror noises intensifies. Let me see. How do I link?
Can I share my Dante build?
Yes, please do. Yeah. How do you? Oh, there it is. So you hit link config in chat, pull up the chat, and then and then hit R2 to send it. So like I said, go to this little squiggly symbol, like two chains are linking. Click that. It's going to show up in your chat, and you can pull up, you basically send it at that point, after that, and it's going to send your configuration once you hit send. Right.
I need to finish farming up the rest of the arcanes.
Yeah. There's several arcanes that I haven't gotten myself, or need more of them. If
I don't got full arcanes for them.
Okay.
Which ones do y'all need?
I don't need any at the moment that I know of. I mean, I have some arcanes that I haven't completed. You know, I might have something that, I mean, if you're trying to do something, I might have something I could trade to you. I don't know. I kind of got rid of a lot of extra stuff to Lloyd, trying to complete a few arcanes that I needed to complete. But yeah, I mean, you know, as we move forward, I mean, I don't mind running things to help farm for stuff. And if, I mean, I have something that I can help as far as trading is concerned on the arcanes, I don't mind. You can't actually access certain stuff in this simulacrum.
Secondary encumber, but I got it covered.
Okay, it's a secondary arcane.
Gives me motive to farm.
Right on. Secondary encumber. Is that for a secondary weapon? Oh, here it is. I guess I don't have that one. On status effect, chance to trigger a second random status effect. Ah. Okay. No wonder I don't have that. That sounds like it's something that might be rare. Have you looked up where to get it yet?
Check over Guard XD.
Check Overguard. XD. What you talk about there now? Oh, as far as using your abilities are concerned? Weaving your spells?
I've looked into it, but it didn't quite fit in.
Okay, you all must be talking about Dante and a build for that. But yeah, if you wanted to share your config, it's all good. So it's only one person can use the arsenal at a time?
Health above your health. Looking at my mods, it's really all over the place. WTF.
Right. Oh, so when you're in a simulacrum and you got other people with you, only one person can use the arsenal at a time. That sucks. I never knew that. But yeah, if we're done in the simulacrum, I wouldn't mind heading back on out. That way we can all sort of do something if we're trying to work on something. And we can head on to I don't know, is it gonna bring everybody with me? Oh no. Well yeah, I'll invite you back if you want for a moment. And like I said, I was going to run one last one, but I feel like I may have already done that. But I'll run it again just to make sure. It's not gonna hurt, especially considering how late it is now. But man, it was supposed to be a way for me to do something kind of cool with my memberships, and I can't seem to see that. Maybe it's only within certain regions people can do certain stuff like that. Anyway, I don't want to mention it because I wanted to be a little surprise for a couple of viewers. I'll figure it out. I think that it would be something that you'd see here.
Yeah, I'm behind in the mod game.
Yeah. Here's your config for Dante. Cool. Small efficiency. Yep. Nice. Yeah. Oh, that's just for your 4th ability. Wow, 90%. Pretty cool. Well, you got the power. Power strength is pushing the limits.
344% ability strength.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny that it only shows 269, but I was looking at the mods, I'm like, that seems a little shallow. That seems a little shallow. Power. Very nice. And the, wait a minute. Let's see. I was looking at the, oh, this is the book. Okay.
Because I got 5 Tauforged Crimson Shards in Dante, it does show there.
Okay. Right. Sometimes it's never the right spot for this camera. I was looking at the styling, like I was looking at the mods so much I forgot to really take a look at how you may have had Dante styled. Okay. Cool. Man, I tell you, when it comes to certain Warframes, especially new ones like Dante, like how many more years will it be until we see a Dante Prime? It's gonna be a long time. It's gonna be a long time. Okay, you put Rore over Noctura. Okay. Yeah, like I said earlier, like, you know, as far as like why I don't necessarily
money for my Dante Prime.
Yeah, it'll be a while. It will be a while.
Dante Prime in 2030.
Wow, are you just guessing or being facetious, being funny? But I wouldn't doubt it if it did. I wouldn't doubt it. All right, Rose, have a good night. Book and pet. That's where all my damage is. Cool. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. But yeah, Rose, thank you for coming through and joining us in the mission and sharing in the fun and sharing in your build. Everything's looking good. Looking good.
My internet dropped.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was about to say, definitely good luck with that Emir, getting that Emir thing back up. Showing that dedication. I don't know if you're going to be main in Dante, you might want to do a Dante account too. But yeah, I was thinking about doing like I said, I like the idea of having both of these in here. But it's just weird how just so relative it is in a lot of ways with the different variations of things. Because standardly, like up until recently, until trying these things out, like I typically don't like mods that I have to build up to get to. Like I want to have whatever damage I'm going to get when I have it or at any point in time. And then, because even with that other one, right, yeah, these are all the good standard mods for. But you got to collect them, you got to get them, you got to level them up, and you got to farm your pet to make sure they all fit.
The dog with the overguard bond and book and status spread.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice.
That's basically the build, with the armor shred book mod on top of that.
Yep. Tear down an armor, get to that health. Tear down.
I'll support Dante with a dog that casually does 3 mil.
Casually, she says. Is that with a cup of tea and a crimpet? Is it so casually? Casually. Casually. Yeah, I want to try to run this to make sure I have footage for it. I think that I did. Where I'd go and try this Whisper Electric. With melee influence.
What name fits the Kubrow?
I'm telling you, any name's gonna work for Kubrow as long as it feels good for you. I mean, I done seen people name their Kubrow's Booger. Saying all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, as long as it's fun, enjoyable, or cute, or this is the name I gave my Kubrow. I named my Kubrow what it's going to look like in the when you do the pull down tab.
Looks like fire.
You know, I personally, it's got a Lotus print. It's a Huros. I called it a Lotus Huros. You know, but then when you know, so then when, and I typed it out in a way that it's going to look like the standard text that you see when somebody pulls down your tab. So they're going to see Lotus Huros. That's why I named it that, so that it looks official. No other reason. You know, it's like Nile, he named his Butter Dog Prime. It looks pretty, it looks kind of official because he got Prime behind it. If you put Fred Prime on that shit, people might think that it's some new type of Prime Kubrow or some shit named Fred. So I mean, it just, you know, whatever feels good to you, you know. You know, matter of fact, take a look at the arcade station in the mall. Name your Kubrow after one of the arcade games that Amir plays. That'd be cool. You know, show some more dedication to Amir. Or like if he gave, I can't remember if he actually mentioned a title for.
Might actually call them Phoenix. They look like Phoenix.
There you go. There you go. That's a wonderful name. That's a wonderful name. Mm-hmm. That's what's up. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart about outside of being tired. I feel like I did try this out. I'm pretty sure I did. Hold up.
I only named by Hound Buddha Dog Prime cause the game didn't let me name it David Krapenshit's grimacing face.
That's funny. Yo. Yeah, I did. I tried out the Whisper Electric. I did the Whisper Electric. But did I do Whisper Electric with this? I like to think I did. Oh, I think I didn't.
Find it ironic that the first Kubrow I ever got had Rottweiler pattern, tiny dog. Just like my Earl one.
Oh, wow, really? Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Yeah, there have been times playing Warframe where there's been some very uncanny just coincidences just in reference to my life too with certain things. I'm just like, yo, this is creepy. Okay, yeah, I do want to run one more because I don't think I did Melee Influence. I think I ran it with the Melee Duplicate, not Melee Influence. So I think I need to do one more and that'll close it out with Melee Influence. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with that.
I can hop in one more time.
Okay, cool. Let's do one more run. You know, like I said, the survival we can spread out a little bit, but you know, as soon as it's time to roll, we'll go ahead and head on out, and no need to push it any further past that. So yeah,
I'll need an invite.
All right, we'll do. Do I need to? What? And That's right.
Survival. Is it
Yes.
okay if I bring Sevagoth grimacing face?
Of course, you know, whatever you want to enjoy, it's all good. I mean, I'm not gonna find any discrimination on my end. I mean, that's because this is what it's about, to enjoy it how you will. Do what you like, however you like. All right.
I could bring out Amir, but he has 0 survivability lol.
Oh yeah? Is it just the way you built? I mean, I thought he has survival. Well, he has. I guess it depends on how you build him. But it's all good. Whatever works for you will be just fine.
Bring Dante. Starstruck.
Well, he said it. Whatever is good to enjoy is.
He has a lighting barrier. He don't got Dante survivability.
Right. Well, it looks like they've changed things around again. So, well, we could try this Tech Rot Survival. Do we lose somebody? I think Rose. Mission is currently progress.
It's always me.
That's all right. Let me know if you need another invite. Okay, there you go. Spank it. Let's go.
Your weapons make music, and the enemy calls for a song.
If only Dante had a Frame.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if they do bring around proto frames for like, you know, frames like Dante, you know, where you know you're not going to see the proto frame for it probably for about another decade or so. I don't know for sure, or at least another 5 years maybe. It would be nice to have, you know, a proto frame skin to enjoy along the way.
Shoot that buildup off now!
Target is down.
Yeah, it's like, I want to say that I'm, you know, it's good. And
I hear Scaldra want these things back, but not even Scaldra's willing to come down here with all this rot. Good thing you're not as smart as Scaldra. Now get to work.
Contain them before it's a ball of chalk.
as far as like raw numbers on damage per second, like, I don't know. I just don't see it the same way with melee influence as I do with melee duplicate. But I almost would want to think possibly maybe,
Ain't that like a shot of adrenaline?
depending on if you have a lot of group situations where you're taking out enemies, you could potentially see more damage over time throughout that entire time in the mission than you would see for melee duplicate if you had plenty of situations where you had burst options to take out mad groups of enemies at one point in time.
Hostile contact. Engaging.
Serving up another hell scrubber. Hey, I need 20 cc's, so fix your damn shit.
Yeah, I need you to fix your damn mouth. How about you watch your mouth with all that sassiness? But yeah, like, I've never tried really before tonight Zaku's Whisper with anything other than Toxin.
Zone is hot.
I mean, it's like, you know, because I always wanted to have something to make sure I'm compensating for getting through enemies' armor. And, you know, I never really just relied on raw damage per se. Or this mixture of things between Void and really these enemies aren't really, do they even have I think they're all like fleshy stuff. There might be a couple in here that have armor, but we're just talking shield and health.
Down you go.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. This mission's minimum threshold, but you didn't come down here to do the minimum, did you?
Alright, well we can dip one out. Y'all ready? Like I said, at least I got some data for the to compare. Just in case I didn't already run this particular version of things. I thought that I had, but I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I mean, everything seems to be so comparable to me that it's just a matter of, well, what do you like to do? And how do you like to show it in the game? Whatever that is, you're gonna be fine for all the content. You just need to, you know, do your homework, and 9 out of 10 it's like you'll be alright. But the only place, oh come on with this, the only place that I can see having an issue would maybe be in some long drawn out endurance run, in which case the limits for everything and anything has been pushed.
Good night.
And then who knows what's really going to work for you. you know, outside of what you feel most comfortable with, trying to survive with. Everybody ready to head on out? Let's see who we got here. We got Rose. All right. She's at the gate. We got... What's going on with this? Oh, that's your mech pet. Okay.
Skuldra Drifter.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up in your...
Activate a scrubber, set off some...
Oh, you know why it's not showing up in your profile? There's a setting in the options where you get to show, like, anytime somebody looks at your profile, they'll either only show the drifter or the operator. And I bet you have your setting where it's that only your operator shows up when somebody sees your profile. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about there, Rose. I'm going over to the bar real quick.
It's not my main one selected either.
Who would have known the baking soda volcano?
Right, but if you
I have genuine Skuldra hardware, clean, untraceable.
Let's see. If you go to options, gosh, where is that? I know I saw it somewhere. I just not 100% sure where. Profanity. Right.
I run as the director mainly, so might as well let the kid have some time in the spotlight, lol.
Right. I think this is what I was thinking of, but I'm not sure if this is going to do what I thought it might do. Like, prefer default HUD as drifter. I think that's... I don't know what that's about. I think it might... I thought that it had something to do with... like, when somebody looks at your profile, then they're either always going to see your drifter or...
I believe that's it, Dino.
Your operator.
I'm not too worried about it on my end.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's cool. But yeah, I was hoping to check out your Skuldra look a little bit more closely, because it looked good. But I mean, it's cool to see your Tino there as well, the operator rather than the drifter. And I was also checking out Savagoth Prime, looking great. That's very nicely tied in with the this Signa at the top of his head. I think that's what they call it, the Signa. Yeah, the Signa, S-I-G-N-A.
Remember how romantic this city was first time we came?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's going to wrap it up for sure.
With a staple gun.
It has definitely been a good broadcast, a good long one too. Much longer than I thought possible for myself this evening, but it came through. Okay, here's a better look at the outfit. Nice. Right, you got the colors down pat. You got the colors looking good. Very nice.
Right. Ablutions and maybe some mala.
I forgot to change my outfit back. But yeah, I was rocking the Scaldra jacket too. Like, it's really nice the way it's designed. It's really nice. It's hard to deny it.
I wanted to do something different with the sigil, but we are limited to only changing one color instead of the two.
Yeah.
You need luxury goods?
I'm sure you're not the only one upset or complaining about that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I like what you did with the trench. Real simple. Yeah, the is it the Hawk Bushido? Is that the name of them? These arms are hard to deny because, like, yeah, the Hawk Bishamo are hard to deny because when you're Tenno, your operator or your drifter gets to walking around, your arms sort of sit out from your body, and the Bushido arms help fill out that distance. You know, it kind of makes it look kind of proper. There's other outfits would kind of do the same thing. But yeah, that's a real good one there too, Rose. That's real nice the way you hooked up the colors and the design of everything. But yeah, it's nice when you can mix
another customized slot since I am keeping default drifter in there.
Working with Kaya until something turns up.
Wait a minute. I missed it. 1 second. It said just pure AoE spoiler. No. Yeah. I mean, you can see I've kind of I went there, like for certain stuff.
The Saturn 6 Cyandana looks like a backpack.
That is correct. But yeah, for certain stuff, I mean, because I like to have a different looks for things, like, yeah, I went ahead and got the extra slots for stuff.
It fits in so well with drifter.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Do I have that one? I don't think I have the Saturn 6 Cyandana. You said the Saturn 6 Cyandana looks like a backpack. Is that what it's called? Saturn 6? Or is that a sigil? It's a sigil or a Cyandana? It's got to be a Cyandana. Yeah, I don't have that sign. Maybe it's not going to show up here. I need to. It might not be something that I have at the moment.
It was a Nirewave reward, but it's coming back, they said.
Oh, that's why. That would explain it. Yep. Now it's all good. It's very nice. But yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, that's why it's be good to have your profile show whatever guys you have going on, so people can take a nice look and appreciate your fashion frame, fashion drifter, fashion operator setup. But yeah, because it's like I can see it. It looks good, but it's like it's certain aspects of the detail that I feel like I'm missing. But yeah, it looks great. Very nice.
Hey, you need luxury goods? Fine furnishings. I'll fix you right up.
And see, now you and I, like I said, I agree with your taste, my friend, because fellow Tenno, because that's what you're wearing, the hairstyle that I prefer most of all for my drifter. But the problem is that the hairline is jacked up. Like and I still can't. I haven't gotten over the point yet, or can't overlook it enough to wear it the way I would like to. But yeah, the drifter cut 050 is my preference for my drifter, and this bar has my drifter looking really weird. But the hairline is jacked up. I mean, it is not supposed to look like that, and I can't.
They do need to fix the hair.
Yeah, I can't overlook it. And so right now I'm kind of settling with this.
Have you played the event mission?
Not yet. Hey, Pablo. Yeah, I was thinking about doing it. Well, not thinking about it. I will be doing it during my next broadcast. But I mean, I could run through and do one real quick. Because I think you get the blueprint for the weapon. I think the first time around. At least I hope you do. But I've been hearing some interesting issues with the parts being dropped. But, you know, there's the Lloyd hairstyle, which is okay, but it's like they need to fill it in the back.
Hairstyle looks really good. Wait, does that mean I can put on Arthur's hairstyle on Drifter?
Yeah, I mean, Arthur's hairstyle is cool too, but it's still a little messed, little funky in the back. I feel like they need
sleep, so I must go. And
okay, Rose.
Reward is guaranteed blueprint. It's a
correct
mission, but the ogress you get for it has self-damage for some reason.
Yes, correct. But yeah, like to me right now.
Mere noises.
Yeah, get some rest. Thank you for coming through and sharing in the experience. And you take care and enjoy. Good motivation on the writing too. Hope that works well with you. Like I said, it's sometimes tough to get the right motivation for stuff like that. But yeah, I like this hairstyle, even though it's like technically, I guess, designed for the females. But it reminds me of one of those epic fantasy, Chinese epic fantasy type things, or Japanime type shits. You know, where you see the dude got his hair set up like that. But like I said, man, it's unfortunate what's up with the hair thing. I hope they fix it. But like I said, I do need to get some rest too. But you know, if y'all wanted to run one of the mission, I'll run it with you on the way out. But I definitely will be running it again before the weekend's over. So I'm gonna check the times on that. Let me see.
Take care.
Yes, take care. You do the same too. All right. And definitely enjoy. Hold on. I'm gonna disband with the group here. Now, go to the back room.
And off we go.
I invite you back if you want for a moment, but like I said, I'm about to hop off unless you wanted to run, or if anybody in chat there wanted to run one of the missions, one of the new run the new mission once. There we go. Thought I saw somebody pop in through chat. The name isn't. Yeah, I guess we'll work it out. Yeah. Should be something over here in the news. The Galleon of the Ghouls. I don't think this is going to show up on your screen. Okay, so it's Monday, May 5th at 11 a.m. is when this weekend's rewards end. And you essentially want to at least run these things once a weekend to get the blueprint. That's what's up. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm going to sort it out. You know, it's kind of weird. Like, I just had a weird thought, like, man, maybe I don't want to promise the fact I might be able to get another broadcast for the end of the weekend, but I would like to do so, at least even if it's just a half hour, you know, just to pop on real quick, run the mission, and be done, you know. I'll give him that one. The other one seemed like you might be flirting with him. Feel my age? You're one to talk. How old are you? Anyway, how do you even know, Knobhead? Hopefully that playful banter is cool. And there's no issues. I mean, I'm not going to necessarily get glimmering text, but Quincy is a little, you know, Quincy hungry. Let's put it to you that way. Quincy's hungry. I'll give him a pillow. And I mean hungry sexually. So it's like I tend to just keep it chill with Quincy, because yeah, I ain't trying to have him go the wrong way on that. Double the chances that enemies will drop mines, and I'll take the Kubrow. And then thick skin, armor, increase ability strength. I'll take the ability strength. Special event. Oh, Velimir. Wow, all these birthdays. Have you reconsidered my cooperative?
Quincy a little too hungry, TBH.
Yeah, Pablo. All the time. Anything that's moving. Does it have a pulse? Mm-hmm. Put it on his plate. What in the ever-loving void is your problem with me? What? I wanted to send him a birthday thing. I just wanted to send him a birthday thing. I'm not trying to get into the conversation. Let's do it. Just a happy birthday, Velimir. Okay, good. Smiley face. That's all I want to do. Just want to keep it something simple. Not trying to get nothing complicated. There we go. Happy birthday. Arcane. Access weapon adapter. I'll take the weapon adapter. Okay, so we're through the month. And we are pretty much set up for... basically for New Year's Eve is what this is. I'm pretty much set up for that now. And but the thing is, it's like, in order to receive an invitation where you see a new outfit for your drifter, you need to have everything in place for it before New Year's Eve. But for the point of having like a different cinematic with something I haven't seen before, I'm gonna keep on the Amir hairstyle. It's cool. But for some odd reason, you can't take the part out of it. Every time that I select part remove, it'll come back to having the part. So I don't think you really can actually remove the part from it the way it suggests. But yeah, like this Scaldra jacket has become super popular. Thought I had for a second. Have I ever tried? You know, I'm not even sure if I ever tried this. The Hawk Bushido arms on this jacket. I don't know if that works. It's not quite like it doesn't work. It's a little bit of gap on the shoulders though. Yeah, it's kind of awkwardly gapped at the shoulders. I think I did try that a while back, but just didn't really remember. Yeah, well, we'll see what the cinematic brings with this outfit. It will be interesting to see if we get any kind of glitchiness around the neck with this, because I will be putting up a short, be like, "Yee, what's up with what's up in the neck? Fix the neck." Because I mean, this is a popular outfit. You know, this jacket here, I'm quite sure is popular. So
Your Arthur looks like Raiden from MGSR.
Right, yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, to me, I think DE took a lot of inspiration from, you know, Metal Gear Rising, Raiden, as well as, to me, Splinter Cell. You know, with, oh, I forgot the protagonist in that, but yeah, the game, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. But yeah, the styling is real cool, what they got going on. And I mean, it's just a lot of excellent detail in it where, like, to me, I'm surprisingly happy without wearing the Umbra robes. Like, you know, I mean, I have versions with the Umbra robes for sure, you know, and some extra armor and stuff.
Definitely. When I first saw Arthur, I screamed Jet Steam Samuel Mao.
Yep. You saw it, you know it. Yeah, all the way. And, you know, I mean, but, you know, let's say imitation's the best form of flattery, you know, but, that, you know, DE, Digital Streams, what they do with what they, you know, may take from the inspiration of other things, they completely make it their own by the time it's done, you know. There are one or two things which, you know, are kind of like hand in hand directly from a particular thing, but they're so obscure that you might not know that that's really what was the case, and
insane, go back.
And nobody else does it. Which one? This is my default Arthur look when I want to run around looking as actual offer. This is my Frankenstein that I have set up. Hold on. Yeah. You know, Kadudo head from, you know, Tennogen, the proto armor skin with the Umbra details.
The Frankenstein one is Clean.
Yeah, it's wild how it comes together, bro. Like, you wouldn't think that that's the case. I mean, to me, like, and of course, like, because of the way I have the backpack, this is how I rock the Skid Jotty. I rock it on the side. But like I said, I here, let me do it this way so I don't mess up my presets. Hold on. So, yeah, this is my Kaduto Proto. My Kaduto Proto. So, but yeah, I that was my go-to, bro. Like, I worked on this in a lot of different ways through the years, and it's just wild how all this just amalgam of all this comes together and works. and then for me, I'm rather particular, so it's shocking that the fit works for me, you know, a lot. And like I said, I like being able to take a little bit of everything that we, you know, spend our time, effort, and sometimes our good hard-earned money getting. And this combines, like I said, the Kubrow helmet from the Tenogen, the proto armor skin, you know, which coming from, you know, whole dark sector, rocking the prime details, and the Nidus stance, and you know, it has a really nice ominous look. My other nickname for it is the Dragon, you know, because, you know, King Arthur, you know, they do have a Pendragon head, you know, the Order of the Dragon, all that type of stuff. As far as Dracul, I mean, because this lends from that too. Either way, I call it my dragon, you know, Arthur Pendragon, which was, you know, his father's last name, Uther. Like I said, I'm a nerd for the whole Arthurian legend shit. Love it. But yeah, that's what's up. A proto-caduto. And plus too, because of the way the helmet is shaped and the stance, he's big. He's a little bigger than any of the other outfits I could put together, you know. And so it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool to see it that way. And I want to put this back the way it was. No. Yes. And
love how they connected the folklore of King Arthur as Arthur B in the first Excalibur.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. They truly have. I mean, I personally feel there's a definite appreciation for not just the Arthurian legend, but more specifically the 1990, 88, the late 80s, early 90s movie called Excalibur. That movie was the pinnacle of Excalibur Arthurian legend movies. The pinnacle. It was taken heavily from the original French novel Le Mort d'Arthur, The Death of Arthur. Okay, that movie had the most star-studded cast you will see probably in any one place, of people that became famous, big time. Liam Neeson, Patrick Stewart. I mean, just the list goes on that were in this movie that were just stellar actors, and so for them to have their poster boy of this future place of time, you know, where, you know, and you get to be the sword, Excalibur, and then later they introduced this Arthur James Nightingale, you know, who becomes this batch type Excalibur. You know, it's just they had me from jump, and they kept me. And I mean, to bring this into play the way that they have, oh my gosh, like I'm home. I mean, yeah, it's what's up. And I mean, like I said, so yeah, when people are like, oh, there's this, that, and the other, you so many other frames, blah blah blah, I'm like, but I get to be the sword. Hello, you know, that mythical, unbreakable thing. Yeah, I get to be that. I get to be Excalibur. Have what you will. I ain't knocking on it, but please don't knock on what on what's up on this, because it you know. And I mean, like I said, I was in on it before you could draw the Exalted Blade from the Warframe's body. I was in it when Super Jump was a thing for Excalibur. So to see the evolution of the situation to this, love it. Had, you know, so I mean, long overdue, but at the right time. You know, because ever since I played Dark Sector and saw what was going on with Hayden Tenno in this pre-Warframe state, playing Warframe, started theorizing, like, this is before they was even introduced about the fact that they were human before becoming Warframes. I was like, no. These are people that got mutated. And I'm like, and they don't look human underneath of what you're seeing. Okay? They're not. They are completely mutated. And the evidence is when, you know, they finally reveal Umbra, and you see this mutated flesh, you see the entire structure of his body is actually what you see as the shell of this Warframe. This is just some kind of hide overneath of, you know, the entire physical structure of his anatomy, filling out everything that you see mutating flesh to steel. Like, I'm like, you know, and they had a lot of, like, you know, fan artists that would depict the Warframes with this human face. I was like, there ain't no helmet to take off. But the thing is I was like, but did you pay attention to Dark Sector? There's a stage before that, potentially. And lo and behold, they give us the proto frames. I'm like, thank you. I knew you always knew. And they did it justice. They truly did. They did it justice. And I mean, the sky's the limit as to where they can go with this. I mean, you know, from alternate skins to, heck, if they introduce Tenno-Gen skins. Like, I got loads of videos, shorts about all this, well talked about through previous episodes of the broadcast. Like, I'm sold to it, 100%. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can't tell me. So, yeah, very, very happy. Very, very happy. And I'll be even more ecstatic when we can actually start getting, when they finish the rework and continue development for the look of the Drifter and the Operator, to get them on the physical cosmetic level of the proto frame skins, because right now it's off balance. You know what I'm saying? We got our Tenno and our Operator looking worse than the Drifter, but both of them looking like, you know, they're looking like pale imitations to the proto frames as far as, you know, the level of detail and vivid, sort of say, surreality or the way how real they kind of look within the game. But they, you know, DE, because they, you know, they have such an extreme ambitious project, not, you know, various different things don't always line up, you know, as far as like how well something's going to look. Like, for example, when the proto armor skin came into the game, it literally looked like it was from another universe. The texture on it, the way colors would map to it when you recolor, didn't fit anything. Like, and so when you want to try to put an optional helmet on for it, or put the helmet on an optional skin, like, you'd be working for a while through the palettes trying to get something to make it all work together. And then they finally did a pass on the skin to kind of bring it up to the texture quality of the rest of the stuff. And they had to do about another two more iterations of improving the texture quality of the proto armor skin, where it then started to look like something you could fit with the other helmets in the game, or the helmet of it to other things in the game. But still, its texture is very unique, so you really got to work with it, in my opinion. But I was just kind of lucky the way the Frankensteinish elements of it, there's enough of this piece that's smooth like this that works with this piece that's smooth like this, enough of, you know, some plastic element like this on the shoulder works with this element on the face. Like, it's just attention to detail for me, where the amount of detail still came together to work. It's a weird thing. Most time I wouldn't like something like that, but it works. It really does for me anyway. But you know, it just the point of being is that DE has, like I said, it's an ambitious project what they got going on. They built everything about this game from the ground up, and you know, operating system, you know, the game engine, it's all theirs. Ain't nothing borrowed, alone, or built, you know, that isn't built in house. So, you know, from the lighting to every notion. So I can't hate, you know what I'm saying? Because they're constantly trying to make it better. They're constantly trying to improve it. And they have throughout the years. They honestly have. So you just got to be patient. You got to be patient. You know, realize they got things working as well as it can. They taking notes. They do give a damn. They really do care. So if it's something to get to, they're going to get to. At least that's been my heart in what I've noticed over the past decade of DE being around for 13 years. So, and that to me is a strong suit when it comes to a video game. And like I said, I'm not a official content creator for them, although I'd like to be at some point in time. But I'm not endorsing it. They're not paying me to say shit. This is just my honest opinion about what's up. So
all I want is Ignis Prime.
Right. I'm sure one day, heck, this event might be an introduction to the point of it. You know, it might be an introduction to the point of an Ignis Prime. It just might be. So, yeah. So yeah, it's been a excellent broadcast. Thank you all for hanging with me during this period of time. It's been a privilege, and you know, got a lot accomplished. I got a lot of food for thought as to where I'm going to go with this. I mean, but at the moment, I feel like I'm kind of siding with, you know, my tried and true to a degree. This is an interesting combo with these two, but yeah. But like I said, I like the way that I had things before. I don't know. It felt right. Being able to have the aspects of regeneration, but then have the aspects of like kind of constant bigger gains or other gains to the health with the wave energy from the Exalted Blade without using the heavy melee attack. So in other words, I'm getting health whenever I'm not attacking. I'm getting health when I do irregular attacks, and I'm getting health when I do heavy melee attacks. Constantly replenishing energy, constantly replenishing health. I mean, energy from the damage, and then of course health from, you know, the wave energy from, wait a minute, from the toxin damage, also to give me corrosive. You know, I don't know. Like I said, I'll see how it goes.
Equilibrium on your energy and health problems are long gone.
Yeah, but guess what you have to wait for? You got to wait for health orbs. You got to wait for one or the other, health or energy orbs. I've seen missions where you don't get health and energy orbs, or you're waiting to get health and energy orbs. You're dependent. For me, I don't like being dependent on a game giving me anything. You know, in a situation you're fighting a sustained fight against a particular enemy, and you're giving it your all. Since deconstruct, trying to remember exactly what was that. Which I'm trying to remember. Since deconstruct. Wow, where we go? Hold on. Let me take a look. that one reminds me, but I just need to refresh my thought on what was up with that. But yeah, I mean, there's times where you're fighting and enemies injured by the companion have 25% chance to drop. Yeah, but what happens if your companion dies? What happens if you're in a mission where you can't take your companion, like Sanctuary Onslaught? I understand there are a lot of things where, you know, most of the time you're good. Most of the time. I don't like most of the time. Not for me when I'm thinking of my Omni build, my universal build, my anytime, any place, any mission. That won't help me when I'm having a sustained fight against the enemy. And okay, look, I'm sorry. I guess I don't have I just kill everything, and then the day's over. I just completed every mission in a minute and a half. I don't play that way. I don't even see anybody play that way for everything in the game. But people claim it. But if that's what they do, hey, kudos, can't knock it. Have at it. I don't play the game that way. So I may be having a fight with an enemy or in a circumstance where I'm not getting health for a minute. I've expended myself in ways with energy, and I may have been low in energy. Something may be happening in some way, shape, or form where, okay, I'm just not in a position where I'm going to wind up getting a health orb because the enemy isn't dead, companion dead. You know, yeah, I just don't like relying on it. You know, you know, and even still with that, like, let me see, is it a guarantee that you're going to get an orb with the deconstruct, or is there a percentage chance of it? Yeah.
Shade keeps you and itself invisible.
25% chance. 25% chance. Nah, that's not enough for me. No. And I mean, like I said, that's why I run with the Huros. I run with the Huros, but I don't depend on the Huros. Okay, I mean, I have the Huros because of the optional elements of tactics using stealth. You know, and I prefer the Huros' stealth over, or the way it cloaks me over the Shade, for example. And I also too just prefer it as a companion over the Shade, but I will use the Shade if I'm running a stealth situation where I don't want the Huros to be attacking, because even if I take all the mods out of a Huros will still want to attack. Now, you could get the you could get the helmet thing where summoner or whatever, where you can control the pet to come to you or go somewhere and this, that, and the other. But I'm not going to take a Subsumed slot for that, although it's fun and cool, and I've played around with it just for shits and giggles. But that's not necessary. So, like I said, if I have issues with my Huros running around doing something that I don't want it to do, I'll just use a Shade Prime if I want to still utilize the invisibility. But also, do bear in mind with the invisibility thing, that's only good for you if you do not press a melee attack button or fire a weapon. So therefore, you're limited to whatever abilities will be okay for it not to decloak you. So yes, I could pull out, the Exalted Blade. Don't touch that button again. That's going to do a melee attack. Slash dash around. If I haven't subsumed, and bear in mind, if I'm subsuming an ability, it would have to either be for Radial Howl or Radial Javelin. So I subsume it for Radial Javelin because Radial Howl has way too many more benefits as far as tactics, damage, all kinds of stuff. So therefore I can slash dash Radial Howl while my Exalted Blade is out. And then of course I could trigger or activate my Xata Whisper because it's not utilized, or Rore, for example. But an ability like
even if you melee attack with Exalted Blade, it counts as ability DMG grinning face with big eyes.
No. It would decloak you. You would get decloaked. You would get decloaked. You get decloaked. You get, trust me, you get decloaked. Let me see something for a second. I don't think it's gonna hold on. I don't I think because there's are you there? I don't think that I can show you what I'm trying to explain to you in a capture scene. Nile, I'm a disband from the group here for a minute here. I don't know if you're still on or may have dozed off. Hold on, because I want to try to show this for a minute here because it's real important. Right, okay, yeah, you can't show this in character. Okay, so let me just do something real quick because I'm not going to stay in the mission. I'm just going to do this long enough to show the point of what's up. Okay, good. So, like I said, it doesn't matter what the mission. Oh, hold on. I don't want to. Hold on. I just want to do this solo because I'm not trying to mess anybody else up on this here. So, and I forgot to check to make sure if I have my Huros with me, but I should.
Their rage is vehement, their focus impressive. Give them all warriors down.
Yeah, okay, I got the Huros. So, just want to do this so make sure we got enough of what we want to do. So like I said, we can pull out the Exalted.
These scrubbers are prone to spore growth. You don't shoot it off and it could become fatal for the scrubber and you.
So as long as I don't attack, the Huros will cloak me once I get near the enemies. So I can slash dash with the Exalted Blade out. I can radio howl with it. I can actually activate my Xata Whisper with it. But as soon as I hit, now I can turn off my Exalted Blade. I can turn it off and I can turn it back on. Okay? I can do radio howl. I can slash dash. But if I use a melee attack, oh shoot, hit the wrong button. If I use a melee attack, hold up.
Right. Who wants some?
Hold on. There we go. So if I hit a melee attack like I just did there, I decloak. That's always been the case, and they haven't stopped that in regard to the Exalted Blade. So, like I said, I can pull it out,
activate a scrubber, set off some Spore X, or get the hell out of there.
Let the Huros cloak me. I can activate Xata's Whisper.
Fearful face, fearful face, fearful face.
Yeah. I mean, but that's what's up. I mean, that's the truth of it. Yeah. But, you know, like I said, but as long as you don't press the attack button, as long as you don't press a weapon, like fire weapon like this, you know what I'm saying? Then you're okay. Well, I will pull out anyway, Letty. That didn't sound right. But yeah, as long as you don't fire a weapon, doesn't matter what weapon either. You just have to respect the time, and then it's the time limit too, to make sure of when the Heros is going to decide to want to cloak you, or the Shade, same thing. But I've noticed that, to me, the Heros has a different sensitivity to detecting enemies than the Shade. I feel like it's a little stronger. It's different, and I think they did it on purpose. That's just my opinion. Like, it's just different, but I prefer it the way it is, and it's cool. The difference is cool, but yeah, that's what's up. So either way, like I said, I like the Heros for those particular tactics if I would like to use them, but I'm not kicking out the most damage that I could be kicking out, because I don't set up to be reliant on that. Now, of course, I could set up a slash-dash build with a slash augment, you know, and all that good stuff, surging slash. It would be more, I would have more damage, but it's still not going to be as versatile and have the damage that I have with what I got going on. But yeah, if I need a breather, if I, you know, want to switch tactics for the second, to negotiate the environment, if something weird's going on, you know, like if I have to do a revive or I have to activate, you know, a scrubber or whatever it is, and I don't want to use my Tenno to transfer out and then go into void mode. Like I said, because like I said, before we had the Tenno and void mode and all that shit, there was the Heros and cloaking to do those things that you can do with your Tenno. But if you're in a mission where you can't transfer out or you don't have your drifter, like I said, I have a situation or a something to compensate for the lack of something in what you may or may not be able to do across the board with the way I have. And then also too, I still am able to produce, you know, strong damage that to me, I'm clearing everything. You know, because it's in the footage from this video and this broadcast. I'm clearing everything relatively the same amount of time and speed as anything else. So, only thing you're just not seeing is red crit numbers, for example, or it might not every once in a while blow up a whole crowd of enemies. You know, you know, but that's the thing with melee influence. It's every once in a while, every 20% chance. And sure, you might be able to increase that with this or that or the other. You know, that's just not enough for me. I mean, that's just too rare for me. Too rare for my taste. But yeah, melee duplicate is really good. I like, don't get me wrong, it's obviously influence is strong. It's an excellent thing. It's just like I'm just sitting there doing stuff and I'm like, I'm thinking of all the time when something else that I could have in it would be doing something. And yeah, when it does something big, you know, with this AoE with melee influence, it's like, oh, that's wonderful. But it's like, then I'm back to, okay, all this time I'm waiting for it to want to do something. Oh, there it doesn't. Okay. You know, like I said, I don't know. Just, I don't know. I'm not sold on it. Let's put it to you that way. And then you've got, like, to me, melee animosity. Yeah. Because of the amount of times I use the heavy attack, or, you know, with the Exalted Blade, Life Strike, returning health, you know, like even in regard to using Wrathful Advance, like 42% critical chance on your next heavy melee attack up to 420%. This is beast. This is a beast-ass mod. Let me tell you, Arcane. It really is. It ain't no joke. I used to run with that for a minute before I got melee duplicate. So, but that's just how I like to roll with it. Like I said, there's pros and cons to everything. It's a matter of what you want. Like I said, I really like relying primarily and only on my Warframe, my Excalibur, period. Everything else is backup. Everything else is in addition to or to help provide a variety of strategies and tactics so that regardless of what mission I go in, I'm capable. But if I go into a Sanctuary Onslaught and they go, you can't use gear, you can't use your drifter, you can't use your operator, sure, okay, no problem, let's go. You know, if I can carry my Doughty, I have the benefits of the stealth elements with its passive, you know, as far as invisibility. You know, so, okay, I can't use the companion. Oh, can't use the drifter. Okay, to give me aspects towards my Xeneric and health and everything. Not health, but energy. Okay, well, I'm modded out to run at peak performance without that through, you know, my cyclical aspects of taking damage, because you're always going to take damage. And I mean, the AI will realize that you need to take damage, and sometimes if you low in health, it'll go, okay, I won't hurt you as hard because I know you about to run out of energy. I'm gonna let you run out of energy rather than hurt you to give you energy. And sometimes it'll realize, oh, you don't have enough health to give you enough energy to do something against me, so I'm gonna kill you or try to take what health you have and make you do something other than attack me, because the amount of health it's going to take isn't going to give you enough energy for anything worthwhile. But, you know, if you really wanted to, you could add in rage, whereas you're getting pretty much 85% health, 85% energy. 85% of the damage on health is converted to energy. There we go. But I mean, 45% is pretty adequate. Okay, and especially, you know, considering that my preference is to use something for efficiency, as long as I don't get too greedy about wanting to fill up my energy, I just get a little bit and go, I don't die. But if I stand there and do some shit to let them hurt me or hurt my Warframe to get energy before doing something, and I get too greedy to want to fill the tank, they'll fall over or die or something silly, or I'll just don't put myself in a good position. But bottom line is, you can use your block as long as there's nothing behind you, and the Exalted Blade will automatically block damage. Okay, will automatically, and your blocks will automatically, a percentage of them will be reflected back at the enemy to damage them. I mean, you used to have to put a mod in just to do that, but they made it automatic to its passive, but it's just not that strong, so you can use a mod to help enhance it. And then I think they took that away too, because it used to be, wasn't it all reflect or some shit? Yeah, they got rid of it. It was a little buggy anyway, but I liked the idea of it and used to use it. That thing was called reflection or something weird. What was it? Hold on. Was it a Warframe mod or was it a weapon mod? Can't remember. But either way, you can block damage. And blocking damage will trigger Hunter or Drilling. Here it is, Reflex Guard. 100% combo count chance while blocking. It used to be different. I'm thinking about a different mod, but bottom line, you used to have a mod in the game that when you leveled it up, reflected more damage back at the enemy. And I think they got rid of it and allowed it to be a passive to just the automatic ability of a 10-0 blocking and just reflecting the damage back to make the shit look cool and dynamic and to give you an extra little benefit to shit. But yeah, I mean, the DE had a lot of cool weapon-to-weapon elements in the game that was real cool. You know, and they've adjusted things. They've made some things somewhat automatic. They've taken some things away. But, yeah, so I can, yeah, I don't think that there's a mod anymore for that. The way it used to be. I'll have to look that up, do a trivia hunt about that. But still, though, reflecting damage with your Exalted Blade while just holding the block button down will trigger life strike. Not life strike. It is going to trigger Hunter Adrenaline. You know, blocking still will do that, where you're going to reduce the amount of damage you have coming in by blocking, but you're also too going to take damage on your health and receive energy. And then, you know, you want to just pay attention and not take too much damage and come back with a life strike to get health. Or in my situation, you know, the health regeneration is only there for those split seconds between doing a life strike, doing a slash dash, doing a transfer in and out of my Warframe to either get health or to position myself in a better situation, or even just to sometimes activate an ability, because sometimes in that second you're taking so much damage so hard so fast you're dead. And I mean, still, it doesn't guarantee I'm going to stay alive, because you've got these one shots that come out of fucking nowhere. Like, I still can't explain some of them. I really can't. Some people think that some things that just get buggy from time to time, and I wouldn't doubt it. But, you know, and then I have health being returned to me from the toxin damage that I'm dealing to each enemy. Each time enemies are damaged by toxin status, plus 3 health. So that gives me bursts of health continuously. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I typically don't have an issue dying unless I'm just not paying attention and I get distracted by something, or I just get a little too greedy about a particular situation. But again, I don't have to rely on anything that the game is trying to give me or not give me. I don't have to rely on health orbs, energy orbs. I don't have to take up any mod slots for the conversion of it. And then on two, the other thing is that everything that I have going on in regard to returning health and energy is something that's constantly going on all the time, unless I'm not being hurt. And even if I'm not being hurt, I have some regeneration during those times when you're in the Archimedean thing and you got health draining off of you. Well, this will start kind of helping aspect of that regeneration. Just, you know, it just gives me an option. I don't have to go transfer in and out of my, with my operator to
watch yourself.
Use Magus Elevate, if I don't want to, or I have the option to do it when I want to. Because staying in the Warframe will also to allow certain abilities to stay active. Like, for example, like Exalted Blade will stay active, but Zaku's Whisper, any of those other abilities that you subsume, for example, will deactivate. And so you got to reactivate them. Every time you go into Warframe, you got to reactivate them, and also, too, that's damage per second time down, because you got to go leave your Warframe to go back into it, and you're doing that back and forth however many times, or even just one time, to give yourself health. Like, that's just backup, purely backup, or convenience. And then I have glitch in here to make sure that I can transfer in case I absolutely need to. Because, if I need to heal my Warframe, it's because I absolutely need to. And I don't need some kind of static telling me I can't. Same thing with the reason why I have Arcane Nullifier in here. I can't tell you how many times I done lost all my energy to some magnetic proc or some aspect of damage. That is just the worst. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, and you trying to have your Exalted Blade out, long and strong and hard, and you know, because that's your bread and butter for me anyway, and the damage I'm dealing out, that's how I like to run. I'm the sword. I'm going to that's what swords do. Okay, so to lose your energy and not be able to do what you know what it is you are, in my opinion, as being Excalibur, ain't nothing can replace this in here for me. You know, unless I'm not worried about the point and I'm in some kind of scenario with a group play and I'm holding a certain position where I've got a certain special build for Excalibur, and I'm a radial blind and say radial javelin the whole board to keep everything on lockdown so people can run around and kill stuff. Okay. Arcane Nullify is really not necessary, so yeah, I'll go ahead and put in whatever's necessary for that specific build in that specific time or instances where I play that function or role for a team. No problem. But in a universal build, anytime, any place, my Omni build, must have, 100%. So I mean, to me, it's just 10 years of going through the evolutions of Warframe, also to not having the use of various different things, but also to dealing with the changes that have happened to the changes they've made. Like this current change right now with Overguard. You can't tell me that that's going to always be here the way that it is now. I wouldn't bet on it. But it's cool that it's there. I like enjoying it while it's here, but I don't play in a way to depend on it. I don't play in a way to depend on shield gating either, even though shield gating's been around in one form or another. I don't depend on it. I do pay attention to it, you know, but you know, because I have this health and energy cycle going on, I could have no shields for the most part and be okay. It's just that shields they're helpful. I don't want to be without them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, it's just that because it gives you this nice refrain from having that constant tension of, okay, I gotta stay alive. It's a, you know, basically I'm going through cycles of, oh, hurt me enough to keep me going. Hurt me enough to keep me going. You know, but don't hurt me too much. You know, but yeah, hurt my Warframe rather than me. Let's put it hurt my Warframe enough to keep it going. There we go. That sounds better because the other one didn't sound quite right. Hurt my Warframe enough to keep it going. Hurt my Warframe enough to keep it going. Or my proto frame with the Arthur Gemini skin, and it's golden. But you know, again, other abilities like Nourish, which are very popular, it relies on you killing enemies. Well, what if you didn't kill an enemy? What if the game is not deciding to give you certain drops? You don't really run across that very often. But again, most people use Nourish, so why do I need to put Nourish on? And I don't even need it, the way I got it going on. You know, Rore, for example, most people have it. Why do I need it? And besides, why not use an ability, the only ability in the game that's going to give you an extra status to your exalted chromatic blade? I mean, even if I didn't have the chromatic blade, it would still give me void damage on it. So, like, nothing in the game likes void damage. So, yeah, it's, you know, I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of fine points and homework that went into it. Is it the biggest, baddest? No. Is it necessarily bragging rights? Probably not. By comparison to what people regard as bragging rights. No. Am I red critting? No. You know, am I killing everything relatively as fast as somebody else? Pretty much, yeah. Will I probably out-survive most folks, depending on what the scenario is? Potentially. Do I find myself reviving folks a lot? Yeah. You know, but like I said, if I have a situation where I'm not sure about even how well I will do in or not go down, okay, I'll swap out my Huros for my Vasca. Cool. I'm in a mission where dying is a problem. Well, the Vasca will revive you, and it won't even register as a death. As long as you can respect its refresh time on the Vasca sharing its health with you or your Warframe to get it back up. But yeah, you go down, you get killed with a Vasca as your companion, and it revives you, or basically transfuses. It sacrifices 20% of its health to raise you up. It's not counted as a death. Now, an acolyte will leave if you go down and jump back up. But the game at the end, when you look at your last mission results, will not show a death when you pull up your stats for things. You know, it'll still say 0 if you don't, if it's available for you to do, and it picks you back up, you will not see a death registered. So yeah, so I got something for everything. And I mean, I'm gonna go over the footage and really pay attention to the damage numbers, really kind of pay attention to certain enemies and just how quickly I'm dispatching them. Because like I said, the thing that is underrated about Xata Whisper, again, is that you can use this void energy on any weapon, similar to Rore. But you're delivering a completely separate damage type that no enemy likes, and it's not so much like with Rore, you're just providing more damage to kill them on top of what damage you have. It's sort of like a bigger stick against... It's a bigger stick to bludgeon stuff. I got a bigger stick to beat my way through, which works, obviously. But with void damage and Xata Whisper, what it's doing is it's going, okay, I got a hammer and I got a chisel too. Or I got a hammer and I got a crowbar and I'm prying it up while I'm beating the side of it. However you want to look at it, it's another tool to the kit and the way that you're beating and destroying things, or defeating things. And the thing is that you're getting a separate damage number with all the other numbers of damage that you have. And people aren't necessarily going, what's the math in that? What's the math in that? And so like something like Rore and Wrathful Advance, all your damage is wrapped up into whatever it is that you're normally seeing. And you're just seeing bigger numbers of it, bigger crit aspects of it. So people going, oh, and I'm going, okay. You have some limitations with, and I don't have those limitations with Xata Whisper, whereas I can activate it doing any type of movement, anytime. I can reactivate it at any time. It provides a separate aspect of damage on top of damage, also too, adding even more damage on top of, because I have another 80% of melee damage coming through because of the status spike that's affecting it. The status type is independent of the other statuses, though it will use your status chance. It is independent in the manner that it procs. I can use it on any other weapon. It gives me a cool effect for my role play in regard to my proto frame being, have this evolution to manifest the void energy in this funky badass way. Every notion of it works for me. And so far from my testing, and don't get me wrong, I love teleporting in games. I swear to you, I love teleporting in games. That is one of my favorite shits. Teleporting and turning invisible. Love this shit. Flying. So either way, and of course being the sword, as I am in Excalibur, but the whole teleportation thing with Wrathful Advance is dope. It's great, but it's a little cumbersome. I mean, if they did a little rework on it to make it more fluent, ooh, that shit would be nasty. That should be nasty. But, I I have to kind of sacrifice a good bit to kind of make it a better. And I obviously need more practice, of course, to be better. Like, it's, you know, and the better aspects comes into play if you making your hitbox bigger with primed reach, right? You know, which is going to give you a bigger hitbox so that you don't have to be as accurate when it comes to aiming at the enemies to activate it. But again, it's still a 1-2. And maybe even a 1-2-3 in regard to doing it. So 1, I activate it. 2, you make contact with whatever's going on. Or 1, I activate it. 2, I teleport somewhere. And then 3, I can attack. There's more steps involved with it, regardless of how much practice or how much finesse. There's more steps involved in it rather than just I hit it and go. I activate, you know, my Xata Whisper, and then I have full control over activating it again versus waiting for a timer with Rore. I'm subject to its timer. I'm locked into its timer. The only way to avoid that would be to use transference out of my Warframe to end it, and then I could reactivate it. But then I kind of wasted it, and it's extremely expensive on energy to do. But I could do that with Xata Whisper if I wanted, or anything. It could end its timer, or when it's trying to refresh even by transferring out of the Warframe. But there again, there's time lost in DPS, time lost in maneuverability, and time lost in whatever it is that I'm doing. So, like I said, this is just my opinion and how I play the game and what works for me in the manner that I've been able to use strategies and tactics regardless of the mission and enjoy it. That's it. And so, yeah, it's just that simple. Though it doesn't sound simple, I'm sure, because of everything involved with it. But those are the pros and cons, in my opinion, when evaluating the 3 things that this broadcast was about, which was, you know, comparing Xata's Whisper with Wrathful Advance and Rore, okay, in relationship to melee duplicate and melee influence, you know, and, you know, various different builds to cater to each one of those things, to see what seemed to work the best, or what felt the best. And you know, I mean, I've kind of come back home with a little bit of a modification in that, you know, to stick with the Xata's Whisper and the Toxin build, keeping the efficiency, all right, and you know, Toxin because I get corrosive damage, automatic second status, all right. That using the Toxin, it's happening anyway. Give me some health along the way of it too. Thank you. You know, using the Toxin damage to add to oh, I need to change, my bad, I changed the yeah, here we go, put that back to where it needs to be, there we go. So yeah, given the Toxin damage, and there we go. For this here, you know, adding to the magnetic, adding to the radiation, because you know, both these two are great. Magnetic, really, shields don't like it, and shields are a pain. There's other ways to bypass shields, but overguard is another problem, and overguard doesn't like this. Radiation, a big enemy faction, you know, like I said, that's you know, difficult to deal with is at Sanctum Atomica. I'm tongue-tied on it. And also, too, just the way that radiation will confuse the enemies and make them start attacking each other is great. And the status effect will spread. So, like, I'm fighting a particular enemy, and another enemy gets affected by the status effect. They start shooting on folks. So I'm fighting an enemy that hasn't died yet. Other enemy starts helping me kill it. Like, it's a great aggro reducer as well. There's a lot of little subtle benefits to it, but basically with Void, Toxin, Corrosive, Magnetic, and Radiation, that's 5 different statuses that's going to be delivered fairly regularly as you know, as I'm dealing with the enemies. And let's see, Doughty, my bad. And then on top of that, it seems like it's kind of, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but the Exalted Blade is kicking out Slash, Puncture, and Slash, Puncture, and Impact. There we go. Yeah. Slash, Puncture, Impact when you do a heavy attack with the Exalted Blade. And all those are statuses. All those are going to... all of it's causing condition overload to go. Yay! More status types affecting the target. More 80% damage.
Hello.
Dragonil! Dreamy! Welcome. Glad to see you in chat. Thank you. Good. I tell you, closing things out, just sort of giving a recap of an explanation of things in the manner in which they work. But yes, welcome, fellow Tenno. Good to see you. Good to see you. Because yeah, this broadcast, like I said, this is I have extended this situation well beyond, I tell you, anything I had planned. But it's been interesting. It's been fun. A lot to share. And it's been a pleasure that folks have joined and shared the time with me as well. But yeah, so like I said, I kind of come back home through the experimentation, through the research, like I said, because each time the game, you know, they introduce new things, like the Skuldra, as far as the enemy faction, is the reason why I've had to go to this Magnetic, and the Overguard. That never used to be a problem for me. And it's not anymore. And even still, void damage does pretty well with, as far as shield and overguard, as far as damaging it. But you're kind of beating at it more so than completely destroying it. And with the void damage control combined with the magnetic, it destroys that shit. And of course, you could bypass it, but overguard will stop aspects of slash or viral bypassing it. And you have some enemies in the games that are just immune to viral damage, you know what I'm saying, or have slash resistance. So yeah, having a variety in a way for this universal build is strong. You know, even though the status chance is what it is, that's okay, because the way, you know, Exalted Blade is doing what it's doing. It's saying 621%, but it's not technically. The real world numbers of it is not 621%. The real world numbers are this right here. Because if I take the Chromatic Blade build off, I'll be at some kind of measly 18% or something stupid. But the thing is that with the galvanized elements, when it gives me another basically 120%, because it gives you 30% up to 4 stacks, and it does it within, you know, you get a stack for each kill. So in 4 kills, I'll have another 120%. But real world translation of that is
like the dude from Metal Gear.
Yeah, definitely. Metal Gear, Splinter Cell, you know, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of lovely inspirations, I think, came together for this Gemini skin, for sure. But what was the point I was trying to make? It's all good. About time to be wrap it up anyway. But hold on, let me say something.
Sadly, I couldn't come at the start thanks to Teamsons. Might watch the VOD.
It's all good. I'm glad to see you come through. Right, I just had to back up the footage real quick to see what that thought was I left off on. But yeah, I was talking about the real world numbers and the fact that once you get the 120%, what it really translates to as far as this number is about another additional 18%. So I'll have, 126%, 26.2% status chance. And that 26.2 means that I'll have 26.2% chance for the other stats that are less than the main stat to trigger. And it'll be split between these two because these two numbers are exactly the same. So it's not as strong as I would like it to be. So that's the reason why I'm still debate about this here. Because like I said, my tried and true has always been something like this. Okay, where I'm not worried about, because I don't particularly like stacks that I got to worry about building when it comes to how many things I have to kill. I don't really care for that. So I'm not really sure if I'm going to go with this. Because, and then also too, you're subject to the timer of it wearing out. Like there's a timer that counts down. You'll get your 4 stacks, but if you don't keep killing, it's not going to keep the 4 stacks. And so then you got to keep building back up. So in other words, my DPS shifts or it changes, it's not constant. I don't like that. Same thing, the reason why though I like how fast it is, I don't like Berserker, because you got to build stacks to get there, so therefore your DPS isn't consistent, and you got to worry about your stacks decreasing because you haven't killed something. So Prime Fury gives me more of a consistency of damage, plain and simple. So yeah, that's what's up. So having this, like I said, having something that's tried and true like this is way more straightforward. And it's like, but the only problem is, like I said, it's I don't know, but yeah, like I said, I like the idea of being able to have magnetic and radiation in here. I like the idea of it. Let's put it to you that way. And I don't know, like, I'm trying to think. Because I don't know, what would that look like? Take out this Violent Scourge, and the reason why I had this set up like this is because I want the game to go, okay, I'm going to proc Toxin more than I will the magnetic. So it's going to proc Toxin 77.2% of the time more so than magnetic, which, 57.9% of the time. And that's at, so it's at a base number 135.2%, that I always have no matter what. Whereas with this situation, I have to sort of maintain kills to have the 126.2%. It's not too bad. It's like a 0.9% difference between this build and that build, and all I got to worry about is 4 kills. That's actually not bad. That's the reason why I'm considering it. But that's how you have to, for me anyway, evaluate the stuff going on. But bear in mind, as you can see in damage numbers, there's a nice chunk of damage difference, roughly about 1,000 or more, depending on what's being done. Slam attack, looking at almost a 3,000 damage difference between the two. Normal attacks, about 1,000, you know, and the rest is similar. You know, slide attack and slam attack, those two big heavy type attacks, you're looking at 2,000 to 3,000 difference in damage. That's fairly significant. Now, you know, is it enough to make the difference to go to this? I don't you know, we'll see. We'll see. That's what this footage was today, was to test all that out. So like doing this, numbers get spread around, confuses me. So like I said, this is the thing that bugs me, is that when I have something like this set up, see, I now reduce my status chance. Now my status chance is the equivalent automatically all the way around as this over here. But that's what I was trying to explain. You see, there's nothing in here giving me extra status chance. And you look over here, and I said it was going to be 26.2, 126.2. This is 126.2, and I have these two mods in here giving me 60% status chance each. So like I said, my math on the point is sound. And it's pretty straightforward. But, you know, to make sure that my toxin damage is the priority for my status, because, you know, gaining health as well as dealing out corrosive damage, I need to make sure that it's dishing out the most. But also, too, it behooves me to have high status chance. So therefore, I wouldn't necessarily want to use Prime Fever Strike, because is that it? Yeah, Prime Fever Strike, because though it's going to give me more toxin, yay, it's still not going to give me more status effect, which is going to give me affect other things. But I mean, it's not really necessary per se, because I'm only dealing with one other status type in this build. So if I wanted to push toxin that far, I could do it. And now toxin damage is kicking out 86.8% of the time, but magnetics only 39.3%. Well, what happens, I run across something with Overguard and I want to make sure the magnetic proc is hitting a little bit more often. It's not going to do that necessarily. So, like I said, to me, it seems like, you know, if I want to have the toxin doing more damage, but also to set it up whereas I get enough procs for the other status type to have effect, putting in Violent Scourge, giving myself more toxin damage, now brings things at a, to me, a nice even keel, where I'm getting more toxin, which is what I want, but also too, I'm over a 50% chance of dealing out magnetic to make sure that it's going to do what it's going to do. So, you know, I've got a radiation set up like that too, and to compensate, if I need radiation, I could always do something like this. You know, take one. What I was doing? Yeah, Doughty, my bad. No, hold on. Yeah, take the pox and use a radiation electric gas or a magnetic gas or something else to put out whatever other damage type I feel needs to be to get the job done. You know, so I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm a debate on everything.
This inspires me to change my build a bit. Haven't in a while.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, it depends on how you play. You know, and I'm not knocking anybody out there, and hopefully folks ain't knocking me, although I get knocked, trust me, because I'm not, my way I approach it isn't very conventional, or what's hyped out here. You know, and but it's understandable why certain things are hyped the way they are, and that's great. But it's just the way I apply myself to it. It's just, you know, it's like, I mean, even when I've done certain things, let's not go into all this, that, and the other, but when I've done certain things, I was never the best at any one thing. I was good or a little bit above an average at everything. So I could run well, I could swim well, I could climb well, I could bike well, I could throw well, better than slightly, or at average or better than average. Whereas when you summed up everything, it's like, oh, okay, he can do it all. Whereas like I knew people that could run super fast. You know, like they do their 2 miles in 9 minutes or some shit. Now I'm doing my 2 miles in 11. Am I as fast? Am I as slow as the slow folks? No. Am I as fast as the gazelle who just made it in 9 minutes? Mm-mm. But then when he gets to doing some push-ups, he can't do push-ups. He can't do pull-ups. You know, he can do them, but he can't do them as well. Whereas when you look at his stats about what he's doing, he has peaks and valleys. Whereas I don't know, it's just how I've just lived my life and just how I've naturally fallen into play. Some people naturally fall into play where they have peaks and valleys. Other people fall into play where they have plateaus. I fall into play with plateaus. And I tend to apply myself to stuff with plateaus. In other words, I want to be capable in everything as best as possible. And, you know, they call it a jack of all trades, but a master of none. But then again, how can anyone be a master when you're always learning to improve or to better your best? How can you learn anything if you think you know everything? Philosophy. Philosophy is real if you apply it in its doing and what you do. It ceases to be theoretical or a fantasy in your head. So this is an aspect of applying it in a game in ways I may apply it in life and doing various different things. But like I said, most people, it's the bigger the better. You know, faster, you know, faster, harder, bigger, more. So, you know, most of the time, you know, the juicy red crits and I can just blow up everything on the board, poof, all the time. And it's like, if that was truly the case, why would the devs waste their time on all this? Why would they do that? Why would they provide all of this to give us all of these options if that one thing was the one thing that worked all the time? Because I haven't seen that work all the time. I can build that with the best of them. Trust me. I've been around long enough. I got enough mods. I got enough arcanes. I got enough shards. I got enough everything. Whereas I can build it out like that, you know, if I want to. But the thing is, it's like, obviously that's not the cure all and the be all and the cure all for every situation in the game. It just isn't. Like, I don't find the developers to be fools about themselves to waste themselves in that kind of way. It just doesn't make sense. You know, maybe they do to keep us occupied and to give us something to do and to give us variety. They're going to put all these extra systems and all these different ways in which we can have variety. But you know what? Really, it's the only one thing that truly works. But that's never been the case I've seen with games, because the game they'll go, oh, you figured out this backdoor trick. We're going to nerf it. We're going to change it. Oh, we've noticed how this has become abusive. We're going to change it. Oh, we've realized how this has made the game stale and repetitive. We're going to change it. Oh, we brought out this thing. Yeah, it's the latest, greatest, and the bestest because we want you to play the game more and we want you to test this out for us more, but we're going to change it. That tactic has never not been the case, even in single player fucking games. You know, when I remember when Spider-Man from Insomniac Games came out, like, at first we could level up our Spider-Man infinitely to be this super Spider-Man where, like, truly, like, I could pretend like I had this, like, super just control over my strength and just one hit knock out folks. I was like, oh, that's badass, because that's how I would want to be. Like, if I had super control and senses and shit over my superpowers, I would want to be engaging in some long beating up fight, and I'm gonna hit you, pluck you in your forehead, knock you out, going about my business. But then Insomniac was like, no, we're gonna nerf it. We're gonna put a cap to how far you can level up your Spider-Man, and to level the playing field in a single player fucking game. I was like, bro, you broke my fucking heart. As much as I love this shit, you broke my heart. But yeah, they do that with multiplayer games all the time. So it's like, and people like chasing the next best thing, the next big thing, the next big thing. I don't get into it that way. If that's what their thrill is, fantastic. Do it. But don't hate on the person that enjoys peace or serenity. I don't know, different ways of articulating it. Tried and true. Doesn't mean that things don't change. It's just that this will work and this will work for this or that. You know, it's like your hands and your fingers. It works for, it's tried and true through the centuries, okay? For the human body, it works. So, you know, we use it. But yeah, it's similar to this with Warframe and what the devs apply themselves to the game. At least that's how I see it. And that's how I like to play. And yeah, I will take advantage of things as they are made known to us to use, like the way Exalted Blade has been modified, and how we have wave damage and we can get combo counters off of that. Well, guess what? That used to be a thing. They took it away. Then they brought it back. Okay. You know, so it's here today. Will it be here tomorrow? But does my reel rely on it? But I take advantage of it? Sure. But does it rely on it? Nope. Sure don't. I don't know what they're going to do. But like I said, to each their own. I'm not hating. It's just what I do. And this is the reason why. I mean, and if folks dig it, if it, makes good sense, because I'm all about reason. People are like, what do you believe in? Reason, logic, as much of a fact as we can have about a situation. Typically something that's common sense and plain and truthful to the most simple, the most common of an individual to the most complex, as you can say, whatever, how you want to regard it. It's just, in other words, it's relatable to everybody, and everybody can understand that that's plain and the case, and that is what's going on. That's what I'm for. That straight line, that line of best fit, the middle path. Same thing with the way I rock my 10 ways, that middle path. Same way with the syndicates. Like, my wife was good at math, and she helped me figure out how to, because I told her what I wanted to do. I was like, I don't want the syndicates coming after me. Like, I don't appreciate that. Like, I don't have that in real life. I got friends of all kinds of walks of life, do all kinds of stuff, but I respect the right. They respect my right might be their wrong, and their wrong might be my right, whatever. However you want to look at it, respect each other. There's a whole lot of stuff that you can have positively. And so I had the equation balanced with all the syndicates where none of them chase after me at all. I don't have to deal with that in no missions. The only time I ever have anything come after me is because I participated in an assassination mission in the game, and the stalker wants to have a word with my Tenno. That rarely happens, so you always see this clear. Like I said, it's just kind of cool how I can provide my mentality or share my mentality about life and the way I conduct myself by the way I play this game. Like, it's the coolest fucking thing to me that people can apply their sensibilities about what they do with themselves in their fantasy of their life or in their real life, or make a combination of it. This is how I live the power fantasy of my life in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I walk over to this motorcycle, as you saw you just look on my channel, see my banner.
It's definitely a great game for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, fellow Tenno, it is. But yeah, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? I rode a motorcycle for 17 years. You know what I'm saying? Did it proper. 1.8 millimeter thick leathers, Vanson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I rode in degrees between 30 to 90 some odd, like 90, 92 degrees. Below that is too cold. Above that is just too hot. Either way, I'm saying at a minimum 6 to 11,000 miles a year on a motorcycle. I did it right, did it proper. And what you see on that banner is legit. No bullshit. So when I see this bike and I see the gear that my man got on, I get on it. Yeah, I'm living the power fantasy now of what I got to participate and enjoy in life. You know, served in the military, did various different things, executive protection, took martial arts. I've done a lot of stuff in my life where it's like, oh wow, I get to live the power fantasy in a game doing this shit. Oh fuck, let's go. And then I get to apply my sensibilities of morality too. Oh, let's go. You know, it's fire, baby. So, you know, and then I get to share in my love of Le Morte d'Arthur, the mythical sword Excalibur, you know, oh man, it's just love it. Yeah, so I'm hooked. But like I said, DE, the way they take from myth, lore, legend, fantasy, fable, sci-fi, religion, they do not skip a beat. And one beat that people miss is a movie called Kubrow from 1988, I think it was, where the poster boy Excalibur, for a matter of fact, Dark Sector, from Dark Sector to Warframe, where you have the poster boy of the character, okay, it was Hayden Tenno in Dark Sector, Excalibur for Warframe. They both wielded what? The glaive. Where did the concept of the glaive come from? Oh, it was from a 1988 movie called Krull. Krull. Okay? And in that movie, the hero, the protagonist, wielded a weapon they called the glaive. It was a spoked weapon like this that he could throw, and it came back to him after fucking up everybody, bouncing off of them and coming back to his hand like some super magical bladed boomerang. That he had to travel to a mythical mountain, reach into fucking lava and pull this shit out like it was the sword from the stone. Let me tell you, DE don't miss a beat. They don't miss a beat. And I don't think I can recall anybody ever talking about the glaive as far as like where DE came up with the concept. Like I said, in the movie Kubrow, it didn't quite look this way. It looked a little bit more like this, but I think it had five spokes to it. I don't know, it's been a minute. But again, that was a movie that dealt with love. At the end of it, the couple used their love and created this eternal flame to destroy the beast at the end of the movie. The movie Excalibur, to me, in which I feel as though one of the greatest aspects of the inspiration of Excalibur, love. It was a love story. It came from the love story of Le Morte d'Arthur, the death of all. Like, to me, DE's all on that, man, on this profound notion of it in a very phenomenal way. What's the greatest thing that's going on now? Love versus indifference. Like, I don't know ultimately what's going to happen with DE with all of it. Like, I'm just saying, this is what I see how that has evolved over the past 10 years. And where I've seen heavily strong notions of love coming from and what they dedicate themselves to each other, dedicate to the job, dedicate their passion to what they create, to the community, as well as a narrative that is within the story. Margulis, her love for the Tenno. Like it's all over Warframe love. You know what I'm saying? I mean, love of money, love. And then what is the greatest calamity against all that is within Warframe? Indifference. So, you know, I don't know. I if that might not be really what's up, but it seems like it. And I can't knock it. I find it to be quite phenomenal in the way that they're employing the concepts, you know, of myth, lore, fantasy. Seriously, religion, like this. I haven't seen an element. And like I said, my graduate studies was in mythology, so like, trust me. And then my undergrad, like my bag was cross cultural psychology, like throughout history, anthropology, like to know what were the common grounds and what weren't, as far as people around the world through the centuries, like what made us tick. You know what I'm saying? Like, D doesn't skip a beat. The developer Steve Sinclair, because to me, I think that's I guess the head of the pantheon of that's DE. Like he you know, he is there. He is there in a big way, and everybody else on board with the creatives involved with it, and the technical individuals coming to the table is brilliant on a lot of levels. I mean, everything else I've seen out there pales by comparison. You know, the way that they've taken the Warframe's eternalism theory and made it such a concept that anything goes and can make sense as long as they don't contrive the point. And so far they've done pretty good with that. You know, it's phenomenal. There's no other game that I know of, or storyline or plot that that has it in this particular way. And also too, is kind of coined off of real life shit. Like there is a real eternalism theory. Real, you know, it's not just that they made up some concept. You know, no, they've adopted it in the way that they have within the game, which is just brilliant. So, you know, it's to me, it's not so far-fetched. It's just a matter of the way that it manifests itself in this power fantasy that is Warframe. But yeah, I've gone on a good bit. But yeah, I appreciate you all listening and sharing in the time with me. It's been wild. Let's see, trying to see. Yeah. Like I said, I oh my gosh, it's been a joy sharing everything, and you know, I hope I've explained things well enough and haven't rambled on too much about it all and covered new points perhaps, or revisited old ones. But yeah, I think 9 out of 10 I'm going to probably keep one of these. Like I say, I may switch from these two from time to time, but again, I like a universal situation. I noticed that having damage against the shields is pretty strong, but I kid you not, this radiation is the way it creates confusion. The fact that a lot of stuff doesn't like it, because I can compensate for the various times where, by some chance, I need a little something extra to deal with some shields. I could chuck the pox at it, and it's done, and I can go about my business. It's the delay in time or the downtime to mediate that for the occasions where that might happen is very minimal. So I could rock out with this kind of a setup, have the benefit of everything that I need in the way of stats. It's like I said, I 35.2% constant is great. I mean, all that shows in the damage number being higher at the bottom there, than some of these other things over here. But I think the runner up, or at least what I'm going to be debating on before I release because I'm going to release a scripted build video, which is going to consolidate all this shit, have it real laid out, real nice. I've already got most of the script set up. Because most of everything I've said that's important to know about the build has been spread out amongst multitude of videos, hours of footage. So I'm gonna condense it, have it legit, but it's not gonna be your typical build video. It isn't. It's gonna be a build loadout video. But it'll have timestamps if you just want to pay attention to that, or you just want to pay attention to this, or this is all you want to know. I have timestamps. I have it set up for you. Just take what you would like and leave the rest, you know. Or if you want the whole thing, enjoy the buffet, you know. But yeah, this is my runner-up build right here. Or, you know, what I'm going to be deliberating on between the two. And like I said, there's really only a 6%, roughly a 6% status chance difference between the two, but it takes 4 kills to make it to that point of it. Not too much of a big deal. Not too much. But like I said, when I think about engagement against a single enemy type, and now I've exhausted my status chance, or maybe I didn't have it built up, or maybe I was in transition in the map to get from one enemy to another, or one place to another. All of a sudden, here comes the accolade. I didn't have a chance to kill 4 enemies. Now I got to deal with the accolade with a 108.2% status chance versus a guaranteed 100, you know, and oh, shoot, that's the wrong thing. Guaranteed, yeah, 135.2% chance. Like, I like guarantees. I mean, that's the reason why a lot of times I typically don't chase after critical chances unless I have a high critical chance and it's worth modding for, because a chance isn't a guarantee. You know, that's, you know, so, you know, when I see 100% chance, okay, that's worth going for. That's worth going for. Arcane Nullify, 102%. Like, they want to give you an extra 2% to make sure it's always going to stop a magnetic status effect. Okay, we'll do that. But yeah, so it's just which however people feel about their philosophy, and most people don't, or how they apply themselves with their life or their philosophy or their way of playing the game. And you know, some people don't give any of this much thought, and that's fantastic too. They're like, I don't give a shit. Can I have fun? Thank you, bye. You know, like, they ain't in it for that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people like that in the bedroom too. You know, I'm just trying to get mine. Peace. I'm not here to finesse this situation. You know, like I said, I'm a different sort. Like I said, I apply myself across the board in the way that I am. You know, good, better, best, never let it rest till the good becomes the better and the better becomes the best. So yeah, I mean, within myself, and I compete just with myself to be the best that I can be. Now, I ain't trying to be somebody else's best. I look to others for inspiration. Like, people with their builds on Warframe, I love listening to them and hear what they have to say. You know, I take a lot of inspiration from it. That's the reason why I have spent as much time as I have setting up these builds before this broadcast, based off of this hype around melee influence and everything that's been stated out there overwhelming about it, and going, okay, let me give this a try. Okay, let me see what this about. Oh gosh, you know, they have some other things out here too along the way. Galvanized Elementalist. Okay, I've already been down with Amalgam Organ Shatter, but like, trust me, like, I'm not an isolationist or think I know it all, because I don't. I'm hitting it going, I can take inspiration from others and compete within myself. And typically, people find that to be very competitive, you know, and to the point where they act like I'm competing with them. I'm like, no, we can be inspired with each other, but I'm not trying to chase your pony. You know what I'm saying? That's you. And do you. That's where it comes down to that expression. Do you, and I'm gonna do me. You know? And so yeah, that's how I roll with shit. And including this game when it serves me well. Put it that way. But yeah, so I'm gonna evaluate this between this and this, and this is the difference in these numbers between these two builds. One has a little bit more attack speed. One has efficiency to its heavy attack. Okay. And then the other just has more guarantee. It has more guaranteed damage. That's the nutshell of the trade-off. More guaranteed damage with a potential to get close to the damage of this, right? But then, you know, I have things, I'm faster, far more efficient. And, you know, and even going against situations where I haven't built up the stack yet to this, these numbers aren't any, they're no slouch. They're not slouching. So, and also too, I have a guaranteed extra, but see, that's one thing with these numbers don't really show you, is that this build over here has the potential to constantly do more damage, because even without a kill, if I have this extra status type affecting the enemy also too, I'm getting an extra 80% extra damage on the enemy than I would, as far as melee damage, than I would over here. And what does that really realistically translate to? Not as much as you think. But is it useful when it comes to dealing with an enemy's tactics like overguard, or just the fact that they're, you know, just more susceptible to it? Yeah, that's the reason why it's like, okay, I think what I would want to go with is, because, you know, it's one of these two. Probably radiation, and just when it's necessary, because not all the enemies have overguard, have this on hand to hit them up with. And just keep the build on backup in case. I don't know. Like I said, I got to really look at the footage and see what the numbers are like. But yeah, but like I said, this is real strong. The extra attack speed, extra heavy efficiency, extra status damage. It balances out and adds to everything in a really kind of cool way. It's not that just not that happy with the base status on it. Like, it's like, ooh, that's kind of low. So yeah, here we go. This is the difference. So, but yeah, time will tell, and you know, I might wind up doing another test video before I come out with my final build video, just to maybe iron out a few details live. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But hopefully I'll be able to do another little broadcast for the end of the weekend to get the Ghoul blueprint thing. And you know, if not, by some chance I can't put in an extra little hour here just to quickly do that.
Thanks for the stream.
Hey, Dragon Hill, Dreamy, thank you too. Yeah, I'll be back soon regardless though. But yeah, some life priorities, that life's journey is wild, let me tell you. So I've got a lot of things I need to attend to, and oh my gosh, I can't believe I've extended this far, but I really do appreciate the time. It's been a joy sharing these aspects with you all. It's very meaningful. It is. So yeah, so there we have it. There are the builds, the comparisons therein, and we shall see what's up with what will come down the pike. Like I said, it's interesting how much I like this. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this one on for right now as we head on out. But yeah, so I'm going to go ahead to the profile screen here, show my drifter do the little revolve around and tell you all thank you for viewing. Take care and enjoy. Oops. Hit the wrong button. Let's go back to that. All right. Take care now.
Thank you for viewing and enjoy.